It's time for the ultimate, the massive, and the most important Disney World vacation video you're ever going to watch. These are our best tips from over 15 years in the business, and we're sharing it all with you today here on DFV Guide. Hey everybody, it's AJ for Disney Food Blog. So DFV Guide has become the destination when you're planning a Disney World vacation. And today we're taking things to the extreme with not 50, not 100, but 200 of our absolute top tips. The best ride hacks, cannot miss restaurant deals, super sneak hotel secrets, how to save hundreds on your trip, and more. We've compiled our favorite advice into this single massive video to help you prepare for your best vacation ever. Throughout this massive video, we're going to be giving away some freebies. Our team has created mini guides to help you plan your trip, choose your best hotel, navigate Disney's lightning lanes, ride all the rides, and try the very best snacks. And it's all completely free. Let's kick things off with our most popular mini guide, our planning worksheets. These are going to help your budget, keep track of all your reservation details, and make sure you don't miss a single important booking date before your trip. It's really hard to keep track of, so let us keep track of it for you. Get your free copy by scanning the QR code or head to disneyfoodblog.com/DisneyPlans if you're watching on your phone. And stay tuned for more freebies later in the video. This wouldn't be Disney Food Blog without some food content. Let's kick things off with those preeminent snack hacks and restaurant secrets that you do not want to miss. All right, by now, you probably know you can make Disney World dining reservations through the Disney World website and the My Disney Experience app. But if you're planning on going to the Disney Springs shopping district soon, you have another website option to turn to. You can also check out OpenTable.com. This is not an ad. This is just a tip that we use all the time, and I know it can be helpful for a lot of you too. A few Disney Springs restaurants are actually available through OpenTable, so you may just be able to score a seat at a place that otherwise looked full on the My Disney Experience app. OpenTable often has last-minute reservations for places like Morimoto Asia, the Boathouse, Haleo, or several other fan favorites. So check on the day of your visit, or even before if it doesn't look like you can get in via the My Disney Experience app, to see if you can get a reservation on OpenTable. Just a quick reminder though, that OpenTable does not have a no-show fee, but what it does have is if you no-show enough times, they'll basically not let you book any more tables. So be sure to cancel your reservation if you aren't going to be able to use it. Did you know that there are better tables than others at Disney World restaurants? When you make table service reservations for a restaurant you're really excited to go to, you want to make sure you're getting the best experience while you're there, especially if you're already paying beaucoup to be there. And a big part of getting that best experience is making sure you've locked down the best seat in the house. In our DFV guide to Walt Disney World dining over on dfbstore.com, we go to great lengths to tell you about as many prime table service seats as possible. So if you want to learn about a whole bunch of great seating arrangements, you can always pick up our digital guide that you can easily take with you in the park so you don't have to forget about which tables you want to request at what locations. Oh, and don't forget to type in code YouTube if you want to save some money on your total guidebook purchase too. Just adding that in there as a little cherry on top. But for now, I'll give you a few of our all-time favorite tables to request at certain restaurants so you can see exactly how your seat location really will impact the quality of your visit. Keep in mind that even if you do request one of these tables, you may not always be guaranteed that table, or you may have to wait a bit past your reservation time in order for your request to be accommodated. Table location number 1, San Angel Inn Restaurante at Epcot. San Angel inside the Mexico Pavilion has tables that'll give you a front row seat to the Grand Fiesta Tour starring the Three Caballeros boat ride. The seats nearest the railing by the water ride, right next to the giant pyramid and volcano, make you feel like you're part of the attraction, all while enjoying your queso fundido. Table location number 2, Sci-Fi Dine-In Theater at Hollywood Studios. Any seat inside any car over at Sci-Fi makes you feel like a cool kid on the block. However, the cars parked along the far right-hand side of the room, away from the entrance, have front and center views of the screen while also feeling tucked away from the kitchen and the crowds. If the convertible car-style seating makes you a little claustrophobic though, you may also want to request one of the picnic-style tables in the back of the restaurant as an alternative option. Table location number 3, Wine Bar George at Disney Springs. Seeing as how this rustic chic wine bar and restaurant makes us feel transported to a Napa Valley estate, we'll gladly sit anywhere at Wine Bar George and be happy sloppy, but if we're picking favorites here, which we are, I always opt for a small table on the second floor balcony, which gives a killer view of all the Disney Springs hustle and bustle happening down below. But if the weather's bad, really hot, really rainy, really windy, you may want to choose an indoor table instead. Table location number 4, Chef Mickey's at Contemporary Resort. For a character dining experience in Disney World, Chef Mickey's made quite the name for itself over the years, so here's the best table at this popular character dining experience. If you're seated at the table right next to the entrance door where the chef-clad characters all come out, your table will be the first to spot Mickey and friends as they stroll on by to make their rounds. Okay, so back in October, Disney hit us with another wave of price bump ups across the board for their park tickets, their valet parking, and hundreds upon hundreds of food items, which can really throw off your budgeting and make you rethink your whole dining itinerary. And they do it like every year. If you're trying to find the best of both worlds and save money on park dining while also having a nice and unique meal inside Disney World, here are the quick services around property. Those are the fast food spots that are unique and filling, well-themed, and will fool your kids into thinking you really splurged on the nice stuff. First, Satuli Canteen in Animal Kingdom. This is located in Pandora and features customizable bowls and cheeseburger pods, aka like a Mickey D's cheeseburger shoved inside a bao bun. Big portion sizes are the name of the game here, even for the kids' meals. Not to mention, I don't think I've ever eaten at a quick service with a more epic score to listen to while I chow down. Makes me feel like a superhero while eating my chips and guzzling down my third soda refill like the soda goblin I am. 2, Docking Bay 7 in Hollywood Studios. Looking for a more heavily themed environment with tasty eats that'll again give you good bang for your buck? Docking Bay 7. This quick service restaurant features delicacies themed to the Star Wars universe, which you'll enjoy as you're surrounded by all the things you'll find in a ship docking bay. My recommendation though, if it's a nice day outside, go eat outside in the little courtyard. It is lovely out there and it's a great way to really enjoy the weather if you have good weather. 3, Polite Pig in Disney Springs. If you're looking for some seriously flavorful eats inside Disney Springs that doesn't require a reservation and are served to you fast and relatively affordably, hit up the Polite Pig. This features modern barbecue and a variety of wood-fired smoked and grilled items, plus all the drinks are served on tap. The owners, James and Julie Petrakis, in partnership with Chef Brian Petrakis, are basically food celebrities in the Orlando area. This particular restaurant is even recommended by the Michelin Guide, so we're definitely not steering you wrong here. Next, Sunshine Seasons in Epcot. There are a lot of things to love about Sunshine Seasons. Plenty of seating indoors. You'll dine in a bright and airy environment with some fantastic attractions nearby, namely Living with the Land and Soarin'. You'll find a good variety of food options on the menu, making it an attractive dining location whenever you're on a budget and eating with a group of people whose taste buds may not all be alike. Just keep in mind that at the moment, Sunshine Seasons is only open during breakfast and lunch with just snacky items served around dinner. That could change though. Check those park hours. Next, Columbia Harbor House in Magic Kingdom. Now, you could argue that Cosmic Rays Starlight Cafe might be the quick service to aim for instead at Magic Kingdom, just because you'll be serenaded by the intergalactic stylings of Sunny Eclipse while you're there, but we do tend to prefer the food over at Columbia Harbor House in Liberty Square tenfold. Columbia Harbor House has a 2-story dining room where if you go upstairs, you might be able to snag a table with a view of the Haunted Mansion. Not to mention, the surf and turf here really does give you the best bang for your buck, especially all those platter options that could come with shrimp skewers or fried shrimp or beer battered fish or chicken strips or even a combo of shrimp, fish, and chicken. Platters tend to range between $11 and $15. There are a lot more quick service good-uns that you can rely on during your next Disney visit, and you can learn about a whole lot more of them through our most recent DFB YouTube series, our Super Fantabulous 2025 Disney Crash Courses. All right, we sure do love ourselves a good secret menu, and Skipper Canteen at Magic Kingdom has one of the best. The secret menu at Skipper Canteen changes up frequently, much like all secret menus around property do, but the hush-hush item here that usually is available is the pão de queijo, the Brazilian cheese bread. This bread keeps things simple. It's just little balls of bread stuffed with soft cheese on the inside and served with a side of chimichurri cream cheese. It's plump, it's savory, it's delightful. To order this one, you're going to have to ask your server about what's on the secret menu on the day of your visit, and then you just got to cross your fingers and hope that they list off this Brazilian cheese bread as one of the options. Or if you're visiting the parks during Epcot's Food and Wine Festival, you can also find the same bread at the Brazil booth with no reservations required. The Ohana noodles at Ohana, or someplace else. So you guys might be tired of hearing about these, but I am not tired of talking about them. The Ohana noodles from Ohana at Disney's Polynesian Village Resort are still some of my favorite things to eat in all of Disney World. Now, these delicious little ribbons of savory goodness always seem to wind up on our best snacks list year after year. They are salty and sweet and have a really great soy flavor to them. They're basically just lo mein noodles, but anyway, the same thing goes for the Ohana bread pudding too, and that comes at the end of your meal. We just absolutely love this desserty bread served a la mode with a warm homemade caramel sauce. Now, while Ohana can be one of the toughest restaurants to make a reservation for in all of Disney World, it is just that popular. Oh, by the way, before I finish this point, here's a tip. If you go in and search for restaurants that have availability, Ohana is going to be right at the top because it starts with an apostrophe. So if you don't see it, that means it doesn't have any availability right at the top. Now, you can still order both the noodles and the bread pudding from the secret menu at the nearby Tambu Lounge. Just ask your server about them the next time you visit. More than likely, they'll be able to hook you up as long as it's after 4 p.m. Okay, it's official. The brand new Wailulu Island Bar and Grill over at Polynesian's new Island Tower is trying to win us over big time, and it's kind of working. At Wailulu, you can order South Pacific Island-inspired cuisine like sweet potato hummus and poke bowls and sticky pork ribs, but you can also order a Dole Whip sundae made with hibiscus meringue, macerated pineapple, and lots of berries. Just another new and interesting way to enjoy this icy yet classic Disney World treat. Wailulu is a casual walk-up experience, so no need to worry about advanced dining reservations for this one. Just take a monorail ride on over and see what all the fuss is about. Everything's better on a stick, right? That's what my local state fair told me, at least. So I'm assuming the same goes with Mickey waffles, especially if you fill them with fried chicken. Over at Rick's Sports Bar and Grill in Disney's Coronado Springs Resort, you can order the chicken stuffed waffles during breakfast, and breakfast only, by the way. The order comes with 4 Mickey waffles in lollipop formation, stuffed with chicken tenders, maple syrup, and served with a side of herb butter house potatoes. And if you're lucky, you can watch the Bills dominate on one of the restaurant's many TVs. Yes, the Buffalo Bills. They are the best. Okay, fun fact. Finding tasty vegan snacks around Disney World to accommodate your diet is actually easier than you think. So here's a quick list of a few popular Disney snacks that are actually vegan friendly. Dole Whip and Disney World go hand in hand, and since it's vegan too, it's a treat that many folks will be able to pick up and try during their park days. Just keep in mind that some of those updated seasonal flavors might have extra ingredients that aren't vegan. Also, dairy-based flavors like chocolate and vanilla soft serves, not vegan. So you'll want to check on that before you order something beyond the classic pineapple. Inside Hollywood Studios, the plant-based tachos, aka tater tot nachos, at Woody's Lunchbox are made with vegan chili, vegan cheese, green onions, potato barrels, which are tater tots, and corn chips. And just because Hollywood Studios is surprisingly a hub for tasty vegan snacks, you might also want to try the Zucchi wrap from Ronto Roasters, which is made with grilled zucchini, smoky chickpea onion slaw, creamy garlic tahini sauce, and fresh cilantro wrapped in pita bread. The sauce really makes this one shine, in my opinion, but I say that as a gal who is pro sauce for all my snacks. French fries? Nah, those bad boys are starchy spoons to hold all my sauce. Speaking of which, most of Disney's fries are vegan friendly too. You'll just have to check on the toppings before you order, which could make or break the deal there. But one of the best places resort-wide to find vegan friendly snacks is over at Aaron McKenna's Bakery, NYC in Disney Springs. Everything on the bakery's menu is vegan and gluten-free and pretty tasty. Now, this next one I really, really love. You can eat a quick service meal inside a sit-down restaurant to get a little bit of that AC. Let's face it, when it's hot in Disney World, the last thing you want to do is eat outside. But sometimes it can't be helped, especially since a lot of Disney World counter service locations only offer outdoor seating, which can make an otherwise solid quick service a whole lot less appealing. But as it turns out, 2 outdoor Epcot counter service restaurants have secret indoor seating you can take advantage of. You just have to be in the know, which is what we're going to do for you right now. The first secret indoor option is at La Cantina de San Angel over in the Mexico Pavilion. Sure, this little cantina does have a covered seating area, but covered does not always equal cooler. So here's where the hack comes in. You can actually pick up your food at La Cantina de San Angel and sit inside the attached table service restaurant, La Hacienda de San Angel. That's right, sometimes La Cantina opens up a section of seating inside La Hacienda so that there's more seating available for everyone who dines at the quick service. So it's always worth checking to see if that indoor section is open during your next visit. And the second secret indoor option is over at Yorkshire County Fish Shop. The Rose and Crown Dining Room begins service at 4 p.m., but earlier in the day, typically before 3 p.m., you can hang out in the dining room without a dining reservation if you purchase a basket of fish and chips from the nearby Yorkshire County Fish Shop window, or you get something from the kind of bar or pub area. After you make your fish and chips purchase, walk over to the Rose and Crown Dining Room and let a nearby cast member know that you'd like a place to sit. This area is normally pretty full when the restaurant officially opens at 4, but during the day you can relax inside without a dinner reservation. Reservation updates. Anyone who's had to wake up before the roosters to just snag an advanced dining reservation for a Disney World restaurant understands the absolute stress that this system can cause, which is why we appreciate any and all updates Disney decides to make that help lower our blood pressure on this stuff a little bit. Back in March, Disney World made it to where you can now search for restaurant availability for multiple days at one time. Not just that one day, multiple days. To use this new feature on the My Disney Experience app, you're going to start by looking for reservations like you normally would. Tap the plus button on the bottom of the home screen and select Check Dining Availability. You'll then choose your party size, your start date, your time, the usual stuff. However, once the screen loads, you'll notice a new Check Availability for Multiple Days line that pops up beneath each restaurant. Once you tap on that button, it's going to direct you to the restaurant's individual reservation page. That's where the magic happens. The calendar can now show all the dining reservations still available up to 60 days out. So if you were to select your first date of your vacation on that calendar, it'll show you a selectable range of potential reservations to choose from. You can choose up to 10 days at a time, and the app will automatically select all the days between the two dates you choose. For example, if you're looking for a dining reservation for Hollywood Brown Derby and Hollywood Studios, and the range of my vacation is May 11th to May 15th, I can see all of Hollywood Brown Derby's dining reservations that are still available for me to lock in between May 11th and May 15th, including the days in between, like the 12th, 13th, and 14th. If the restaurant you want to book doesn't have any availability during a specific date or time range that you choose, there'll be a no availability message listed below that date, which can be super handy, especially if you're willing to modify your park days to fit your desired dining reservations. And if that's you, then that's why we're friends. But even before this ADR change was made, Disney was already working to upgrade its reservation system last year to make things easier on guests. I'm just gonna remind you of this because it's very exciting. Back in the old days, you had to play around with the system in hopes that a different reservation time would appear that actually worked with your dining itinerary. So basically, you could only see a few available reservation times instead of all of them. But now, if you're looking for a specific dining reservation, you can see every single available reservation for the restaurant you're interested in all at once. For example, if you're looking for a lunch reservation for, say, Tiffin's at Animal Kingdom on a Saturday, you can see all the remaining available lunchtime reservations listed for that day. I know, mind-blowing, right? That they'd show us all the reservations, but hey, at least we're here now. And just to give you a little better understanding of what that looks like, if you've ever used OpenTable.com, their dining reservation system, then it's the same sort of thing as that. Just kind of show you this lineup of all these times that you can go. And you can also filter by a ton of different categories and options, so it makes it even easier for you to find what you're looking for. But it is not just the table services that have updated their systems for the better, it's Disney World's quick services too. We've got some mobile order switch-ups. Previously, if you wanted to mobile order your quick service meal to help you bypass that potentially longer standby line, each fast food joint would have time windows listed for when you could place an order, starting with the most recent. But now there's a new and much more colorful page that greets you when you select order food. So let me walk you through this change with a little hypothetical scenario. Let's say I'm wanting to mobile order some corn dog nuggies from Casey's Corner in Magic Kingdom. And plastic cheese, of course, because you can't get corn dog nuggets without plastic cheese. On this new mobile ordering page, I'll now have the option to schedule my Casey's Corner pickup time one of two ways: as soon as possible or schedule for later. If I need those corn dog nugs in my mouth ASAP, I can choose the as soon as possible option and I'll be shown the next available mobile order arrival window. But if I'm getting ahead of the curve and scheduling an order for later on, like right before the Festival of Fantasy parade, for example, I know, very smart, I can choose the schedule for later option and see all the available open time windows at Casey's for the remainder of the day instead. Here, the app is also going to show the hours that each restaurant is open. And let's say that I didn't have to have Casey's Corner. I just need something speedy and convenient on the fly. To make searching for these quick services easier to manage, there are some filters you can use toward the top of the screen, including options like Available Now and Nearby. This way, you don't have to scroll to the bottom of the list to look for specific hotels or parks that you're in. Once you select a restaurant, you'll be directed to its page where you'll see that things haven't changed. You'll still scroll through the menu and select the items you want, then proceed to check out. And once you've arrived at the restaurant during your chosen window, you can press the on-screen button that says, "I'm here, prepare my order." And those Casey's corn dog nuggies are now mine for the taking. shopping and eating. And don't forget, once you've added things to your cart in mobile order, you can now make other necessary modifications too. Just tap on the modify button for each item. This is going to take you over to the individual items page where you can begin adjusting things like your sides or toppings. Okay, time to talk seasonal changes. I am totally down for a restaurant that can get into the seasonal spirit. That way, each time you visit, you've got a higher chance of experiencing said restaurant in a whole different way. The two biggest examples of restaurants that like to switch things up frequently for exclusive celebrations are Shiki Sai, Sushi Izakaya at Epcot, and Hollywood and Vine at Hollywood Studios. The theming at Shiki Sai in the Japan Pavilion is eye candy enough, even without the seasonal updates. You got digital windows with views across Japanese landscapes, hand-painted artwork and lanterns, a sushi bar where you can watch sushi being made fresh before your eyes. But one of the most compelling parts about this restaurant is how it changes from season to season to bring a brand new celebration of Japanese food and culture. We are learning, friends, we are learning. Now, when the restaurant first opened back in August, we were introduced to the Tanabata Festival, which celebrates the story of two celestial lovers, Orihime and Hikoboshi. Maybe I got that right, maybe I didn't, let me know in the comments. And they are separated by the Milky Way, and they're only allowed to meet once a year during this very festival. That is so romantic. Then we got to experience the Autumn Delight Festival, which featured maple trees at the entrances and drew lots of inspiration from the moon. When January 1st rolled around, those who dined at Shiki Sai got to participate in the New Year's celebration, bringing the tradition of omikuji. Now, omikuji are random fortunes written on strips of paper that you would traditionally get at shrines and temples in Japan itself. But at Shiki Sai, you could draw a fortune for yourself. No shrine or temple required. And during springtime, Shiki Sai celebrates nature's rebirth with a big emphasis on Japan's blooming cherry blossom trees. Now, if you're a frequent Disney goer or you just really love Shiki Sai or both, this restaurant actually rewards you if you visit during all 4 seasons. Returning guests can join a stamp card program where you'll get a stamp for each festival that you visit. If you get a stamp for each season, then you'll earn a special prize. This program just started up last winter, so we don't know what to expect from the secret prize yet, but we sure are excited to find out. Now, before Shiki Sai was even a thought, Hollywood and Vine over in the Echo Lake area of Hollywood Studios was shaking things up each and every season with their character-driven dinner buffet experiences. Throughout the year, you can take part in Minnie's seasonal dine, and because Minnie's not an outfit repeater, she makes sure her decor and outfits, as well as the outfits of her fellow friends, Mickey, Goofy, and Pluto, all go along with her latest and greatest party. Now, aside from these 2 restaurants, which go above and beyond with their seasonal offerings, don't forget to be on the lookout for seasonal menu options that pop up across hundreds of Disney World restaurants all year long. Just to give you a few examples, several Animal Kingdom and Animal Kingdom Lodge restaurants add specialty desserts and cocktails and savory snacks to their menus to celebrate Earth Day, so you'll find that stuff all throughout April. Flavors of Florida happens during the summer over at Disney Springs, bringing homegrown flavors straight from the Sunshine State onto the menus of many sit-down and quick service experiences around that shopping district. And if you're planning on going to Disney World on or super close to Thanksgiving, lots of Disney restaurants will switch up their menus for either the day or the entire Thanksgiving weekend to give you a taste of traditional turkey, cranberry, potato, and stuffing cuisine. I could ramble on, but the important thing to remember here is that no Disney World restaurant is safe from changes, especially not seasonal changes. Now, we make sure to keep y'all updated on these holiday switch-ups when we see them happen through our free DFB newsletter, but if you want to double check just to see if a certain restaurant has so sneakily added a limited time offering to their menu just in time for your visit, click over to the restaurant's online menu via the Disney World website or My Disney Experience app. Limited time offerings should be listed at the top of each restaurant's menu. Now, certain table service restaurants actually do have to-go options. Ever want to have a sit-down meal minus the sit-down part? There are a few Disney World restaurants that can help you out with that. Participating restaurants around the Disney World resorts actually have to-go options. These include Sanaa at Animal Kingdom Lodge, Steakhouse 71 at Contemporary Resort, Three Bridges Bar and Grill at Coronado Springs, Olivia's Cafe at Old Key West, Kona Cafe at Polynesian Village, Geyser Point Bar and Grill at Wilderness Lodge, and Ale and Compass at Yacht Club. So here's how you can get a nice table service meal in takeout fashion. First, tap the Order Food button located on your My Disney Experience app and choose the resort location for the restaurant you're wanting to order from. Much like a regular quick service mobile order, you'll choose what foods you want to eat from the restaurant and then proceed to check out. You'll also have to choose an arrival window just like you will at a quick service restaurant. Now, like I said earlier, that arrival time does not mean pick up your food time. It just means you're now inside the restaurant and ready to have your food prepared. So if you tell the restaurant that you've arrived, then that's when they're going to start making your meal. At a quick service, this isn't such a big deal because you'll usually get your food shortly after you tell the restaurant you've arrived because it's quick. But if you're getting a to-go order from from a table service, you got to keep in mind that the food being prepped is going to take more time because it's still table service quality, just placed in portable boxes. So don't be shocked if you don't get your order for another 20 minutes after you tell the restaurant you've arrived. They haven't forgotten about you. They're doing the opposite. They're getting your meal very nicely cooked up. Now, once you get the notification telling you your food's ready, let the host up front know about it, and you'll be able to grab your food to either enjoy picnic style or maybe even take back to your hotel room. Third-party restaurants inside the Disney bubble could be your key to savings. Disney Springs is filled with third-party restaurants, and that means these restaurants have different loyalty programs and happy hours and savings opportunities that you're not normally going to find at a restaurant that's strictly Disney-owned. Again, we talk about all these different savings opportunities in depth in our DFB Guide to Walt Disney World Dining, but here are a few of the lesser-known Disney Springs discounts just to give you a taste of what you might be able to find. On the Blaze Fast-Fired mobile app, you might occasionally find a buy one, get one free deal to take advantage of. With the CityWorks Rewards program called Bottleneck Rewards, you could get a free appetizer and additional perks like a $10 birthday gift and more. At Paradiso 37, happy hour is from 3 to 8 p.m. and features $7 margaritas and domestic beer. And at Sprinkles, you can join their perks program to earn points for all purchases. For every dollar you spend, you'll get 5 points, and once you hit 300 points, you'll get a free item. You'll also get a free cupcake on your birthday. A few third-party restaurants also reside inside the parks, like Yak and Yeti over in Animal Kingdom and Via Napoli and Tutto Italia in Epcot. Yak and Yeti is actually owned by the same folks who own Rainforest Cafe and T-Rex, which is Landry's restaurants, while the Italy Pavilion restaurants in Epcot are owned by Patina Restaurant Group. If you join Landry's Select Club, you can earn rewards when you dine at Yak and Yeti, Rainforest Cafe, and T-Rex, which can help you save on future Landry's restaurant visits. You'll also earn $25 as a welcome reward. And when you sign up for Patina Group's subscription list, which is totally free, you'll receive offers and deals as well as $30 to $50 offers for your birthday. Patina also has lots of restaurants in Disney Springs as well, and even over in Disneyland. And we're back to being fancy, real fancy. Typically, Disney World restaurants keep it casual. Tank tops, sure, flip-flops, no problem. The shorts that are just short enough that your sweaty thighs stick to plastic seats everywhere you go, yep, those are fine too. But there are a few restaurants around property that have slightly more stringent dress code requirements you'll need to be aware of. Signature or fine dining restaurants that are located outside of the theme parks require a slightly more elevated wardrobe. This includes the following locations that I'll post on the screen for you now. So what do these restaurants want you to wear instead of flip-flops and tanks? Honestly, they don't ask for much. While you can dress up even fancier if you'd like, Disney only asks that you dress just kind of one step up from what you typically wear around the parks. So you might see the guys at these venues wearing khaki shorts and a polo shirt and sneakers, while the ladies would wear a nice sleeveless top or classy sundress. Nothing too over the top. The signature restaurants located within the theme parks, with two exceptions, have no specific dress code other than the standard park touring attire. These include the Salier's Steakhouse in Epcot, Tiffin's in Animal Kingdom, Hollywood Brown Derby and Hollywood Studios, and Be Our Guest Restaurant and Cinderella's Royal Table in Magic Kingdom. The two exceptions to this general rule are Takumite in Epcot's Japan Pavilion and Monsieur Paul in Epcot's France Pavilion. At these places, you'll be asked to adhere to the same dress code as the signature restaurants and resort hotels listed above. Classy, but nothing that's going to make you have to go out and buy a whole cocktail dress and or two-piece suit for the event. Now, there is one Disney World restaurant that's more strict about what you wear when you visit, and that's the AAA 5-diamond rated and Michelin starred Victoria and Albert's restaurant at Disney's Grand Floridian Resort and Spa. When you dine here, you're dining on luxury cuisine, and since you are what you eat, you need to dress fancy too. Disney calls it proper attire, which means you'll more than likely see men wearing suits or sport jackets, maybe even ties, while the women will more than likely be wearing some form of formal business attire, such as a skirt suit or pantsuit or a knee-length dress. And a dinner jacket is required for gentlemen in this particular restaurant, so even if you didn't bring one of your own, they will give you one to wear. Now, you may encounter some Victoria and Albert's guests who go all out here wearing black tie or floor-length gowns, but this is much less common and definitely not required. You deserve to be celebrated for whatever the occasion is, and Amorette's Patisserie over in Disney Springs can help you out with that. You can pre-order a super cutesy Mickey Mouse celebration cake in either the dark chocolate, milk chocolate, or white chocolate variety and have it delivered to the table service restaurant or restaurants that you've made reservations for. Which ones? Tons of restaurants have this option, including the ones in the parks and in the resorts, but not in the Disney Springs area. And just so we know what we're celebrating here, there are also engraving options for these celebration cakes where you can add a little message like happy birthday or congratulations, which is still vague, but there's tons worth celebrating in life, so that pretty much covers your bases. Now, each cake is $39 and feeds between 4 and 6 guests. The price of the cake will be tacked onto your restaurant bill, though you will need to order it from Emirates before your meal to give them plenty of time to prepare it. You can order cakes while making your advanced dining reservations online or through the My Disney Experience app, but you can also submit an order in person over at the restaurant just as long as it's 4 days prior to your reservation. Every now and then you might be able to make a request for a same-day cake, since some restaurants may have a limited quantity of pre-made Mickey Mouse celebration cakes on hand, but those same-day cakes are not always guaranteed, so that might not be a gamble you want to take. To see which restaurants will accept celebration cake deliveries, check out the cakes page on the Disney World website. Ooh, check and see if your favorite restaurant is now a dining package. For the past couple of Epcot festivals, we've seen more and more restaurants added to festival dining packages, which means in 2025, you'll have even more opportunities to purchase a festival dining package than ever before. What's a festival dining package, you might be asking? Well, basically, you'll pay for a meal at one of Epcot's select restaurants, and you'll also be guaranteed VIP seating at one of the shows taking place in the America Gardens Outdoor Theater that day. This basically happens during festivals most of the time and can be a great way to save your spot for when really popular artists or performances roll into town. Typically, your meal's going to include an entree and dessert or one full buffet, as well as a beverage, which can be alcoholic for guests 21 and older, or non-alcoholic for everybody. But at Spice Road Table, you'll get 2 small plates, a shared tagine, a shared dessert platter, and a beverage. All dining packages can be purchased in advance, except for Regal Eagle Smokehouse, which can only be purchased on the same day as your visit on a first-come, first-served basis, since it's going to be your cheapest dining package at $39 per adult. Now, this is an awesome tip and one that we do not talk about enough here on the channel. You can get those same-day dining packages in Epcot. During the Epcot festivals, there are concert and performance series that take place all festival long, which feature live music from local artists and popular groups and even Broadway stars. Or in the case of the extremely popular Candlelight Processional during Festival of the Holidays, you'll get to hear a celebrity narrator like Josh Gad or Jody Benson tell the Christmas story while a 50-piece orchestra and choir accompany them. Some festival performances will be fairly easy to walk up and get a seat for at the last second, but for other performances, like pretty much every Candlelight Processional offering, seats fill up fast, which is why you might want to purchase a dining package that'll help secure your seat and provide you with a nice meal beforehand. Quite a few Epcot restaurants have dining packages that you can purchase ahead of your trip, starting 60 days before your visit. But if those reservations completely book up before you get the chance to snag one yourself, which is highly possible with those Candlelight Processional offerings, you do have one more chance to grab a dining package on the day of your visit. Head over to Regal Eagle Smokehouse quick service right before they open up for the day, typically around 11:45 a.m., though times are subject to change, and see if there are any same-day dining packages available. They're not always going to be there, but if you are able to get a same-day dining package here, this is going to be your cheapest dining package option anyways. So it's definitely worth checking on if one of those concert series performances is a top-tier priority for your next visit. I get it. It's hard enough to stand in ride lines for an extended period of time, so why should you want to stand in a lengthy line for a restaurant? Especially one that doesn't have mobile order option available. Les Halles Boulangerie Patisserie. That's why. Here's the thing about Les Halles. The line always seems long here. It's like the place has some kind of gravitational pull where everyone's drawn to its tasty pastries and sandwiches and sweets. But despite the promise of fresh-baked, French-inspired goodies, it's hard to want to wait in a line that's starting to snake around the building. So here's the good news. The Les Halles line tends to move way faster than it looks like it will. The cast members here have mastered the art of efficiency, so they'll make sure to set you up for success and send you on your merry little way without any extra dilly-dally. So if you're not ordering hot food, you'll glide through that line even faster. The pre-made sandwiches and pastries and other cold items are ready to go. So you're basically just pointing and smiling and walking away with your delicious haul, kind of feeling guilty that you don't speak French. Now, your main problem after getting through the line is going to be finding a place to sit and enjoy your treats, since seating is very limited inside the building. There are a few places where you can sit outside around the pavilion, but just be prepared to take your snacks with you on the go in case you're going to have to do a little extra walking before you find a seat. Or you can always do it my way and pop a squat around the fountain area. Hey, at least it's pretty. So Disneyland used to be the only Disney location where you could find Blue Ribbon corn dogs, aka the snack stop where you can purchase the infamous pickle corn dog with a side of peanut butter dipping sauce. I don't know. What do you think? Have you tried it? Pour out your heart to me in the comments so we can decide if this is actually brilliant or a sin against snack kind. Anywho, back to business. Blue Ribbon Corn Dogs has now opened a snack kiosk in Disney's Boardwalk Inn, meaning both coasts now have pickle corn dog weirdness. Hooray! Okay, so that's not all that's sold at Blue Ribbon. Aside from the pickle corn dog, they also sell other unique corn dog creations like the Mexican street dog with jalapeno cheddar sausage, fried in cornmeal batter, topped with garlic mayo, corn kernels, cotija cheese, and cilantro. They also just introduced that massive mozzarella stick, which is so good. Corn and cheese on a corn dog? Yes, I like this. Cilantro though, no thank you. I've got that weird gene mutation where all cilantro tastes gross. Anyone else got that? And you can also pick up seasonal corn dogs here as well. So if you're a corn dog fan, it's worth paying a visit to this place more than once just to see what limited time changes are made to the menu the next time you're there. Booking a Disney World restaurant can be a tedious procedure that many families may rather not want to mess with. That's not to say booking a dining reservation is hard. You can easily make an advanced dining reservation via the My Disney Experience app or through the Disney World website, or even by calling if you're willing to brave the super long waits on the phone lines. But for those uber popular restaurants like Cinderella's Royal Table at Magic Kingdom, Space 220 at Epcot, Chef Mickey's at Contemporary, getting an ADR is like playing a game of slapjack with a lot less red hands. ADRs open up 60 days before your vacation kicks off, and technically you can book a table at any restaurant at any time during that 60-day window. You could even book a table at any restaurant on the day of your visit, if there's availability. And that's the big kicker, because just as soon as the clock strikes 6 a.m. Eastern, aka when resis tend to go live on the site, those more popular restaurants tend to get swooped up real fast. And if those were the restaurants you had your eye on in the first place, it's easy to get discouraged and not want to go to any at all if you can't have your number one choice. Now, the easy thing for me to tell you is to just set your alarms for 60 days before your trip and get online before that 6 a.m. ADR drops so you can be ready to secure your spot in the restaurant. But let's be real here. We all have jobs, and if you're out on the West Coast, that means I'm telling you to be ready to book reservations at like 2:30 in the morning, and that's not reasonable. So if you can't get those ADRs right when they go live, here are a couple of other alternatives you can turn to. First of all, remember that ADRs have changed for the better recently. Back in March of this year, the My Disney Experience app made a major update so that you can now search restaurant availability for multiple days at a time instead of just one day. That gives you more chances to secure those coveted dining reservations for later on in your trip if you can't get them for the exact day you're looking for. To use this new feature, you're going to start by looking for reservations per usual. Press the plus button on the My Disney Experience home screen and select Check Dining Availability. You'll then choose your party size, your start date, and time. However, once the screen loads, you'll notice a new Check Availability for Multiple Days button beneath each restaurant. By the way, side note, if there's one specific restaurant you're trying to find reservations for, don't forget you can also just go directly to that restaurant's main page, online or on the app, to cut out the whole search and find game when it comes to tracking down dining availability. Once you click on that button, it'll direct you to the restaurant's individual reservation page. From there, you can edit your party size, and then you'll need to select your date range. The calendar will show you all the available dining reservation days 60 days out, and when you select your first date, it'll show you a selectable range for you to choose from. You can pick up to 10 days at a time, and the app will automatically select all the days between the two dates that you chose. Also, you might want to try finding a Disney dining dupe instead. If you're still coming up dry in the reservation world, you could maybe, instead of Cinderella's Royal Table, you may want to grab reservations for Akershus Royal Banquet Hall in Epcot instead. This Norway Pavilion restaurant has Princess Storybook Dining, which will still give you the opportunity to meet lots of princesses right in a big castle during your meal, just like you can at Cinderella's Royal Table. It's not as big a castle, I understand that, but it's still pretty castle-y inside. And instead of Space 220, you might want to try joining the walk-up waitlist for the restaurant's bar seating. Now don't confuse this with the Space 220 Lounge. The Space 220 Lounge still requires you to make a reservation for it, but the Space 220 bar seating is all first come, first serve. So head over to this restaurant before it opens, before 11:30 a.m., for your best chance of getting on that walk-up waitlist. And when it comes to Chef Mickey's, this restaurant might be the only one on property where you can meet all 5 of the Fab 5 crew members in one dining experience, but many other restaurants also feature Mickey, Minnie, Donald, Goofy, and/or Pluto as well. So you can look over which restaurants feature which characters and make sure you're booking a meal where your favorites are for sure available. The Fab 5 appear in other character dining experiences like Hollywood and Vine at Hollywood Studios, Cape May Cafe at Beach Club for breakfast only, Ohana at Polynesian Village, again breakfast only, Topolino's Terrace, once again, breakfast only, Tusker House in Animal Kingdom, and Garden Grill in Epcot. And actually, if you're going to take my recommendation, just skip Chef Mickey's completely and book the meal at Garden Grill. This is a magical place where Mickey wears overalls and serves you mac and cheese. So what more are you looking for, really? All right, let's talk about those no-show fees. This is a mistake that I still make all the time. Sometimes it's not really my fault, but I still make it. So yeah, speaking from personal experience here, sometimes you wish you would have just never made a dining reservation in the first place to avoid the repercussions of that no-show fee. But let me back up. What is a no-show fee? How can you wind up cursed with one? For the most part, Disney's no-show and cancellation policies for restaurants are the same across the board. If you don't cancel at least 2 hours before your reservation time and you don't show up to the restaurant at the time you're scheduled for, then you'll have to pay a $10 penalty per person for your missed reservation. And that stings as is, but it could be worse, much worse, which is illustrated through Disney's high-end restaurants that you have to pay for in advance, like Cinderella's Royal Table in Magic Kingdom and Hoop-de-Doo Musical Review in Fort Wilderness. Both of these restaurants require a full payment at the time of booking, but if you need to cancel them for whatever reason, you need to do so as soon as possible to get a refund. Because if you don't cancel your Cinderella's Royal Table seat before that 2-hour window leading up to your reservation, you're not going to just be worrying about a $10 no-show fee. You're going to be charged for the full experience without getting the chance to eat there, and that could be hundreds of dollars depending on how many people are with you. And for Hoop-de-Doo, that full charge will impact you even sooner. Instead of 2 hours out, you'll need to cancel your table for this dinner show more than 24 hours before your booked time. And then there are the real fancy schmancy restaurant cancellation policies like Victoria and Albert's at the Grand Floridian, Monsieur Paul in Epcot, Takumi Te also in Epcot. All 3 of these restaurants are going to charge you $100 per person as a no-show fee if you don't cancel your table in time for that full refund. Each restaurant has a different time frame you'll need to make those cancellations by to avoid paying that steep price for a whole lot of nothing, which is also confusing. V&A has the least amount of wiggle room, requiring you to cancel at least 5 days in advance to avoid the $100 per person charge. Monsieur Paul asks that you make any cancellations 72 hours before your reservation to avoid unwanted no-show fees, and Takumi Te requires you to make all cancellations and changes at least 48 hours before the day you were supposed to dine there. If you make ADRs and you're scared about missing them during your Disney day because you don't want to be slapped in the face with a bill for a meal you didn't eat, I'd suggest setting an alarm on your phone to give your group a reminder for when you should start heading toward the restaurant. Set this alarm based on where you think you might be on property that day. For example, if you're planning on being in Magic Kingdom all day, you're not going to need as much time to get over to Skipper Canteen since it's located in that park, but you will need some time to get over to Boma since it's all the way over in Animal Kingdom Lodge, which means you'll be potentially transferring between multiple bus stops or modes of transportation to get there, or you might have to wait a long time for a bus. I also recommend setting an alarm for when you would need to cancel your dining reservation if you were going to. That's a good one to just have go off and remind you, hey, if you're not going to make it to this dining reservation, time to cancel it. Hundreds. That's how many restaurants you have to choose from in Disney World. Literally hundreds. And while sure, this does mean you have a greater chance of finding something that you're going to fall in love with, it's also really overwhelming. You got quick services, snack stands, drink kiosks, table services, character dining, signature restaurants, lounges, so many options. And if you're like me when it comes to narrowing down a lot of different choices, sometimes it's just easier to throw your hands in the air in defeat and go, whatever, there's a McDonald's less than 5 minutes away, let's just do that. And while I'm never one to turn down a McChicken, I also don't want you to ever feel like you're settling during your vacation. Intergalactic drinks, funky beats from a retired droid, and new cheesy bar snacks. Things have really been popping over on the Yoga's Cantina scene recently inside Galaxy's Edge. But if you're wanting to check out this spaceport bar during your 2025 visit, don't forget the following rules. 1, while most Disney World lounges and bars don't require an advanced dining reservation, Oga's is one of the few that does take them. That being said, you may still be able to find last-minute availability on the day of your visit through the My Disney Experience app or by asking a host outside of the cantina. 2, there's very, very, very limited seating at Oga's. So there's a good chance you'll be snacking and sipping and standing during your entire visit, and potentially right next to a bunch of strangers. And 3, there is a 45-minute time limit for each party, so don't expect to enter the cantina and just chill there for the remainder of the afternoon like we kind of do at Nomad Lounge. This place is small but popular, so Disney has to make sure to keep a revolving door open for this place at all times. If you want to rope drop one of the parks, but you also want to eat something for breakfast at the start of your day, you don't have to pick and choose one thing or the other, but I get why it might feel that way. Lots of Disney World hotels start serving breakfast after most people leave for rope drop, with the only exception for this being some of the Value Resort food courts, which usually open around 6:30 a.m. That's why we like to pack those breakfasty foods in our park bags ahead of time, like dry cereal boxes or granola bars. And looks like Bria misspelled frosted Pop-Tarts in the script because unfortunately it says unfrosted Pop-Tarts in here. And why would she willingly be choosing an unfrosted Pop-Tart? These are things I don't understand. Bria, get it right. Come on now. Anywho, if you forget to pack breakfast foods, don't sweat it. You can always go grocery shopping once you arrive at Orlando, or you can use Kroger Grocery Delivery. They're going to deliver your groceries to your hotel directly, so you don't have to leave the Disney bubble if you don't want to. And please don't let Bria's mistake steer you wrong. You definitely want the frosted Pop-Tarts. Want to find DFB's very favorite snacks in every single park? We got a guide for that. Our Best Disney World Snacks mini guide has snack maps. Yes, maps to the snacks that track down our top cannot miss treats all over Disney World. Get it for free at this QR code or head to disneyfoodblog.com/bestsnacks if you're watching on your phone. Food can be the biggest part of your Disney World budget, and here at DFB Guide, we're all about getting a great deal. So let's take a look at some tips that are going to save you cash and some that might steer you wrong. So is there a restaurant you really want to go to just for the atmosphere of it all? Then book a reservation for breakfast instead of lunch or dinner. The prime example of this, the ever so popular Cinderella's Royal Table over in Magic Kingdom. Dining inside the Cinderella Castle does not come cheap, y'all. You're looking at a lunch and dinner price that'll set you back $84 per adult and $49 per kid. So a family of 4 with 2 adults, 2 kids can expect to pay $266 for their meal before tax and tip. That's like the same price as staying in Pop Century Resort for a night, which is wild. Now, no matter when you dine here, you're going to pay a pretty penny for your meal. But if you choose to dine here before the clock strikes 11, you'll be paying breakfast prices instead of the regular meal prices. And breakfast is going to put you back $69 per adult and $42 per kid. So a family of 4 will end up paying before tax and tip $222 instead of $266, saving you $44 when all is said and done. And that can probably pay for lunch. Some folks would rather not go to these types of restaurants during breakfast simply because they don't want to eat a typical or even slightly elevated breakfast spread of scrambled eggs, fancy toasts, and assorted pastries. And I get that, especially if you're staying at a hotel off-site that has continental breakfast already available for you for free. I mean, why would you pay for similar food you can get for free? However, if you're just going for the restaurant experience and not necessarily the food, this still might be the best time to make a reservation if you want to eat at an expensive Disney restaurant that's been on your radar for a while, yet still save a buck or two in the process. This is also really, really good for other character meals like buffets. All right, it's time to know which restaurant's going to give you the best bang for your buck. We're going to cut to the chase. Which Disney restaurants serve up super high quality food while also giving you the most out of your overall experience? We've got a few lined up for you to keep in mind. First, Sanaa at Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge is located on the resort's Sunset Savannah, where you'll get to see zebras, giraffes, gazelles, and several other creatures that you're so not going to see out the window of your local mom and pop diner back home, unless you live in Africa. What makes this restaurant such an amazing deal is that you get the safari animal experience without having to pay for admission to Disney's Animal Kingdom. It's like having lunch and a show. Now, Garden Grill at Epcot, that's a family-style character dining experience where you get to meet fan favorites like Chip and Dale, Pluto, and Farmer Mickey. The overalls and plaid suit him, right? Now, because of the circular shape of this restaurant, characters are able to come around to visit your table not just once, but multiple times during a single meal. It's a small restaurant. There aren't as many people here as there are at Chef Mickey's, so you're going to get to see these characters a lot. Not to mention, the restaurant slowly rotates, so you'll get to see several of the different scenes from the best ride in Epcot, Living with the Land, going on down below. And Steakhouse 71 at Disney's Contemporary Resort is surprisingly affordable for a sit-down Disney World restaurant that has amazing food. Entrees here cost between $16 and $26, and although dinner is a bit more expensive, the steakhouse cuts are still cheaper than most other steakhouses in Disney World. For example, a 6-ounce filet mignon at Steakhouse 71 is $38, while the same thing's going to cost you $62 at Le Cellier in Epcot. Plus, don't forget to get that amazing cheeseburger. I know, you wouldn't think a cheeseburger in Disney World would be much to talk about, but believe me, it is. Caramel butter bars, giant Mickey sugar cookies, and cupcakes with surprise icing filling inside just the way I like them. Yep, picking up a Disney goodie at one of the park's confectionaries can make your visit so much sweeter. However, typically you don't have to be in the parks to get some of Disney's best sugary treats. This is one of my favorite tips, and nobody talks about it. If you're exploring the Disney resorts for the day, and you just so happen to stumble upon a hotel gift shop that has a bakery display case, many of the same in-park treats will be featured inside these display cases too, because they're all made at a central bakery, and they're all sent out to all these different bakery cases every day. This also goes for Disney-owned confectionery locations inside Disney Springs, like the recently reopened Candy Cauldron and Goofy's Candy Company. So that caramel butter bar that I absolutely adore, that a lot of people think you can only get at Caramelkusha in Epcot, nope, you can actually get it in Magic Kingdom. You can get it over in Animal Kingdom. You can get it at the Boardwalk Inn. Yes, you can. And never doubt your Disney dining choices ever again. Did you hear the news? Because if you didn't, good. I wanted to be the one to tell you about it anyways. The team and I have been working super hard to revamp that DFB guide to Walt Disney World dining just in time for your 2025 vacation. And we did it. And you can purchase it right now over on dfbstore.com. So what changes have we made exactly? Well, let me just show you. Here's what our guide pages looked like before. Still informative, still beautiful, but a lot. And here's what they look like now. Easy to digest, a gorgeous layout, still all the same information and tips that will be perfect for your next visit. If you want to pick up a guide today, don't forget to type in code YouTube so you can save some extra money on your total purchase. Now, this sounds very millennial Gen Z of me, but it's true. If you're just looking for a quick and easy meal and you don't really want to grab another expensive one inside the parks or maybe even at your own hotel, you can instead go for what you know hits the spot each and every time back home, the fast food. Now, you can always jump in your car and drive to one of those nearby fast food locations if you've got the means to, but delivery apps like DoorDash and Uber Eats can also deliver your on-the-go grub straight to your hotel for you. That way you can enjoy it from the comfort of your hotel room, jammies and all. But before you rely on these services to give you the goods, here are a couple of words of warning you'll want to keep in your back pocket. First, before ordering, triple check that the restaurant or store can deliver to your location. Make sure you put in the actual address for your hotel, not the address for your home back where you're from, because I've done that before. I've actually had food delivered to my house when I've been in Disney World. So just don't make my mistakes. 2, check to see if there's a particular delivery service or app that's more economical in terms of delivery fees. When we checked, Grubhub had the highest delivery fees, ranging between $3.99 and $5.99, and typically expected 30-minute delivery times. DoorDash hung around 20 minutes, with delivery fees ranging from $0 to $2.99, and the shortest and cheapest delivery fees recorded by Uber Eats at 15 minutes, and delivery fees ranging from 49 cents to $2.49. Now, 3, keep in mind that these delivery services can't deliver all the way to your room. You don't want them to, that's not safe. So be prepared to walk to the lobby or front of the resort to pick up your food. Now, here's one of the main reasons why some people are deciding not to eat at Disney World restaurants anymore. They're fending for themselves because it's way cheaper that way. You can bring your own snacks and meals into the parks to picnic and save a little extra money in the process. There are a few rules about what you can and can't bring in food and drink wise though. No alcohol, no foods in glass containers, no meals with super potent smells, and no items that need to be kept frozen or reheated. But pretty much everything else is allowed in the parks, like veggie sticks, protein bars, Slim Jims, sandwiches, peanut butter crackers, whatever else you think your family is going to stop and munch on during your Disney day. If you're flying to Disney World or don't have space for snacks in your luggage or car, you can use the grocery delivery service like Kroger Delivery, or stop by a local supermarket before reaching your hotel. All in all, if you don't want to spend money on Disney dining, you don't have to, not at all, which Disney probably doesn't want me to tell you, but I couldn't not tell you, you know? Okay, listen, I'm not here to tell you how to live your life. So if you want a Mickey Mouse shaped lollipop saver from the Disney gift shops for $11, by all means, get one. However, we found that you can save those giant lollipops just as easily by sticking them in a Ziploc bag, aka my favorite park bag accessory nowadays. Plastic bags are also good for storing wet socks and saving other snacky foods, especially of the chocolate variety if you don't want them melting all over your bag, and for keeping your electronic devices nice and dry when you ride Tiana's Bayou Adventure in Magic Kingdom or Kali River Rapids in Animal Kingdom. There's lots of benefits for those plastic bags. I literally pack them on every single trip I take, Disney World or not Disney World, and I always end up using them. So don't spend $11 on a lollipop saver. Buy a whole box of plastic bags and use them instead for all kinds of stuff. Can't put your wet socks in a lollipop saver. That's all I'm saying. Now, here's an epic Disney Springs purchase that almost feels illegal, but rest assured it's not. Well, the Shine On tap at Art Smith's Homecoming over at Disney Springs typically starts at $16 for a 16-ounce pour or $36 for a flight of all 5 flavors. You can order each of these drinks in a 22-ounce jumbo squeeze bottle for only $24. Once you purchase the bottle, refills after that are only $16, which means you'll be getting more Shine On tap for the same price as you would a regular old 16-ounce squeeze bottle-less pour. And don't you worry, you don't have to book homecoming reservations each time you want a moonshine refill. Just belly up to the outdoor Shine bar attached to the restaurant and get your Shine refill while you're on the go. Now, this next tip may not sound like fun, but it's going to be super useful once you're actually in the park, and that's creating a realistic festival budget. Now, we're not going to lie to you, an Epcot festival can be a lot of information, a lot of food, and most importantly, a lot of money. Between park tickets and food and merchandise, the cost can start to add up. But we are here to keep you on track. No matter what festival you're hitting up, food items typically range from $4 to $10, and drinks can cost anywhere from $5 to $14, depending on what the beverage is. Realistically, if you picked up, say, a total of 15 items throughout the day, this will put your budget a bit closer to $135 per person based on the average cost of food and drink items. But to be fair, even with these items being more sample-sized, 15 is still a lot of stuff, so you might find yourself spending less, or at least splitting some of these items with other members in your group. That said, it's better to over budget than under budget for a festival so that you're not accidentally spending more money on food and drink than you were planning to. But what should you be spending your money on during these fests? With each new festival, the DFB team and I always come out with a brand new YouTube video covering the best of the fest, in our humble opinions, of course. But you can learn all about each of the festival items from our DFB specific guides. They're available now over at dfbstore.com. And of course, there's information on the site. We have every single picture of every single food item as soon as the festival begins, so you get all the information you need right there. If you're looking for comprehensive festival coverage, we have it for you. But if you do want to purchase one of those guides as well, we even have guidebook bundle deals, so you can get festival guides alongside our main DFB guide to Walt Disney World dining, which I'll give you ultra detailed looks into every single one of the restaurants on the Disney World property. And to save even more money on your guidebook purchases, make sure to type in code YouTube before you press that checkout button. Grabbing a cocktail from 11 different countries to conquer a drinking around the world challenge is a lot, and I'm not talking about it being just a lot of money, though it is. I'm talking about it being a lot on your body too, because the alcoholic drinks you're going to find in each pavilion, they're pretty strong. So instead of pushing yourself past your limit, try splitting drinks with another person in your group who's willing to take on the challenge with you. This will not only help you save on drink purchases, but also keep you from having to finish off an entire cocktail yourself in every country. You may also want to choose some of the smaller cocktails in each pavilion. Many of the festival food booths also have sample-sized alcoholic beverages for you to try. But keep in mind that these samples could still be pretty pricey, pushing you back around $12 to $14 per drink. So if you want to save even more, don't count out trying those specialty non-alcoholic beverages. In my book, those still count. You can always break up each country with a mocktail instead, which will be half the price of a usual cocktail. Now, Epcot has so many drinks for you to choose from, but not every one of them is going to be a winner. So here are a few of our top drink choices from a few different pavilions. Grapefruit beer from Germany. Now, even if you don't like beer, you may very well like the Schafferhofer Pink Grapefruit Hefeweizen from Summerfest. This beer is a light, crisp, and refreshing drink with a nice hint of grapefruit flavor, but you do need to like grapefruit to appreciate it, so keep that in mind. You can get some of the world's finest wines inside the Italy Pavilion, but why just get one when you can get a whole flight? Tutto Gusto Wine Cellar offers different wines with its flights throughout the year to help you find your next favorite. And it's no secret that we love the ice cream martinis you can get from L'Artisan in France, which double as a drink and a dessert, but for a cocktail that's a little more refreshing and less ice cream heavy, the Grand Marnier Orange Slush from Les Vins des Chefs de France will give you a mixture of Grand Marnier, rum, Grey Goose, and orange juice, so it's basically like a grown-up creamsicle in beverage form. That elephant in the room, let's talk about prices. I can already hear y'all wilding in the comments going, oh yeah, the Disney dining prices are dumb. I'm not here to gaslight you. You're right. Those table service restaurant prices are not kind to wallets, especially when it comes to table services with prefix menus. At a table service restaurant where you can purchase your apps and entrees and desserts individually, you've got a better chance of paying a price you're more comfortable with for the meal you actually want to eat. Comfortable being a loose term here. It's all relative. However, when you have to pay a prefix cost to dine at certain restaurants, including those family style and buffet options, then you're pretty much locked into one steep price point, no matter how much food you actually wind up eating. It's like those self-serve froyo places. Some are going to charge you by the ounce, so you can pay for as much or as little as you want, while some charge you by the whole container, meaning you're going to pay the same price whether you fill up your froyo with just a teeny bit of golden vanilla or have it overflowing with icy goodness. Yep, if you're someone who likes to fill their froyo cup to the brim, or rather eat a really hearty meal during your Disney trip, then the prefix dining option might actually be a good deal for you in the end. But if you're someone who likes to munch on a couple of apps and drink a couple of waters before moving on with your day, you may not be too keen on paying over $70 per person for a ginormous spread of food that you're not going to eat. So if you're on the hunt for a table service in Disney World that doesn't charge prefix prices for their food, here are a few of our favorite options you might want to consider so you can dine the way you want to, price-wise. Olivia's Cafe is a beachy, breezy, casual restaurant in Disney's Old Key West Resort, where apps range around $10 to $16, entrees are $11 to $25, desserts are around $9 to $10, so you're almost at counter service prices here. Grand Floridian Cafe is a relaxing restaurant inside the Grand Floridian Resort that serves tasty, moderately priced items for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Apps range from $12 to $17, entrees $16 to $29, desserts from $9 to $10. That is. The Plaza Restaurant is a bright and airy dining parlor that serves classic meals in Magic Kingdom with apps ranging from $10 to $15, entrees from $17 to $25. Remember when they were so much cheaper? I do. And desserts ranging from $8 to $12. Those are really good desserts, by the way. After its long hiatus post-2020 closures, the Disney dining plan returned to us at the start of the year, meaning guests can now change up their trips by prepaying for meals around Disney World before your vacation begins. Now, when you pay for the DDP, you'll get an allotted amount of dining credits, including 1 snack credit per day. For some, spending snack credits is easy peasy, but for others, you might find it a bit trickier to figure out how to use them all up and use them well before it's too late. After all, once your trip is over, any unused credits go into the oblivion, and that's just money thrown out the window. So here's how you might want to spend your snack credits if you got them to spend, and we do recommend planning ahead on this one. Option number 1, breakfast offerings. Your DDP will cover 2 meals per day, either 2 quick service ones or 1 quick service and 1 table service, depending on which plan you choose. While you're more than welcome to use those meal credits however you want to, you may not want to use them on a hearty breakfast because breakfast meals tend to be less expensive than lunch or dinner, so why not use those meal credits on the more expensive meals, right? Right. That's where snack credits come in handy and cover a light breakfast for you. Some breakfast-like items you can use a snack credit for are Liege waffles in the Connections Eatery in Epcot, the warm cinnamon roll from Gaston's Tavern in Magic Kingdom. That's a coup. I hope they never take that off the snack credit list. Joffrey's Donuts at the Joffrey's Coffee Snack Kiosks. Those are really good donuts. They're actually made by Donut King, which is a local donut supplier, and they're really good. Not stale at all. Super good. Anyway, Lunchbox Tart from Woody's Lunchbox in Hollywood Studios. Or here's a fun one for you, a Trenta-sized coffee from one of the park's Starbucks locations. Now, all the coffee sizes are the same single snack credit cost, so you might as well go big. Option number 2 for your snack credits, seasonal offerings. Since we're all about changes in today's video, you can change up your snack game too by choosing to spend your Disney Dining Plan snack creds on something that will only be around for a limited time. Remember, DDP eligible items are the ones marked with that purple and white square DDP emblem. emblem. But even if there's a seasonal item that doesn't have that emblem next to it, never hurts to ask the cast member behind the register to see if you can still use a snack credit on it. The worst they can say is no, and that's totally a-okay. Option number 3, Epcot Festival food booths. This is, as you know, my all-time favorite snack credit strategy because I think it's the best use of snack credits. It makes the most of them. During Epcot seasonal festivals, the park will have several food booths stationed around the World Showcase and World Celebration and World Discovery these days, where you can taste test unique items. Again, just watch for that DDP symbol, and if you'd like, you can also use more than one of your snack credits during your Epcot day to taste test multiple food booth items. While you will receive one snack credit allotment per day, you can use those credits whenever you want throughout your trip. So if you want to use them all right then and there during your Epcot Festival exploration, go for it. I've said it before and I'll say it again. You don't have to pay for pricey water bottles in Magic Kingdom, even if you don't bring a refillable one from home. Free water cups are available at several quick service locations and kiosks around the park. Just keep in mind that the popcorn carts, aside from the one in the hub area, do not have free ice water available and only sell it bottled. However, locations like Joffrey's and the Main Street Bakery, Sleepy Hollow Refreshments, Westward Ho, Sunshine Tree Terrace, and lots of other quick service locations will make sure to keep you nice and hydrated at no extra cost. Disney does not want you fainting from dehydration on their watch, believe me. Okay, friends, so what's the damage? Let's tally up the numbers and come with a very basic dining budget you can use as a springboard while creating your own dining budget. Now, notice that we're not going to any lounges for, nightcaps or anything in this tally. That's, of course, going to cost you extra, but we're going to stick with our family of 4 here, 2 adults, 2 kids. Sorry, Aunt Susan, you are not invited this time. And what they're going to eat on a typical Disney day. And we're going to assume this proverbial family is going to be staying for a week in Disney World, meaning they're going to need to create a budget for lunch and dinner all 7 days of their trip. I'm skipping breakfast for now just because you might want to pack breakfasty foods before your trip like granola bars and Pop-Tarts. Bria wants you to bring unfrosted Pop-Tarts, but I am insisting that you bring frosted Pop-Tarts and skip out on spending another $10 to $15 per person for that breakfast meal. We'll assume this family mostly wants to do quick service restaurants with 2 table service options thrown in the mix, one with standard dining and one with character dining, plus 1 snack option per person per day, which, hey, might still be your breakfast option in the end. After crunching the numbers with my abacus, just kidding kids, I've got a smartphone calculator handy, a rough average budget for this family of 4 during their week-long Disney World trip to Disney comes to $1,300. But is this really going to be the best option for you, or is there a better option out there? Now that you've got an out-of-pocket budget to visualize, let's take that budget and compare it to what you'll pay if you get the Disney dining plan, just to see how different the 2 price points actually look. First things first, a super duper speedy recap of what the Disney dining plan is, just so you know why we're talking about it in the first place. The Disney dining plan is a prepayment plan that you choose to add to a Disney vacation package, like a bundled hotel room and theme park ticket cost. The DDP allows you to pay for all your food before you go to Disney instead of having to worry about paying for everything out of pocket at each and every restaurant. There are 2 Disney dining plans available for you to choose from, the quick service plan and the standard plan. With the quick service plan, you're going to get 2 quick service meal credits and 1 snack credit per person per night of your package. Additionally, each member of your group will receive 1 refillable resort mug that's good for use during the length of the package just at Disney hotels. Meanwhile, the standard plan offers pretty much the same thing, except you'll trade out one of those daily quick service credits in exchange for a table service credit per person per day. There are a lot of pros and cons to the DDP, which you can look further into when you click on our Disney Dining Plan playlist over on our channel with tons of videos that go in depth about said pros and cons that might have sparked your interest. But what I want to hone in on today is the cost of these DDPs. Now that we've got an average idea of what a family of 4 is going to pay for dining out of pocket during a week-long trip to Disney World, what are the Disney dining plans going to cost for the same family if they choose one of the prepaid routes instead? So let's take a look. The quick service Disney dining plan in 2025 is going to cost $59.14 per night per adult and $24.70 per night per kid. Meanwhile, the standard dining plan in 2025 will cost $97.70 per night per adult and $30.78 per night per kid. So at the end of a 7-day visit to Disney World with our little family of 4, they're going to pay $1,173.76 for the quick service dining plan, or $1,798.72 for the standard plan. Now, it makes sense for our out-of-pocket budget to fall within the middle of these two price points since we only added 2 table services into the hypothetical dining budget earlier. But what if we remove those 2 table services from our original out-of-pocket budget? Would the quick service plan still cost less? If we stuck with just quick services and no table service restaurants, then that original budget I gave you earlier would instead add up to $1,106. So that's going to be cheaper than the quick service dining plan. And what if I took away all the snacks from our out-of-pocket budget too, which you can't do with either of the Disney dining plans? Then my budget starts to drop below that $1,000 mark and instead becomes $770 for our vacationing family of 4. No matter what ways we adjust our out-of-pocket plan to help save us money, the standard dining plan continues to be the most expensive option of the bunch, since you're literally paying for a table service restaurant every single day. But those who really love table service restaurants at Disney can stretch their Disney dining plan credits pretty far at several of the restaurants around property. For instance, you can order pricier dishes than you'd normally pick, like steak and lobster every day, or you can book reservations for restaurants you'd normally skip, the ones that are really expensive, or even enjoy an alcoholic beverage with as many meals as you want, if you're 21 and over, that is. When you've already paid for all your food ahead of time, you can treat dining around Disney very all-inclusive-esque, which can be worth the price bump up altogether. But one final thing I've got to mention, whether you're paying for food out of pocket or with the standard dining plan, you've got to factor in gratuity for each of your table service meals. Yep, Disney Dining Plan users, even you, because gratuity is not included with the Disney Dining Plan. So don't get too caught up in the all-inclusive qualities of this service and forget to budget for that one last major important thing. Now, like I said, if you want to figure out how to maximize your dining credits on the Disney Dining Plan, we are the place. We've got so many great Disney Dining Plan videos. We've got a Disney Dining Plan book for you to let you figure out if it makes sense for you to get it and how to maximize, get the most for your money, the biggest bang for your buck when you do get the Disney Dining Plan. Do we recommend the Disney Dining Plan? It's totally up to you. It honestly really just depends on whether you want that prepaid, peace of mind. Disney does price their Disney Dining Plan at the highest level they can. They know how much people spend on food in Disney World, so they're going to price it higher than what the average person spends on food so that they can make money off of it. Obviously, that's how a business works, but sometimes it's worth that extra kind of bump up if you want to get all the most expensive stuff, you want to eat at all the most expensive restaurants, you want to make sure to make use of all of those alcoholic beverages that are included, and you also want the peace of mind of prepaying. So it's totally up to you and how you vacation. Did you know that Disney World is twice the size of Manhattan? The entire property is over 39 square miles, which can make it difficult to navigate, but don't worry, that's why you're here. We got you covered. I often talk about how tedious it can be to drive to the Magic Kingdom simply because you have to park over by the Transportation and Ticket Center, and then you have to take a monorail or ferry just to get to the front gate of the park. And that extra transportation time really does eat into your day. But depending on where you have to park, you may have to factor in another mode of transportation just to get to the Transportation and Ticket Center, and that's the trams. If you're parked out far enough, you may not want to walk all the way over to the Transportation and Ticket Center. And if that's the case, then you're not just going to have to wait to get on a monorail or a ferry, but you're also going to have to wait to get on a tram first. Basically, driving to the Magic Kingdom is not as easy as the other parks, where you can just park and waltz right on up to the main gate. So when you're trying to make it over to Rope Drop or Magic Kingdom dining reservation, and you're taking your own vehicle instead of a Disney bus, factor in those extra transportation methods that you're going to need to take on top of the time it'll take you to drive to the park. Meaning, head out early, give yourself plenty of time. Cross my heart, this shortcut has become one of my all-time favorites when dealing with the Magic Kingdom crowds. If you take the monorail from the Transportation and Ticket Center and over to Magic Kingdom, then once you arrive at the park, take the stairs down from the monorail station, if you can, rather than taking the ramp. Sure, this may only save you a minute or two in the grand scheme of things, but that extra minute or two will get you past the crowd of people exiting the ramp and up to the front gates to scan your ticket before everyone else. Now, let's talk about Disney Springs and the horrible, shocking surprise it can be when you realize exactly how much traffic there is to get there. Disney Springs may not be a park, but that does not mean it doesn't get packed out like the parks do. Disney Springs in the evenings, especially on the weekends, becomes the place to be for guests and locals alike. Even if you're just driving over from Disney's Art of Animation Resort, you're going to need to factor in how incredibly heavy that traffic can potentially be. So factor in at least an extra hour for travel alone to make it over to Disney Springs on time. Even if you get there earlier than your dining reservation, you're still going to have plenty to do to kill time. This is a shopping district after all. But Bria and I have both had situations where we have been 30 minutes to an hour late for a dining reservation. One of our editors and project managers, Lee, has been extremely late for reservations in Disney Springs because nobody ever thinks there's going to be that much traffic, but there is. It is a nightmare. Plan ahead if you're going on Friday or Saturday or even Sunday sometimes. First up, this is a really easy mistake to make, and it could absolutely destroy your trip. Don't assume that Disney transportation runs 24/7. This makes me cringe big time. During my last trip, I was taking an Uber over to Epcot, and my Uber driver, as friendly and well-meaning as all get out, reminded me that Disney transportation runs 24/7. And my stomach just sank because how many other people had he told this information to? As awesome as it would be for Disney transportation to always be around and available, according to the Disney website, bus service generally operates from 45 minutes before a theme park opening time until 1 hour after a theme park closing time. Meanwhile, the Resort Monorail and Express Monorail begin operating 30 minutes prior to when Magic Kingdom Park opens and stop 1 hour after Magic Kingdom Park closes, while the Epcot Monorail begins operating 30 minutes prior to when Epcot opens and stops 2 hours after Epcot closes. And when it comes to the Skyliner, these little gondolas are available each day 1 hour before early theme park entry begins at Epcot or Disney's Hollywood Studios, and close each day 90 minutes after Epcot or Disney's Hollywood Studios closes. Note that this does not necessarily mean after hours events. So if you've got an after hours or Jollywood Nights or any one of those other kind of extended evening events, definitely ask cast members when that Skyliner is going to close, because I've been caught in that problem before and had to take buses. So let's say you drive to Magic Kingdom. The park is slated to close at 9 p.m. that day, but you wind up taking a Disney bus over to the Boardwalk Inn to hang out at Jelly Rolls until 11:30. By the time you're finished partying the night away, you might not be able to take a bus back to Magic Kingdom to get to the Transportation and Ticket Center if Disney World Transportation is finished for the night. In this case, you might be stuck paying for a rideshare service just to return to your car. Disney World Transportation can be deceiving, so don't assume you can rely on it 24/7. Make sure to plan ahead so you know exactly where you're going and how you're going to get around property without all the extra stress. Minivans, aka Disney's own rideshare service that's bookable through the Lyft app, can be a super convenient way to get you from point A to point B across Disney World property. But let me warn you about two things before you rely on them entirely. One, minivans are typically pricier than a regular rideshare service. The last time I was at Magic Kingdom and trying to book a rideshare, a minivan was going to cost me $40 while a regular Uber was going to cost me $15. Some folks do prefer splurging a little more for the minivan though, since minivans will pick you up from the Magic Kingdom closer to the front gate, while a standard Uber or Lyft will pick you up at the Transportation and Ticket Center, meaning you'll still need to catch a ferry or monorail to reach it. Minivans also guarantee 2 clean and safe car seats, which are super useful if you have littles in tow. Second thing to remember about minivans, they are extremely limited. There's a good chance that if you book a minivan right when you're at a minivan pickup area for whatever park or resort you're at, you might have to wait an extra 15 to 30 minutes before it gets to you. Or if it's toward the end of the night, you might find yourself out of luck for getting a minivan at all, since they'll be completely booked up. While you can't pre-book a minivan, it's not a bad idea to book one 30 to 40 minutes before you're about to leave the park, just to give it time to reach you and give you time to reach it without having to wait on the side of the curb for what feels like forever, regretting your choices. It is time to talk about avoiding riding Disney transportation at the worst times. Look, I love Disney transportation as much as the next Disney transportation fan, but there are some times when our visits on said transportation services are just timed just wrong, and we want you to avoid making these mistakes. Take the Magic Kingdom boats, for example, which make their way across the Seven Seas Lagoon and over to hotels like Polynesian Village Resort, Grand Floridian, Wilderness Lodge, Fort Wilderness, Contemporary. If you're trying to get back to your hotel room at night via boat ride, but you just so happen to be making your way across the lagoon when the electrical water pageant is taking place, which runs between 8:25 to 10:30 p.m. nightly, then you could very well get caught by the parade route and have to wait for the surrounding waters to clear out again. It's just not safe for you guys to be boating across the lake when there's a giant parade. One of our reporters recently got stuck on a Disney boat for an hour while the pageant was going on, which was a lot of time to be stuck out at sea after a full park day, but I don't need to tell you that. You may want to stick with an alternative mode of transportation during this time instead, or maybe even splurge a little for a minivan if you're wanting to make a quick getaway back to your room. And that's not the only Magic Kingdom area parade that could interrupt your Disney transportation ride. We've also gotten ourselves stuck on the Walt Disney World Railroad during the Festival of Fantasy parade. The train has to stop at Main Street USA to let the parade floats cross through into the backstage area over there in Frontierland. Though we were only stopped for 15 minutes as opposed to an hour in a boat, that's still a good chunk of time just be sitting idly in a train. The Festival of Fantasy parade happens around noon and 3 p.m. daily, so try to avoid any railroad joy rides during that time unless you want to potentially catch the tail end of the parade from your train car. Now, do not forget about this under the radar transportation. Dude, do not forget the Epcot boat. You can friendship boat between Canada and Morocco to get you across the World Showcase in just 5 minutes. Sure, the wait time for the boat alone might be a bit grueling, but if you see one of these boats already docked and ready to take guests across the lagoon, it can save you lots of time as well as energy. Once upon a time, Epcot actually had a second World Showcase friendship boat that'd take you from Germany to Mexico, but that one's been down for the count for a good long while now. However, we're going to keep an eye on it, let you know when it returns. Now, still on transportation, don't fully trust Disney's boat transportation. Notice how I didn't talk about the Disney Springs boat transportation in the point before this one. There's a reason for that. Over at Port Orleans Riverside and French Quarter, Old Key West, and Saratoga Springs, you can usually get on the Sassagoula steamboat and float your way on down to the shopping district instead of taking a bus over there. However, we've seen this boat transportation down for the count a lot more often lately, leaving guests pretty frustrated that they can't use this hotel perk that should go along with their resort purchase. But why have the boats been down? Well, when the boat transportation isn't running between Springs and the surrounding hotels, it's typically due to an issue with the weather or water levels affecting the ability of the boats to actually float. More often than not, the boats are typically running. However, we recommend tracking the Orlando weather around Disney World leading up to your trip and keeping a close eye on the news we post to be sure there won't be any delays in your current transportation plans. Right around late spring, kind of before the rainy season hits, the Sassagoula can get low and sometimes these boats aren't running. But when they aren't running, the hotels will have complimentary bus transportation still up and available, and driving and ride shares are always an option too for speedier access. Oh, and don't forget about the Saratoga Springs Resort walkway. You can always get to Disney Springs on foot from this resort. It just might be a bit of a trek depending on which building your room is located in. We are all about letting technology do the work for us, and that goes for when we lose our car in one of the Disney World parking lots, because why play Marco Polo with your minivan's alarm when you can just have the My Disney Experience app track it down for you? We've all done it. The My Disney Experience app now has a car locator feature, which you can find when you tap on the hamburger, aka the 3 horizontal lines button, and scroll down to the bottom of your list of options. When you park your car in one of the Disney theme park lots, press the Save Vehicle Location button, or manually enter the car's location yourself. This will allow the app to use your current location to get information about your car's whereabouts. When it's time to find your car at the end of the day, just open the app back up, choose the car locator feature, and bam, there's your car's saved location. So that's super simple. Can you also just take a picture of where your car is? Yes. This is just a fancier way to do it. While Disney's bus transportation is often the easiest solution to getting around the parks, it can also make you all jittery wondering, how long is this going to take? But here's the good news. You can actually track your Disney World bus on Google Maps. To start, you'll need to put your starting location and final destination in the app, then select the Public Transportation tab. Here, it's going to tell you how long the path will take. From there, click on the route you're interested in to get a full breakdown of what the trip will be like. If you select the bus option from the last screen, it'll take you to a full bus schedule tab, and this shows when the Disney buses are expected to arrive at the bus stop throughout the day. But the real kicker is that when you tap on the bus you want to ride, the app will track it for you. This is a huge tip. And honestly, I hope you're happy you clicked on this video just for this tip, because it is a big deal, my friends. A big deal. So whether you're trying to get back to your hotel or escape the crowds right after Fantasmic ends, you need to know about this walking path straight out of Hollywood Studios and over to the Boardwalk Inn Resort and all the other Epcot area resorts, by the way. This sneaky walkway is just beyond the Boardwalk Villas area near Jelly Rolls in the Atlantic Dance Hall. For the record, the walk itself is lengthy, a little over 1 mile, which can take about 25 to 30 minutes if you're going at a pretty leisurely pace. So it might not be your favorite idea ever if your feet are already killing you at the end of the day, or if it's, 90 bajillion degrees out there. But when you take this path, you're not going to be waiting for transportation. There's no getting stuck in post-show traffic, and you'll have 0 lines to worry about. It's just you and the path and maybe a few ducks along the way. Or you can take a detour and swing by Cruise Cup Lounge at Yacht Club, which is the same general vicinity as Boardwalk Inn, and pick up my beautiful, glorious, altogether wonderful prime rib sliders. Sure, I realize that you're trying to cut down on steps here, but it's the prime rib sliders we're talking about. How can I say no to those when they're just steps away? All right, batten down the hatches. Normally, the Disney Skyliner won't shut down when it's just raining. See those vent flaps on the cabins? Those things open and close, so you can be fully protected from the elements. And in the past, we've been advised by a Skyliner cast member that we could close those vents ourselves if we need to avoid getting wet. That being said, the gondola system will generally stop temporarily when there's lightning in the area and or strong winds. If the weather starts to look questionable, ask a Skyliner cast member if they have any information on a potential storm shutdown. Even before you get to that point though, you might already see signs leading up to the Skyliner station indicating its temporary closure. Don't fret though, you are not stranded in Disney World whenever the Skyliner has to shut down. You'll just need to hop on an alternative form of transportation to get to your next destination. Disney buses to the rescue.
Hey everyone, DFB Bria here, and I'm back with another embarrassing story for you all. Yeah, this is... this one's really bad though, so promise you'll still be my friend after you hear it, okay? Okay. During one of my last Florida trips, after I flew back home, I was walking out to my car when I realized I had no idea where I'd parked it, which was really, really worrisome, considering I was at the Charlotte International Airport. And if you've ever been there, you know that's not a small airport. Look, I know better. I absolutely know that I should take a picture of my car before I just abandon it in a giant airport parking lot. But I didn't. I don't know why. I guess it just slipped my mind, but I was severely paying for it when I got back from my trip. So after wandering the lots for a solid 15-20 minutes, I finally waved the white flag and I pressed that call for help button at the bus stop inside the lot I'd been currently wandering aimlessly around. So they sent a security member to come help me out, and I was humiliated because I literally knew nothing. Nothing. I didn't know what lot I was in. I didn't know the number of the parking spot I was at. I didn't even know if there were any signs or buildings that could have been surrounding the lot where my poor car had been abandoned that could have helped the guy who was trying to help me out. But bless him, that security guy, he was so stinking patient with me, and he let me hop into his security vehicle so we could track down my car together. After a solid 15-20 more minutes, yeah, this was almost an hour-long endeavor, but it felt way longer because my embarrassment surpassed all concept of time. But my car's bright yellow, so we were finally able to spot it off in the distance, and I was reunited with my lovely set of wheels once more. But let my embarrassing moment be a cautionary tale for all of you. You need to take a picture of where you've parked your car. Not just when you're parking around Disney World, but before you get there too, especially when you're at your airport of choice. But also, be comforted by the fact that if you still can't find your car after you've taken a picture of it, airport security can help you find it again. And you won't be stranded for forever, even though it might feel that way sometimes. Boy howdy, does it feel that way sometimes.
Now, this next one is a tip that I hope a lot of you know already, but just in case you don't, this is VV important. When you're ready to head out of Magic Kingdom at the end of the day, the monorail line can be incredibly intimidating. It is bonker balls, you guys. But don't forget that there are actually 2 monorails you can use and not just one. On the left-hand side, you'll find the Resort monorail, which takes you straight to the Contemporary. On the right-hand side, you'll find the Express monorail, which takes you straight to the Transportation and Ticket Center, where your car probably is. When you drive to Magic Kingdom and are just trying to get back to your car, the express monorail seems like it's your only answer. But there are actually two answers here. Even if you're not a resort guest for the Contemporary or Polynesian Village or Grand Floridian, you're still totally allowed to board the resort monorail if you think the line for it's going to be shorter than the express one. The resort monorail does make that extra stop at the Contemporary, but it's right there at the Transportation and Ticket Center next, so you'll still end up at the place you need to be to track down your car and maybe wait in a lot shorter line. Because you know who's in that line for the express monorail? Everybody who doesn't watch these videos. So earlier we talked about how the Magic Kingdom monorail has two sides, the resort side and the express side. But the Skyliner station over at the Riviera also has two sides that you can board. The left side of the Skyliner, when you're facing the resort, will take you over to Hollywood Studios, but the right side is going to take you to Epcot. While you're not going to end up stranded if you accidentally choose the wrong side, this could potentially make your trip longer than anticipated. So double check the overhead station signs to make sure you're boarding the correct area. You want to know which rides you must ride? Our top tips for getting on the most rides and why the number 13 is about to make your day? It's time for our best ride hacks. And what's the best ride hack? Learning how to ride every ride in Disney World so you don't miss a thing on your vacation. Scan that QR code or head to disneyfoodblog.com/DisneyRides for our guide on how to do just that. And then follow the rest of these tips. Rise of the Resistance is one of the most popular rides in not just Hollywood Studios, but in Disney, period. So it tends to see long lines and steep single pass lightning lane prices, starting around $25 per person for one ride through. But Disney is currently testing out a new single rider line for this attraction. They've tested this before and it comes and goes, but it seems to be sticking around for a while this time. And that could potentially help cut down your wait time by a whole lot at no extra cost, just as long as you're willing to break up your party. Now here's the catch for this newfound ride hack. The single rider line isn't officially here to stay yet because it's in testing. And that means a lot of changes have already been made to it since it was first introduced this summer. For instance, the single rider queue used to take you past all the exciting pre-show stuff and drop you straight into the room with the many stormtroopers. But now Disney has it to where single riders will still get to experience all of the pre-show without missing out on that important storyline. In summary, while Rise of the Resistance's single rider queue might not be available during your next visit, it's always worth checking on to see if it is. Just head over to the right side of the attraction's entrance to see if they're offering the single rider line that day. You'll usually see someone holding up a sign if they are. But remember, this means that you may be put into a ride vehicle with people you don't know. It may break up your party, and that's the point of a single rider line. They're sort of filling in the seats that aren't taken by folks who waited in the long line. So heads up on that. Right, so no one likes a ride breakdown, especially if it's a ride you paid extra to skip the line for. So what do you do if a ride suddenly becomes temporarily unavailable right when you're about to use your lightning lane for it? If your multi-pass lightning lane ride goes down, the My Disney Experience app will send you a notification telling you that your plans have been modified, and that means you'll receive what's called a multiple experience pass. This new pass can be used on any multi-pass ride at any time during the day. So for instance, if Slinky Dog goes down because it's storming out, you could instead use your multiple experience pass on a ride like Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway or Rock and Roller Coaster or Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. You get the picture. Even if you've already used a lightning lane on a certain ride that day, your multiple experience pass doesn't care. Go ahead and bypass that main line one more time if you'd like, or hold on to your multiple experience pass and wait to use it on the ride you originally intended to bypass the line for if it goes back up again. The only thing that you can't use a multiple experience pass on is one of those a la carte single pass attractions for the park's premium rides, like Rise of the Resistance, for instance. If you had a lightning lane single pass for Rise and that one goes down on you, then you'll receive a different kind of experience pass that's going to allow you to return to that ride once it's reopened, even if it's past your original single pass time slot. And if that ride never comes back online that day, you can request a refund. When you bring your kid with you on their first Disney World vacation, you'll learn very quickly that the way you used to handle the parks is going to be a whole lot different from here on out. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It can actually be exciting. But when you and your partner are both wanting to ride a ride that your little one's too little for, That's when you want to lean on Disney's Rider Switch program to make sure both of you can experience the attraction without having to wait in that entire line twice. So let's say you're a family of 3, 2 adults, 1 baby. Rider Switch allows adult A to wait in line while adult B hangs back with the little one. Once adult A has finished up their ride through, he or she can switch off with adult B. Now, adult B can enter into the queue by hopping into the lightning lane and skipping the standby line completely, since adult A already did the waiting for both of them the first time around. If you have more than 2 adults that you're traveling with, adult B is allowed to bring 1 guest along with them, just so that they don't have to ride alone if they don't want to. Same for adult A. But how do you set up Rider Switch in the first place? Easy peasy. Before adult A gets in line, both adults need to see a cast member at the front of the attraction. From there, a cast member can link your Magic Band or Key to the World card, your physical park ticket, to have Rider Switch access. Best of all, this service is completely free for you to use. I know the main reason everyone buys MultiPass is to use lightning lanes to bypass those long ride lines, but don't miss out on the other fun features included with your purchase too. By getting Lightning Lane MultiPass in Disney World, you'll also have access to these special augmented reality photo lenses located within the My Disney Experience app. And when you want to use these PhotoPass lenses, make sure you've allowed the My Disney Experience app to access your device's camera and location. Then open the app menu, the one with 3 horizontal lines, and select PhotoPass lenses. Additionally, if you purchase Lightning Lane MultiPass, you'll also get free digital PhotoPass downloads for on-ride attraction photos and videos taken on the day of their purchase. That means you can download photos from Tron Light Cycle Run and Slinky Dog Dash and Test Track and Expedition Everest and all the rest without paying any extra for them. Okay, why is AJ so obsessed with this yellow fruit nonsense today? If you've been following along on our channel for a bit, then you know my beef with Barf Alley and Epcot. And if you're new here, this is a section of World Discovery that has 2 spinning rides within steps of each other, Cosmic Rewind and Mission Space. That could spell danger if you take them on one right after the other. Now, to be fair, Mission Space has 2 ride versions. The orange one spins and the green one doesn't. But the fact that the green mission still puts you in a tight pod with a screen in front of your face and movements to still simulate a rocket takeoff, I don't blame you if you still step off this tamer ride feeling a little queasy. For some folks who want to take these rides back to back, they might feel like keeping an empty stomach is the best way to survive. Others might feel like eating a full meal is a better option. But what do I say? Neither. First of all, I wouldn't attempt to ride these rides back to back at all, even if it seems convenient to do them at the same time because they're right next to each other. But trust me, backtracking is way better than upchucking. However, if for some reason this is just how your schedule for the day plays out, eat a small snack and drink plenty of water before taking on these rides, especially if you're prone to motion sickness. I recommend eating a banana because it's a good source of replenishing electrolytes, and the astronauts themselves give that tip. Plus, it's going to be gentle on your tummy. Nothing too spicy or heavy or acidic, just a nice light snack to help hold you over. Other foods that are gentle and plain and good to eat before riding something really motion heavy: crackers, applesauce, and plain old bread. And don't forget to test the light cycle. The regular Tron Light Cycle Run seats are like sitting on a motorcycle, very similar to how you sit during the Flight of Passage ride in Animal Kingdom. If you're not sure this kind of seating is going to work for you, you don't have to wait until the last minute to find out. There's a test light cycle seat at the start of the queue that you're more than welcome to try out. If you try the test light cycle and learn that this seat setup is so not going to work for you, that doesn't mean you have to skip the ride. Just let a cast member know at the front of the attraction that you'd like to use the adaptive seating option instead. The cast member will take you aside so you can wait for a train that features these non-light cycle seats. It doesn't matter how many times you've been to Disney World, when you've been waiting in line and you suddenly hear via the overhead speakers that the ride has gone down momentarily, it's always a bummer. And it becomes even more of a bummer when you've already been waiting in line a good amount of time. This forces you to gamble with your park day. Do you keep waiting and hope that the ride goes back online soon, or get out of line and keep from wasting the rest of your park day on just one ride? We call this Schrodinger's ride line. I wish I had a foolproof solution for you, but there really isn't one. Ride breakdowns are unpredictable, and they could last just a few minutes or up to a few hours. Generally, if I'm already in line for a ride that breaks down, I'll wait around 10 to 15 minutes before deciding what to do next. Sometimes a ride breakdown is actually more of a momentary delay than an actual mechanical issue. Like, for instance, if you're on one of those constantly cycling Omnimover rides and someone who's a slower walker or in a wheelchair needs the ride to be slowed down for a moment to give them more time to enter or exit their ride vehicle. But when a ride really breaks down, a cast member will usually come through after that 10 to 15 15-minute wait and let you know that you're more than welcome to stick around in line, but there's no telling when the ride will be back up and running. This is usually my cue to bow out. If you do get out of the line after this general announcement, or you were planning on getting in line for the ride before it shut down completely, you may want to vulture the area for a bit and stick with the rides and attractions close by, because if the ride goes back online when everybody got out of line and you're still nearby, you can jump back into the queue before everyone else starts piling into it too. And remember, you can see on your My Disney Experience app, on that map, you can see which rides are down and which rides are back up. So you don't have to keep going back to the ride, just keep an eye on your My Disney Experience app. So rope dropping the parks usually leads to shorter wait times for popular rides. Rope dropping means you are getting to the park right before it opens. But more often than not lately, we've noticed that isn't the case for the most popular ride at Animal Kingdom. At the other 3 parks, there's typically going to be a pretty busy attraction in each land. This means that at rope drop, crowds will usually disperse so that wait times at each of those big ticket attractions will remain relatively low. However, at Animal Kingdom, rope drop crowds typically head to one ride and one ride only, and that's Avatar Flight of Passage. Yep, this ride's going to be busy right from the start of the day. You might be able to bypass a chunk of the line with your early theme park entry, which allows Disney Resort guests to get in the parks 30 minutes before everyone else. But even then, all those early risers are still making a beeline to ride on the back of a Banshee. So here's my big bad advice. Flight of Passage can sometimes see dropped wait times around 2 p.m. or later, since guests will start park hopping out of Animal Kingdom by then and go over to one of the parks that stays open later. So it's worth keeping an eye on the My Disney Experience app wait times to see if those numbers start dropping around that time. Now, to for sure skip over the Flight of Passage line and avoid the waiting altogether, it could be worth investing in an individual lightning lane, which will allow you to bypass the main queue for $11 to $16 per person per ride through, and you can choose any time you want to ride if you do that. But if you don't want to drop all that extra dough for just one ride, go ahead and do everything else that you want to do in Animal Kingdom first, since the rest of the ride lines should not be bad at all. Then, once you've accomplished what you want to accomplish, backtrack over to Flight of Passage. Yep, the wait time can still be extensive, but the line moves along pretty constantly, plus several of the parts inside the queue are pretty cool to look at anyways. Plus, this queue has its own bathroom midway and water bottle refill station too, just in case you need to make a pit stop and a hydration break while you wait. Let's face it, some Disney World rides are just 10 times better when the sun goes down, and Tron Light Cycle Run in Magic Kingdom is probably the best example of that. During the day, Tron still continues to be a fun, high-speed launch coaster, but at night, the overhead canopy illuminates and the hexagon lights trail after you as you race into your battle against Team Orange. When this ride first opened in 2023, you really didn't have much of a say as to whether or not you could ride this coaster by day or night unless you paid extra for a lightning lane. And that's because it initially had a virtual queue, so your return time for the ride all depended on when your boarding group number was called to ride it. However, last year, Tron got rid of its virtual queue and now uses a regular old standby queue. And that means if you really wanted to, you could ride this coaster by day and by night to decide for yourself which ride-through you like best. Note, virtual queues are still very much a thing in Disney World, so make sure to study up and find out which rides will require you to enter into those ever-changing boarding groups before you go. Luckily, no longer Tron. Next up, don't choose the front row. All right, it's true of almost any roller coaster out there. If you want a more thrilling coaster experience, you got to sit in the back seat. That's because the coaster will feel like you're going faster thanks to the momentum of the rest of the cars in front of you. But there's another reason why we tend to pick the very back row of Slinky Dog Dash when we get the chance. And that's because the front row of this ride isn't great. The problem here is the view. You're stuck behind Slink's big ol' head and you can't see anything. So you're whipping around the track and all you get is the back of Slinky Dog's noggin, and that's not fun. If possible, ask a cast member if it's all right to not sit in the front row. They may not always be able to accommodate you because Slinky's a really popular ride and they gotta cycle guests through as quickly as possible, but it never hurts to check. All right, this next one we haven't talked about on the channel for a while, and I really wanted to bring it back up. Don't be embarrassed to use the chicken exit. Okay, Hollywood Studios is the Disney World park with the most intense rides. Not saying they're like major coasters or anything, but they do bring more of a thrill factor. So even if you or someone in your group thinks they'd like to try one of these rides, but at the last second decides maybe not, here's the good news. cast members can't and won't force you to go on a ride. They might encourage you, but they won't force you. If you decide for whatever reason that you don't want to ride something, let a cast member know and they'll help you escape the line. Sometimes that means just backtracking through the lightning lane path, but most of the time there are designated chicken exits, much like you'll find over at Tower of Terror, because the word terror is not a part of its name for nothing. Now, don't freak out over the chicken exit here, because it'll still take you on an elevator to get you back down to the bottom floor, but this elevator will take you down nice and easy instead of dropping you faster than the speed of gravity. Another good opportunity to use those chicken exits is maybe if you can't ride, if you are pregnant, or you have another health concern that doesn't allow you to ride, then you can at least go through the line with your family and then take that chicken exit right before they get on the ride, so you spend that time with them. And are you ready to score big on Toy Story Mania? If you want to rack up the big points, there are tons of little Easter eggs and ride hacks that you can use to make your score go up. But here are just a couple of our all-time faves that we don't talk about nearly as much as we should. Okay, first, break the plates. Throughout the Green Army Men Shoot Camp game, you'll notice a 2,000-point golden plate pop up on each side of the dirt mountain. Both riders need to have good aim and break the plate on their side. If you successfully break them both, the mountain in the middle will go away and a tank will appear with even more high-scoring plates. Also, aim for the bats. The last game of Toy Story Mania is broken up into a grand 3-part finale that spans across multiple screens. When you get to the second part with the mine cars, you're going to want to hit every mine car you can before it topples over the edge and down the mountain. But during your epic mine car pursuit, don't neglect the bats flying overhead. Hitting the bats will make the mine cars worth more points. Who remembers the good old days of FastPass Plus? Because that's what the new Lightning Lane Multi-Pass will be like, aside from it still being a paid service instead of a free one. So I like to joke that it's kind of FastPass with $2 signs for the last two S's. With the Multi-Pass, you can make 3 Lightning Lane selections in a park ahead of your visit, as I mentioned before. But here's the kicker. Disney's introduced, or rather reintroduced, a tiered system for rides. So it looks like out of those 3 advanced selections, you'll be able to choose 1 experience from a higher tiered group and 2 experiences, or all 3, from a lower tiered group. So here's what those higher tiers look like. At Magic Kingdom, the first tier is going to include Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, Jungle Cruise, Peter Pan's Flight, Space Mountain, and Tiana's Bayou Adventure. At Epcot, the first tier includes Frozen Ever After, Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, and Soarin' Around the World. At Hollywood Studios, the first tier features Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway, Millennium Falcon, Smuggler's Run, Rock and Roller Coaster starring Aerosmith, and Slinky Dog Dash. And at Animal Kingdom, there will be no tiers at all, meaning you're free to choose any of the attractions available with the Lightning Lane Multi-Pass as part of your 3 first selections. Meanwhile, Flight of Passage will still be available via Lightning Lane Single Pass, aka an individual Lightning Lane. So, which rides should you be prioritizing from Tier 1? Well, Tiana's Bayou Adventure is a solid option in Magic Kingdom. And at Hollywood Studios, Slinky Dog Dash tends to see the highest weights of the park, right up there with Rise of the Resistance. So it'll be nice to have that one in your back pocket. As for Epcot, I'd say it's a toss-up between Frozen Ever After and Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, since they both see similar weights throughout the day, so it's whichever one of those you want to prioritize first. Okay, back to the multi-passes again. After you pre-select your Lightning Lane return times, you'll still be able to make more Lightning Lane selections during your park day. You can book your 4th Lightning Lane pass once your earliest Lightning Lane pass is used or its arrival window has passed, no matter how late in the day that said earliest arrival window is. The good news, you're allowed to choose your pre-selected arrival windows, so you have the option to book those pre-selected Lightning Lanes super early. And the earlier you can book those Lightning Lanes for, earlier in the day I mean, the sooner you can start collecting more while you're still there. Okay, well, yes, you can technically choose your return time windows with this new multi-pass system. All rides and return times are subject to availability, so you'll want to make sure you're one of the first people to book your rides before your trip. So how do you do that? 2 ways. First, stay at a Disney World hotel or one of the other select hotels that partners with Disney, like Swan and Dolphin, Swan Reserve, or Shades of Green. Now, these hotel guests will be able to schedule their Lightning Lane passes up to 7 days in advance for their entire stay, up to 14 days, while other guests can only plan up to 3 days in advance. That is a huge difference when it comes to how quickly those Lightning Lanes are going to book up. Second, when you're 7 days out, set your alarm and make sure you're up and at 'em before 7 a.m. 7 a.m. is when all the Lightning Lanes, Multi-Pass and Single Pass go live on the My Disney Experience app and on the website, giving you the chance to book them when they're hot and fresh and hopefully way more available. Now, let's not forget that you've got 2 more Lightning Lanes you can select after you choose your first tier option. Yep, we're back to Multi-Pass. So which Lightning Lanes from the second tier should you be prioritizing to really set yourself up for success? Well, in Magic Kingdom, I'd recommend snagging Lightning Lanes for those 2 classic dark rides, Haunted Mansion and Pirates of the Caribbean, since those are going to see way longer waits than other second tier Magic Kingdom rides like Dumbo or Barnstormer. In Hollywood Studios, I'd choose Tower of Terror and Toy Story Mania as your second tier options. Skip over the show Lightning Lanes since you can usually just slip into the shows at the last second anyways. In Animal Kingdom, all your ride options aside from Flight of Passage are going to be in the same tier, so you'll more than likely want to book Navi River Journey, Kilimanjaro Safaris, and Expedition Everest. And in Epcot, I'd say it really doesn't matter what you choose from that second tier since the lines for all those rides are usually never going to give you that much of a wait to worry about anyways. So just go with your gut. Or, book Living with the Land because it is the best ride ever. Don't worry if Lightning Lanes sound confusing. I promise it's not too hard, and we've done all the research for you. We've got some more tips and info to make the most out of your Multi-Pass purchase and make it all just a little bit easier. You can get that free guide at disneyfoodblog.com/multipass. Okay, real talk. When is the best time to get in line for Disney's most popular rides? Easy, during the nighttime spectaculars. Now, I know it's hard purposefully choosing to miss Happily Ever After or Fantasmic, and it may be really hard to skip Luminous and Epcot if you haven't gotten the chance to see that one yet, since it hasn't even been around for a year. But seasoned veterans or people who just don't really care about fireworks can take this time when the majority of guests are gathering around for the shows to get into much shorter ride lines than what you might have been noticing during the middle of the afternoon. Now, if you've never seen a Disney Parks Nighttime Spectacular, I do recommend checking one or all of them out at least once because they'll cover you in goosebumps and make you feel all the feels. But there is no denying that when you take a look at the average wait times in Disney World, especially during the period when fireworks are happening, those wait times are going to go down leading up to the performances. Okay, let's talk Magic Kingdom early entry strategy. In Magic Kingdom, early theme park entry can be very misleading, and that's because any ride that's not in Tomorrowland or Fantasyland won't be open during those extra 30 minutes of time each morning. I know, small print, right? By the way, early theme park entry is available every day for all Disney hotel guests. Many folks still take this opportunity to get a head start for rides like Space Mountain and Seven Dwarfs Mine Train, and you can follow suit too. But if you want to knock out a greater quantity of rides during that extra time, start hitting up the other Fantasyland attractions that'll be open. Peter Pan's Flight, for example, tends to see really long waits throughout the day, but during early theme park entry, it's going to be way easier to get on. And after Peter Pan, you can take a hop, skip, and a jump over to the Many Adventures of Winnie the Pooh, which also has wait times with the potential to climb pretty high by the afternoon. And then, well, you've pretty much got free reign to do whatever your heart desires in Fantasyland, since wait times should still be pretty chill for a while, even after early theme park entry wraps up. Dumbo, It's a Small World, Mad Tea Party, Barnstormer, Under the Sea, Journey of the Little Mermaid, those should continue to have pretty chill wait times in the morning too during average crowd level seasons, meaning you could potentially accomplish 7 rides before the thick of the afternoon crowds start tumbling in, if those are the rides you want to ride. So Disney's attraction wait times may not always be accurate. At the end of the night, you might see some slightly inflated wait times prior to park close, but often you'll find yourself moving through those standby lines faster than you might expect. This isn't always the case, so make sure you're willing to commit to the posted wait time, but if the line ends up moving quickly, it's a happy bonus, and it's often what we find. Ooh, I love this tip. And for this one, I'd like to direct your attention to our spookiest Disney World rides, Haunted Mansion in Magic Kingdom and Tower of Terror in Hollywood Studios. Now, these rides are popular, so more than likely you're going to see fairly crowded waits for them throughout the day. That being said, if you ever see them posted at a 13-minute wait, get in line. No questions asked. I mean, 13 minutes is a super reasonable wait time, no doubt, but that lucky number 13 you see posted for our spooky ride friends is actually code for walk-on wait. So go, get in line, be the 1,000th happy haunt or next victim of the Twilight Zone. Live your dream, 13-minute wait time. All right, so when you ride Tiana's Bayou Adventure, there's one section of the ride that'll actually get you more wet than the big drop itself, and that's the infamous backsplash after the drop that'll catch riders when they're least expecting it. This springs up on you toward the middle of the ride and will get you absolutely soaked if you're sitting in the wrong, or should I say right, seat. If you're like, please, yes, I want this to happen to me, then be sure to sit on the right-hand side of the vehicle. But if you're attempting to get out of there as unscathed as possible, sit on the left and avoid the bulk of the water dumpage. Sometimes all the Dramamine in the world isn't going to keep the woozies away when you're riding a screen-based 3D ride like Flight of Passage or Star Tours. So if you're someone who's prone to 3D motion sickness and you start feeling your equilibrium being thrown off during the ride, then take off your 3D glasses immediately and close your eyes. It's also important to try to focus on one point on the screen, usually an upper corner, instead of looking around too much at everything, which could just make the motion sickness worse from the get-go. All right, so many Disney rides are not only speedy, but also pretty short, so you won't even get the chance to rest your feet for a minute after standing in line all that time just to get on. So which Disney rides are A, have short waits, and B, have long durations, so you can rest your feet? In Magic Kingdom, all you longtime DFB fans know what I'm about to recommend, but I'm going to do it anyways. Get on the People Mover. The People Mover is going to give you an easygoing 10-minute ride that might wind up being even longer if a short delay happens, which is a more frequent phenomenon than you may realize. You might also want to jump onto the Walt Disney World Railroad and do the full circuit, which is about 20 minutes total, not counting the stops at the stations in between. Speaking of trains, the Wildlife Express train over at Animal Kingdom is also a pretty lengthy ride, about 7 minutes. And is the only way you can get over to Rafiki's Planet Watch to visit the Affection section and Conservation Station and Animation Experience. Sorry, that last one didn't rhyme. Not my fault, Disney's. Anyway, Kilimanjaro Safaris, that has a decent ride time too, clocking it at a whopping 18 minutes and sometimes even longer if an ostrich decides to just take up residence on the path. In Epcot, the longest and most leisurely ride you're going to come across is inside the beacon herself, Spaceship Earth, with a ride time that lasts 15 minutes. And over in Hollywood Studios, while the rides here aren't exactly leisurely by any means, I definitely encourage y'all to check out one of those continuously running shows like Muppet Vision 3D, that's 15 minutes, or Lightning McQueen's Racing Academy, that's 10 minutes. How can one go about requesting a certain seat on a ride? Okay, it's easy. Just ask a cast member before it's your turn to board. While it's not always a for sure guarantee that you'll be able to get on the ride row you're hoping for, more often than not, cast members will be able to accommodate your request. You just might have to wait a little bit longer to get that seat you're really wanting. So which ride rows should you be requesting? Well, we like to wait for the very back row on Big Thunder Mountain and Magic Kingdom just because the hills feel hillier and the breeze feels breezier and the thrills get thrillier. And we also ask for a spot in Section B Row 2 or Section B Row 1 if you don't like feet in your face. I'm a B1 girl myself, on Soarin' Around the World so that we can see the wonders of the world without all the squiggles and curves that make the Eiffel Tower look like me after a ride on Mission Space. And we also love getting the very front row on Tron Light Cycle Run so that we're just staring into a dark abyss after the outdoor section of the run with a little drop that takes you by surprise every single time. Oh, and don't forget about row 9 or 10 on Cosmic Rewind. When sitting in 9 and 10, you'll watch something on a screen as part of the ride story, and the Omnicoaster will spin you in a way that'll have you positioned in the front so that you can have a better view of the show area. But from there, the ride will launch backwards so that you're feeling the same perceived speed that you would at the back of the coaster, just, well, backwards. After that initial launch, you'll spin again to where you're in the back, facing front like normal, or experiencing the speeding sensation from side to side. I know, none of that made sense. Just trust me on this one. During the day, you may have the opportunity to hop aboard one of the Main Street USA vehicles and get to ride all the way up to Cinderella Castle. While the vehicles aren't available all of the time, they're more apt to be out and running during the morning, especially before the Festival of Fantasy parade, since these little jitneys will not be able to run when the parade is in motion. There are 2 pickup and drop-off locations for these vehicles, one in Town Square, the other in front of the ever-iconic Cindy's Castle. You can always ask a nearby cast member about when these rides are going to take place, or you can check for posted operation times near the Main Street vehicle pickup and drop-off locations. And just to bounce off that last point, you don't have to learn all the ins and outs of Disney World's ride wait times in the middle of your vacation fun. You can familiarize yourself with those average ride wait times way before that. If you download the My Disney Experience app before your trip, you can check on the real live wait times for the rides throughout the week to get a better idea of what you can expect when you're in the park yourself. That way you can see beforehand when certain ride lines will be at their shortest, and you'll also be able to see discrepancies in rides that might be projecting a higher wait time than usual while you're there. For example, if I'm in Epcot and I'm seeing a 30+ minute wait for Living with the Land, I'll know just based on my research ahead of time that on average this ride is typically just a 5 to 10 minute wait, so I don't need to be getting in line for this one now. More than likely it'll drop down again later on in the day. While it's always fun seeing candid photos from rides, it can also be a lot of fun to plan poses for the various ride photos too, especially if you've got that multi-pass add-on, which is going to allow you to download all your on-ride photos for free on the days you purchased it. We've got an entire list of where every single on-ride photo spot is in all 4 Disney World parks, and you can find that DFB post if you search Disney Food Blog Secret Photos in your Google search engine. But let me just expose a few of those on-ride photo locations now so you can get ready for your close-up. On Buzz Lightyear's Space Ranger Spin in Magic Kingdom, you want to keep an eye out for the long tunnel which has a video screen in it. As soon as you leave that tunnel, your picture is going to be taken in the next room. You may also notice that A, you don't have control of your ride vehicle at this time during the ride when normally you can make it freely spin to give you a better angle for certain targets, and B, there's quite a bit of light flashing going on. Suspicious indeed. Hold your pose for a bit to make sure your vehicle has passed by the camera, and then you can resume your game. On Tower of Terror in Hollywood Studios, the ride photo will always be taken when you reach the top and the elevator doors open, revealing the outside world. The photo will be taken at different times depending on the sequence though, so it may get taken right as you're coming up to the top, or it might be taken as you're getting dropped from the top. On Expedition Everest in Animal Kingdom, the picture happens on the final drop after you see the Yeti roar and rip up the track overhead. As you move forward, the photo is going to be taken as you drop outside. Now on Space Mountain, the photo is taken toward the beginning of the ride, and it happens right after you speed through the narrow lighted tunnel. Now here's the tricky part that always trips me up. The ride picks up a bit of speed and then turns to the left or the right when exiting the tunnel before the photo is taken. The camera is on different sides depending on which side of the ride you're on. There are 2 different tracks for Space Mountain. One is to the right and one is to the left. And depending on which side you're riding, the camera is going to be on the other side because they're mirror images. If your vehicle turns to the right, the camera's on the right. But if your vehicle turns to the left, the camera's on the left. The picture happens pretty quickly after the turn, so it's hard to pose the right way, but not impossible if you know what to expect. Okay, one more for now. Finally, on Frozen Ever After in Epcot, this picture will take place near the end of the ride, on the drop after you see Marshmallow and a bunch of adorable snow geese. No one wants to wait in line at Disney World. Good thing you got DFB Guide to give you the best tips to skip lines and avoid those major crowds in the parks. There are a lot of Disney rides with a ton of hype around them, and that means the wait times can get real scary. We've seen Rise of the Resistance, for example, have a wait time that pushed 5 hours, and that's probably enough to make you go, direct me to the nearest individual Lightning Lane purchase, please, or maybe, nah, no thank you, no ride is worth that. But here's the truth of the matter. These attraction wait times don't typically stay wildly high all day long. You just gotta keep an eye on the wait times via your My Disney Experience app so you can know the exact moment when they start to drop down. Lately, Rise of the Resistance seems to be getting much lower wait times near the end of the park day. This is a bit of a risky plan because you can't guarantee that those lines will slow down later on in the day or that it'll even be operational when you try, knowing Rise, but there are other ways you can lessen your wait times too. Take advantage of early theme park entry, for instance, which allows Disney Resort guests to enter the parks 30 minutes before everyone else. This is a good time to try to get on these rides before the rest of the general public can funnel on into them as well. There are some Magic Kingdom fast food restaurants that have ample amounts of tables available for guests, and then there are the other ones that don't. It's absolutely miserable to be holding a tray full of food and circling around the dining area just hoping and praying for anyone to spare you a table before your food gets cold, or you spill your whole drink, which I've done multiple times carrying trays around Disney World restaurants. But Because we've had to deal with this seating shortage on more than one occasion, we've started finding some solid seating alternatives that might help you out the next time you're stuck with a handful of food and zero table space. If you get a hot dog from Casey's Corner, just head over to the nearby Tomorrowland Terrace. This spot has been closed for a while now, plus there are still tons of open tables and chairs over there to snag, and they're in the shade. And if you grab a waffle from Sleepy Hollow Refreshments, there is a collection of picnic tables behind Ye Olde Christmas Shop that are much less frequented than the tables over there at Sleepy Hollow. You're going to find them near the gazebo, while Columbia Harbor House can get packed around lunch and dinner time. The second floor of this quick service often has ample tables left over for you to pick from, and you can people watch from those upstairs window seats too, so you got a meal and a show to look forward to. Copy and paste that same advice for Pinocchio Village House. The second floor might not have as much space as Columbia Harbor House's upstairs dining room has. In fact, it has minimal upstairs space, but nobody knows about it. And there's a nice area near the balcony that normally feels quieter and less hectic. We want you to get the new Disney stuff as quickly as possible without having to push your way past those bottlenecked pathways. So let me show you our favorite secret entrances that'll spit you out right where the latest and greatest offerings reside. First, if you're trying to get to Remy's Ratatouille Adventure in Epcot, use the International Gateway. This is the backdoor entrance of Epcot. The International Gateway isn't really a secret, but folks forget they don't always have to scan in at the main entrance of the park. If you're staying at a Skyliner resort, take the Skyliner to Epcot and walk through the back. The International Gateway will lead you right on into the World Showcase between the France and UK pavilions. Now, if you're trying to get to Tron Light Cycle Run, try the Wishing Well path. In Magic Kingdom, you can take a left at the back of Cinderella Castle in Fantasyland and find the path that passes the Wishing Well to get to Tomorrowland. There's rarely anyone back there with the exception of overflow from the meet and greets in Fairy Tale Garden, so it's a great place for photos and a faster way to Tomorrowland, especially when you're coming from certain locations in Fantasyland. And if you're trying to get to Roundup Rodeo Barbecue in Hollywood Studios, don't forget that Galaxy's Edge has a direct path that connects to Toy Story Land as well. There's hardly anyone back at this connecting path, so traveling to one land from the other feels almost like you've stumbled upon a teleportation portal. It's also very weird because Galaxy's Edge transitioning into Toy Story Land, you can't get much different than that. So some of those popcorn buckets are going to be really popular this year. So popular that you might even see a ginormous line of people just waiting to purchase one. And that's not because these guests are out of their mind stoked to get their hands on $2.25 popcorn refills. Select popcorn buckets are limited release, so collectors are on the hunt and they take that hunt very seriously. If you want to pick up a certain popcorn bucket, but you don't necessarily want to deal with the physical line of people in order to get it, you may be able to save time by ordering it through the My Disney Experience app when you're in the parks. Not all popcorn buckets will be available for mobile order, but some will, because Disney's trying to avoid that whole Figment popcorn bucket fiasco that we saw happen in 2022, which led to 6-hour popcorn bucket lines. Ordering a popcorn bucket from a select quick service works the exact same way that mobile ordering food works. You'll select the restaurant, choose your arrival return time, and select the popcorn bucket option. They also have other souvenir containers like sippers and stuff on their mobile order menus. Then when it's time to go collect your popcorn bucket or whatever you ordered, you'll head over to the designated pickup area and claim it. See, this is what we call playing chess instead of checkers. Ooh, this is one of my favorite Epcot tips. So lots of people tend to hit up Spaceship Earth first thing in the morning because it's the first ride they see as they enter the park. It's that giant golf ball geodesic sphere and they're like, oh, that's cool. There's a ride in there. Let's go. But not you. No siree. What you're going to do is make a beeline to the more popular attractions like Frozen Ever After, Remy's Ratatouille Adventure, or Test Track. In the morning, these rides will have less of a wait to worry about, but during the day, those queue lines are going to build up to be over an hour long the whole day. Meanwhile, Spaceship Earth's queue line rarely gets over 20 minutes during the day, except right there at the beginning, and it's usually a walk-on the rest of the day. Even if it's not a walk-on, when you check the wait times via your My Disney Experience app, just hold off on it for a bit and don't get in line yet. Those random queue spikes for Spaceship Earth will die down eventually, and you can kill time exploring other rides and shops and pavilions in the meantime. Now, when ride lines are long, the temperatures are excruciatingly hot, and you're really not in the mood to sit down and eat something just yet, you might need a place to escape indoors that'll be more chill, have fewer lines, and best of all, be completely free to visit. Which is why the Seas Pavilion could be your saving grace. So the Seas Pavilion is right next to the Coral Reef restaurant. It actually is where you'll exit out into after a ride aboard the Seas with Nemo and friends. Inside this 2-story area, it is absolutely massive in there, you'll be able to check out thousands of fish that are living inside the 5.7 million gallon saltwater aquarium. This is also the place where you're going to find those complimentary Finding Dory's Friends scavenger hunt booklets with several activities and stickers included. Oh, and don't forget to visit the tube-shaped sea tanks on the first floor, because one of those tanks is home to the famous Disney sea urchins, who will sometimes take the Disney decor hanging out in their tanks and try to disguise themselves with it, making it look like they're sporting a dapper pair of Mickey ears. Epcot is a lot to take in all at once, and that's both amazing, but it's also super overwhelming. So maybe you're traveling with some high anxiety, you're traveling with some folks who just get overstimulated. If you need a break from all the people-iness, try finding sanctuary in these locations inside the park. First is the back of the Canada Pavilion. You're going to find a tranquil oasis that more often than not will give you that peace and quiet you're searching for. This area of Epcot has an impressive display of large mountainous boulders and rushing waterfalls that drowns out all the extra park noise, and nobody's ever back there. And while the Morocco Pavilion as a whole is pretty low-key and not crowded whatsoever, we still like to escape to the Fez House here for some extra serenity. This area is designed to look like a typical Moroccan home, well, a beautiful one, and features gorgeous mosaics and architecture. There are a few benches and places to sit back here, but we recommend just walking around and taking in all the gorgeous design work. And you'll also find a quiet place to relax in the back of the UK Pavilion, as long as there isn't a band playing in the gazebo, that is. Modeled after an English garden, this can be a great spot to escape as you walk through the maze and pretend you're walking down Cherry Tree Lane, like Mary Poppins. These are all places I go on the regular to just sort of breathe a little bit. You know how it is. All right, more festival tips for you. If you're looking to visit an Epcot festival during its least busy time of the season, I can tell you this with full confidence. Avoid visiting during its first weekend. On the first weekend of a new fest, you're always going to run into a sea of people wanting to be the first to try out those new food booths or grab a bite or drink of their returning favorite. Your best bet when it comes to visiting an Epcot festival, minus the massive crowds, is to visit smack dab in the middle of things, i.e. in the middle of the week and in the middle of the festival. While Epcot's never fully immune to those random crowd spikes, the middle of the festival seasons tend to be when we've had the easiest time grabbing fest foods without having to wait in super long lines, booth after booth. So the Disney Skyliner is a super convenient way for those staying at resorts like Pop Century, Art of Animation, Caribbean Beach, and Riviera to get to Epcot's International Gateway within minutes of boarding one of the flying gondolas. Though Skyliner crowds are pretty manageable during the middle of the day, they can still get really busy right before the park opens and right when the park closes. And that's because people aren't just trying to arrive at or leave Epcot as soon as they can, you're also having to deal with the Hollywood Studios crowds that are arriving and leaving the park too. In the morning, try to make it over to your resort Skyliner station 15 to 20 minutes earlier than you're wanting to be at the park, just to factor in the extra wait time. And at the end of the day, don't be afraid to hang out for a bit even after Epcot closes, just to wait for the Skyliner crowds to die down a bit. The main gift shops, like Creations, will stay open an hour after everything else closes down for the day, giving you extra time to make last-minute purchases and kill time while waiting for the transportation lines to die down. After all, you might as well soak up your last remaining moments of your park day inside Epcot instead of spending half an hour in a Skyliner line. Another huge tip that's been around forever, but nobody seems to talk about it anymore, is to take a left. Nope, not that left, your other left. When you're navigating a crowd and you're faced with a fork in the road, we suggest going left. Is it a foolproof plan? Not exactly, but many folks naturally tend to start toward the right of the parks instead of toward the left, keeping up with the whole take the road most traveled mindset. Just for starters, you may notice wait times are shorter toward the left-hand side of the security checks over at the park entrances, and in Magic Kingdom, most people head right towards Seven Dwarfs Mine Train or Space Mountain at the beginning of the day, so if you want to avoid those Magic Kingdom morning crowds, turn left instead of right to start your day in Adventureland. You should be able to hop on a few big rides over here like Jungle Cruise and Pirates of the Caribbean with shorter wait times because those will get really long later in the day. Plus, you can take a nice stroll through the land without worrying about those heavy crowds. One of the few times this tip may not work is in Animal Kingdom. Early in the day, a ton of people are going to turn left towards Pandora since Flight of Passage and Navi River Journey are two big ticket attractions that draw heavy crowds pretty early on. So if you want to take the path less traveled in that park, I give you permission to go right instead of left at the start of the day. So I love the Happily Ever After fireworks, I really, really do. But sometimes I'd rather not deal with all the Main Street USA crowds and skip the castle projections entirely just to see the fireworks in a spot that's less people-y. So if you're in the same boat as me, try watching Happily Ever After from these vantage points during your next visit for less shoulder-to-shoulder chaos. Swiss Family Treehouse. Now you might not be able to hear the show soundtrack from way over here in Swiss Family Treehouse located in Adventureland, but the elevated view from those treetops will make your experience more unique than it would normally be on solid ground, and it's something that a lot of people haven't experienced. You can also go behind Cinderella Castle. Now you can't see the projections from behind the castle, but you will still be able to hear the soundtrack, and it'll feel like the fireworks are happening right over your head. Then there's the monorail resorts. The beach at Polynesian Village Resort offers a good panorama to see the fireworks from a distance. The best ones to watch from there, by the way, are the ones with the 360-degree fireworks, which are usually at Mickey's Very Merry Christmas Party and Mickey's Not So Scary Halloween Party. So if you're there on one of those nights, check it out. And the best part of this is that you don't even need a park ticket to take advantage of it. Another popular spot to see the fireworks is over at the table service restaurant California Grill inside Disney's Contemporary Resort, which is going to give you an exclusive view of Happily Ever After from the restaurant's private balcony up on the 15th floor. I also love watching the fireworks from certain rides as well. If you're on Big Thunder Mountain Railroad or Tiana's Bayou Adventure, if you can time it just right to be on the ride during the fireworks. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again, use mobile checkout. Okay, mobile ordering isn't just for food, y'all, it's for shopping too. At select Magic Kingdom shops like Emporium, Star Traders, and Tomorrowland Launch Depot, you can use the mobile checkout feature on your My Disney Experience app to skip the physical checkout line entirely. You can check out anytime you want, wherever you want in the store. Such a major time saver and easy too. After you tap on the mobile checkout button, the My Disney Experience app will lead you to your virtual shopping bag. Press Scan an Item to scan the barcode of the merchandise you're wanting to buy. That item will be added to your account immediately. Next, you'll have the option of adding more to your virtual shopping cart or proceeding to checkout. As long as you have all your card info already added to your app, you should be able to check out almost instantly. After you out, a QR code will pop up on your phone screen, and you can show that to a cast member at the store's exit to prove you've purchased your item or items on the app. Now, want to see the Festival of Fantasy Parade with a better chance at a great view? Consider going during the second showing. Normally, Festival of Fantasy performs twice a day, once at 12 p.m., once at 3 p.m. Again, this isn't foolproof, but more often than not, we find that many guests will opt for the noon show instead of the 3 p.m. one. So if you decide to go against the crowd, plan to hit up Festival of Fantasy later for a less people-y situation, and use that 12 p.m. showtime to hit up more rides while the parade observers aren't populating the lines. Warning, you'll want to check on your weather app before attempting this trick, because Orlando experiences those afternoon thunderstorms, and if severe enough, the parade will be canceled, making 12 p.m. still your best bet for seeing it. Free? In Disney World? This is where you need to look for some awesome, zero-cost souvenirs and experiences. Tinkerbell would be so proud of you, or she'd be super jealous that someone else was doing all the pixie dusting rather than her. Probably the latter. Pixie dusting is a free experience that happens in the Sir Mickey's gift shop and Bonjour Village Gifts in Magic Kingdom's Fantasyland. When you're pixie dusted, a cast member will ask you to close your eyes, make a wish, and then they'll use a magic wand to sprinkle you with glitter and sparkles and magic, all while wishing that your deepest/bestest dreams come true. Okay, to be fair, celebration buttons aren't exactly hush-hush on the Disney scene, but they are free, and many folks don't take advantage of them like they should. No matter what special event brought you into Disney property, even if it's something super niche, like you completed your first piano recital, or you got the lead role back at your hometown's community theater production, or you finished binge-watching Bridgerton for the umpteenth time and you're trying to fill the empty void that it left behind, then you can let everyone in Disney know exactly what you're celebrating by proudly displaying it via free piece of giant Disney flair. Buttons can be picked up from the front lobby of your resort or at various Disney theme park locations like guest relations or select merchandise shops. Now, make sure to keep that button fastened to you all day long because you never know when a little extra pixie dust will be thrown your way. And by pixie dust, I mean potentially free desserts at table service restaurants. You don't always have to be staying as a guest at Polynesian Village to snag one of these free lays. Just head downstairs in the Great Ceremonial House and visit the front desk to ask a cast member if there are any extra lays that your family can have. If there are, the cast members will be more than happy to hand them over. And then you'll be ready for a tropical night all around the resort. Because a Dole Whip from Pineapple Lanai is nice and all, but a Dole Whip from Pineapple Lanai while you're sporting a free lay is even better. Side note, how many of y'all think pineapple is the superior Dole Whip flavor? I'm curious because it's the OG flavor, but the ones that rotate out at Pineapple Lanai that are not pineapple, I tend to like a little bit better. Is that a hot take? Let me know in the comments. I need to know your Dole Whip preferences to know I'm not alone in this. Several Disney activities around property are going to cost you a pretty penny to experience, so it's a good thing Epcot has a handful of freebies for you to take advantage of. Along with the Dory's scavenger hunt booklets that I mentioned earlier when talking about the seas, you can also make stops at the KidCot locations around World Showcase to learn a little more about the countries and collect activity cards. There's also often a coloring station. You can try a bunch of international soda samples at Club Cool, including the infamous Beverly, which people either love to hate or love to love, and maybe even grab a tea or drink sample from the Tea Caddy in the UK Pavilion, which aren't available all the time but are usually more available during the Flower and Garden Festival when the English Gardens self-guided tours are in full force. What's better than a Disney World ride? A Disney World ride that gives you free stuff. There's always the chance that you might walk away with a free souvenir after one of the Magic Kingdom rides. At Jungle Cruise, for instance, kids might be fortunate enough to become an honorary skipper and get an honorary skipper card. Every now and then, your skipper is going to choose a lucky guest to get a Jungle Cruise license, just to make things official and cement that esteemed status for you. At Buzz Lightyear Space Ranger Spin, if you rack up enough points to achieve a high score that puts you in the Galactic Hero category, then you just might earn a Galactic Hero sticker to make your mom and dad really proud. And while this isn't technically a ride, you'll still want to swing by Enchanted Tales with Belle for another freebie souvenir, since you'll receive a free bookmark after the show. Besides the food, you're going to spend most of your budget on your hotel, and we're here to make sure you choose the right one for you. We've got one more freebie guide for you. This one's going to break down all Disney World's hotel options so you can choose the best one for your budget and for your vacation style and for your family, because everybody needs something different. Find that guide and that QR code at disneyfoodblog.com/hotels. Okay, since we're already making special room requests, how's about another one for you? This one involves a super secret door that'll put your room as close to Epcot's International Gateway, aka the backside of the park, as possible. This secret door is located at Disney's Beach Club Resort, which is already a resort that's rubbing shoulders with Epcot as is. But if you check out this map of Beach Club, you'll see that right here, this section of the hotel juts out way closer to Epcot than any other. This is the closest hotel room area to Epcot, period. Now, when you're walking away from Epcot and towards Beach Club, you'll want to follow that little path you come across at your right-hand side that branches off from the Epcot walkway. There's a little gate there. That's going to lead you directly up to that secret hidden door. The door opens into the Beach Club hallway, which could save you a long and uncomfortable walk in the rain if your own hotel room is located further inside the resort. Note that this secret door isn't for everyone to use. It's strictly for Beach Club hotel guests only. But all you got to do to use it as a hotel guest is scan your room key or magic band, and the door will let you in. But here's the really cool part about this door. The room located just inside, right next to it, is room number 1501, which is by far the closest hotel room you can possibly book next to Epcot. One more room request note for ya. If you're planning on booking a room at Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge, first up, congratulations, my favorite hotel, and you really want the full impact of the whole I'm surrounded by living, breathing animals vibe, then the best room to get here is going to be the one with the Savannah view. That way you can wake up each morning, walk out on your room's balcony and say hello down there to a savannah filled with giraffes and zebras and lots more species of African wildlife, like 30 in total. But I know, that's not a free upgrade. Those Savannah View rooms are definitely not free. Actually, they're going to cost you a couple $100s extra per night to stay in if you want to be neighbors with a giraffe all week long. That being said, you can attempt to avoid that extra hundreds of dollars per night extra cost by booking a standard room and requesting a partial savanna view, meaning you'd still be able to see the animals, but your view would be obstructed. If you do decide to try this route, you still won't be guaranteed a partial savanna view, and sometimes if your request is fulfilled, that view might wind up being more obstructed than not. But it's always worth asking about just in case, because you're still going to be paying for a standard room, so even if you see one animal, that's a bonus. Also, keep in mind that you don't have to have a Savannah View room to see the Animal Kingdom Lodge's Savannah. You don't even have to book a room at Animal Kingdom Lodge, period. The giant windows of the lobby still overlook these massive plains and are available for everyone to see, whether you're staying at the resort or just passing through it that day. Not to mention, the resort's table service restaurant, Sanaa, also has a picture-perfect window view overlooking the resort's starring cast of wildlife. But even if it didn't, the East African-inspired menu featured at Sanaa would still be worth making reservations for, because this place is seriously one of my favorite places to eat in Disney World, and I don't say that lightly. Now, if you are going to book at Sanaa, don't forget to book when it is light outside. Once it's dark outside, all you're going to see through that window is your own reflection. Along with your Disney World hotel booking, you're going to have access to a lot of different Disney benefits. In fact, some of those free benefits might even get buried after a while and become poor, abandoned, neglected benefits that would have done you a world of good during your visit if only you remembered them. Don't worry though, we are here to unearth those buried Disney benefits so you don't make the same mistake and forget about them altogether. Buried perk number 1, community halls. Many of the Disney Vacation Club resorts feature community halls where you can hang out and play games or kill time on a rainy day. Anyone staying at a resort with a community hall can take advantage of its numerous board games, foosball, ping pong, and other complimentary activities, while other things like DVD rentals may come with a small fee for non-DVC members. There's also always a schedule of activities taking place in these community halls, so be sure to check that out for crafts and games if you have some extra downtime at your resort or you're doing a resort day. Buried perk number 2, fitness centers. Every day is leg day after you've walked 20,000 steps around the theme parks, but if you want to work out the other parts of your body too during vacation, many of the resorts have fitness centers with equipment that can be used for free during your stay. Mostly this is deluxe resorts and Coronado Springs. Now, hours vary at the fitness clubs, and some equipment like the weights may need to be put away a little bit earlier when nighttime rolls around, but whenever the fitness centers are open, all you need is your resort key to access them. And remember, Coronado Springs actually has 2 fitness centers, depending on whether you're staying in the tower or in some of the rest of the casitas, ranchos, and cabanas buildings. Buried perk number 3, charging privileges. So Disney Resort guests can use their Magic Band or My Disney Experience app to charge snacks, souvenirs, meals, and more straight to your resort account. So does that mean you can just ditch your wallet for the rest of your vacation? Not exactly. You'll still need to keep your photo ID with you just in case you need it. And if you have an annual pass or a Disney Visa card, you'll want to keep those just in case you want to use them for discounts. But yeah, I'll often just put my ID and my annual pass in my pocket of my leggings and bring my phone, and that's all I bring with me. Okay, we have to talk about the magical moment room upgrades in this video. It has happened before. It has happened to me. You check into your standard all-star music resort and are magically upgraded to a full-on family suite. You choose a standard room at Port Orleans Riverside, yet you're magically upgraded to a preferred room that keeps you closer to the hotel lobby. You book a standard room at Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, and you're magically upgraded to a room with theme park viewing so you can watch the Magic Kingdom fireworks from your hotel balcony every night. I once booked a room at the Contemporary Resort and was upgraded to like a 2-bedroom suite. And the best part about these magical moment upgrades, since you didn't choose them for yourself and they were magically given to you, you don't have to pay anything extra for them. That's what I'm talking about. Free magical moment room upgrades are not a super frequent phenomenon, and they can feel pretty randomly rewarded at times, but there are a few things that you can do to help improve your chances of receiving one. Just keep in mind that if you don't get a free room upgrade, it's okay. It's all fine and dandy. The cast members are still super happy you're there, and you're still gonna have a great vacation, so don't make it weird. Okay, great. Strategy number 1, share the details of your stay. Are you here for your honeymoon? Is it your birthday? Are you celebrating a special occasion, a baby moon, a graduation? Is it your first time at Disney? Whatever the reason or circumstance surrounding your trip, share it with the front desk cast member. Who knows, they might be able to pull a few strings to help you boost those celebratory vibes. But remember, nothing is guaranteed, and they may literally not have any rooms available to upgrade you to. So again, don't make it weird. Strategy number 2, be mindful of when you visit. If your visit to Disney is taking place during a super busy time of the year when most of your resort's rooms may already be booked up, the chance of you getting a free upgrade is not necessarily zero, but it's sure going to be a whole lot slimmer than if you're visiting during a slower season with much more hotel room availability. Strategy number 3, consider a shorter stay. Shorter stays can sometimes have a better chance of being upgraded versus those longer stays. After all, upgrading a family to a suite for 2 nights might not be too big of an ask for a resort, but upgrading a family that'll be at the resort for 10 nights will be more challenging. I think that's how I got the contemporary resort stay, because I think it was just like a 1 night. Now, I'm not going to call this last point a strategy because I'm hoping it's just your default response, but be kind to cast members. When it comes to upgrades, kindness is your main key when it comes to boosting your chances of receiving a magical moment room upgrade. And even if you don't end up getting an upgrade, please continue to be kind. Because you're a good person and you don't need an incentive just to default to kindness, right? Right? Okay, I thought so. That's how all of us are here at DFE Guide, right? Great. Having a split Disney hotel stay where you're going to book 2 or more Disney hotels during one trip doesn't just mean calling more than one Disney resort your home away from home anymore. It also means doubling up on free water park tickets. For 2025, everyone who's planning on staying at a Disney-owned hotel, whether it be value, moderate, or deluxe, will receive a free water park day, but only on your hotel check-in day. And that might not feel like a big deal at first until you realize the water park hours are typically 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. You don't have a long time in there, which thank goodness, because most rooms usually aren't ready until 3 or 4 p.m. No, you don't have to wait to hit the water park until your room is ready for you. You can head over to the water park just as soon as you're able to and be there for rope drop if you like. But if you're flying in or driving in on your hotel check-in day, really getting the most out of that free water park ticket might be tricky. Because if you don't get to the water park right at 10 a.m. or shortly after that, you're really not going to have a whole lot of time to take advantage of the free perk before the park closes at 5. Plus, you're also not going to get access to those prime lounge chairs, if you know what I mean. That being said, if you have a split stay in 2025, you'll be able to use that complimentary water park admission on both of your check-in days. That's right, 2 free water park tickets. Or possibly even more if you just keep resort hopping and staying at new Disney hotels. That free water park ticket is good for any and all Disney hotel check-in days. So if you run out of time to use your free water park ticket on your first check-in day, you'll still have a safety net where you can use that perk instead later on during your trip when you move into a new Disney hotel. Okay, don't forget to have some backup. Even if you got a dream hotel in mind for your next Disney World vacation, allow yourself to dream about a second hotel too, just in case that first one doesn't work out. Let's say you've been planning to splurge on a stay at Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge with a Savannah view for years. It's a bucket list item. You finally planned the trip where you're going to do it, but you go to book the room and there are no available rooms for your dates. Or how about this? You've been eyeing a specific discount on the Disney World website for a while, thinking it's the perfect way to help you save some money at that bucket list hotel. So you go to book it and just kidding, your hotel isn't eligible for the deal. Looking at you, Polynesian Village Resort. Or what about when you've budgeted a stay in a certain room, but when you go to book, prices are astronomical and not at all what you budgeted for? These are just a few of the most common heartbreaks we see and hear of happening constantly in Disney World when it comes to hotels. It's a busy vacation spot, so it's almost impossible to gauge when your preferred rooms will be available or have a discount you can apply to them. While nothing will be exactly like the hotel room you were looking to stay in, you can always have a plan B in your back pocket. Here, we're going to give you a springboard to work with. While Art of Animation and Pop Century have different theming, both are value resorts with larger-than-life icons and decor, so both are great alternatives for each other. They're also both located on the same Skyliner station for easy access to Hollywood Studios and Epcot. Oh, and their food courts are almost identical these days. Can't book at Disney's Polynesian Village Resort? Check out a cabin at Disney's Fort Wilderness or a room at Disney's Wilderness Lodge for unique theming that's geared toward the outdoors. And if you're unable to book at Disney's Boardwalk Inn, the Yacht and Beach Club resorts are still within walking distance to Epcot. Just remember, if you need to stay at a different hotel than originally planned, there's nothing stopping you from resort hopping and checking out the other resorts you were wanting to book in the first place. While you won't be able to walk into any rooms or swim in the pools, you can still snap photos all around the hotels and take in their other offerings like gift shops and restaurants and daily activities too. Okay, another really easy mistake to make. Don't assume that all hotels have the same transportation perks. When it comes to the Disney-owned resorts, some hotels get the short end of the stick when it comes to transportation, like our beloved Animal Kingdom Lodge, for example. Sure, this place is gorgeous, and it has some of the best dining options property-wide and the most incredible views. But because it's closest to Animal Kingdom Park, it's pretty far away from everything else, so prepare for some long bus rides. Coronado Springs Resort and each of the All-Star resorts also reside near the Animal Kingdom area and only offer complimentary buses, meaning no monorail, no Skyliner, no boats, no walking paths right up to park gates, none of that. Again, these aren't bad resorts. In other respects, the All-Star hotels are going to be your cheapest resort option, while Coronado Springs has that lovely Gran Destino Tower, which will make you feel like you're staying in a deluxe resort even at its more moderate price point. However, when you stay at these locations, you're losing out when it comes to transportation, which may be a red flag for you. The best hotels for transportation tend to be the ones on the monorail loop that'll quickly get you over to Magic Kingdom and Epcot. Those are Disney's Contemporary Resort, Polynesian Village, and Grand Floridian, and the ones on the Skyliner route, which will quickly get you to Epcot and Hollywood Studios. Those are Riviera, Caribbean Beach, Art of Animation Resort, Disney's Pop Century, and then there are the specific Epcot area resorts like Boardwalk Inn, Yacht and Beach Club, Swan and Dolphin, which are within walking distance to Epcot and Hollywood Studios and are in close proximity to the Epcot Skyliner station too. But even if you stay at one of the hotels that only offers bus transportation, that doesn't mean you absolutely 100% have to be at the mercy of the shuttle. You can always drive yourself to the parks since parking will be free for Disney hotel guests, or you can save for a rideshare service like Uber or Lyft or minivans. Okay, this is another one that can really set you back in your park day. Don't expect your room to be ready right when you arrive. Did you get into Orlando early for your first day of vacation like you should? Great. Just don't expect to move into your room just yet. Disney World Hotel check-in time is 3 p.m. for hotel rooms, 4 p.m. for deluxe villas. If you arrive before that, your room more than likely won't be ready for you, and I haven't had some of my rooms ready till like 6 p.m. Disney will try to accommodate you if you arrive early, but there's a very good chance they won't be able to squeeze you in anywhere just yet. It's no biggie, you can still get a head start on your vacation regardless. Just leave your luggage with the hotel concierge, then go hit up the pool or go to the parks or do some shopping and eating around Disney Springs. And don't forget, in 2025, you get a free water park ticket on your arrival day if you stay in a Disney hotel. So maybe pack your swimsuit and your towel in your carry-on and leave the luggage with Bell Services and head on over to Typhoon Lagoon. Disney's value resorts are massive, and depending on what building you're placed in, you might be walking a whole lot more each day than you expected to. Fortunately, you can purchase a preferred room for a few dollars extra each night, like $15 to $20 more, if you want to stay in a room that's close to your hotel's main amenities, like the lobby, the food court, the gift shop, and the bus and Skyliner stations, and usually the main pool. If you think the only way you can get access to Disney's deluxe resort perks is by staying at a deluxe level resort, well, I can understand why you'd think that. But it's time to change your way of thinking and save yourself hundreds of bucks in the process. When you book a stay at the Walt Disney World Swan or Dolphin owned by Marriott instead of Disney, you can potentially purchase a room as low as $300 a night or sometimes less. Not only will this give you a nice place to crash after each park day, but you'll still have access to those super sweet deluxe resort benefits without having to pay the deluxe resort prices. This means you'll have access to early theme park entry and extended evening hours, transportation to and from the parks, including being within walking distance to both Epcot and Hollywood Studios and the Skyliner, by the way, lightning lane benefits like being able to choose your lightning lanes 7 days before you check in, or having the ability to purchase Premier Pass if you want it, plus lots of great dining on site that's only steps away from your room, including Shula's Steakhouse, the very underrated Todd English's Blue Zoo, and the brand new Rosa Mexicano. Plus, since the Swan and Dolphin are owned by Marriott, if you're a member of the Marriott Bonvoy Rewards program, you can earn points when you stay here. You can also use Marriott Bonvoy Rewards points when booking your stay at Swan and Dolphin too, which could save you even more money than you're already saving. All right, next tip is also a brand new one for us. Take that crucial extra step when booking a Good Neighbor hotel. Booking a Good Neighbor hotel for a cheaper price in Disney World sounds great, and the deal sounds even sweeter when you realize lots of Good Neighbor hotels still have the same hotel perks as the Disney-owned resorts. Now, for those who don't know, a Good Neighbor hotel is a non-Disney-owned resort that is near Disney World that can often give you the same perks, including early theme park entry, as the Disney-owned resorts. But in order to access those perks, you're going to need to make sure Disney associates your Good Neighbor hotel booking with your My Disney Experience account. In order to link your hotel to your My Disney Experience account, go to the Disney World website, click on the My Disney Experience tab, select the My Plans option from the drop-down menu, and log into your account. Towards the top of your plans page, you'll notice a horizontal line of options, one being for your resort hotel. Click on the resort hotel and then choose to link a reservation. You'll be asked to type in your last name and your hotel confirmation number. And then you're linked up and your Good Neighbor hotel will be all set alongside your Disney plans, which means you can go ahead and get in for early theme park hours. Now, we have had varying experiences with Good Neighbor hotels. Sometimes they let us right into early theme park hours even if things aren't linked up, and sometimes they do not. So it's always really good to make sure that that's linked up with your My Disney Experience account so you don't miss out on anything or have to waste any of those precious 30 minutes at guest services. If you're wanting to save money during your 2025 Disney World visit, many Good Neighbor hotels are less expensive yet still have some similar hotel perks to the Disney-owned resorts, like early theme park entry, which will allow you to visit any of the parks on any day 30 minutes before they open for the general public. But in order to access those hotel perks, you're going to need to make sure Disney associates your Good Neighbor hotel booking with your My Disney Experience account. Let me restate that a different way. Unless you do this thing that we're about to tell you to do, even if you're staying at a Good Neighbor hotel, Disney has no way of knowing that you're actually staying in that Good Neighbor hotel, so nobody's going to let you in 30 minutes early unless you do this next thing, okay? Was that more confusing? Probably. All right, here's what you need to do. Go to the Disney World website, click on the My Disney Experience tab, select the My Plans option from the drop-down menu, because of course you already have an account, right? Log into that account. From there, click on the resort hotel and then choose to link a reservation. You're going to be asked to type in your last name and your hotel confirmation number, and then you should be all linked up and ready to go. So there's going to be no questions from Disney once you try to get in for early theme park entry. The Swan and Dolphin and the Swan Reserve are 3 Disney area hotels that aren't owned by Disney, though we forget about that sometimes because they are so convenient for Disney guests. These are actually owned by Marriott, which means you can use and earn Marriott reward points when you stay there. Plus, Disney offers many of the same deluxe resort perks to Swan, Dolphin, and Swan Reserve guests, meaning you can take advantage of theme park perks like extended evening hours. Since these hotels are owned by Marriott and not Disney, they have their own app apart from the My Disney Experience app. And you can download the Swan and Dolphin mobile app to keep track of your reservation and to see things like restaurant menus and amenity hours. But the coolest part about this app is that it also has an in-room dining feature, which you're not going to find at the Disney-owned resorts. You can order in-room dining, that's room service, for breakfast and dinner at the Swan and Dolphin, and breakfast, lunch, and dinner at the Swan Reserve. And while you're ordering, you can choose to have that food immediately delivered up to your room, or you can pre-order your meal for delivery at a later time. So if you're on a bus back to the hotel and your kiddo's going to be taking a nap right away, you can pre-order your meal for a time when you plan for them to wake up. It's super handy, and again, room service has not come back to Disney-owned hotels except for the Grand Floridian since 2020, so this is a huge perk that not enough people are talking about. Bell services at the Disney resorts are wonderfully useful to hotel guests and visiting guests alike. So if you've never relied on them before, now is the time. If you get to your resort before it's time to check into your room, Bell services will be more than happy to hold your luggage for you while you kill some time over at the pool or exploring the hotel grounds, or maybe even over at Disney Springs to get a head start on your vacation shopping. Bell services can also be very useful in more specific situations too. Let's say you wanted to grab one last nice breakfast at a resort before heading over to MCO and flying back home. But which Disney hotel breakfast would you even want to go to on your last day on property? Okay, I'm a big fan of Boma's breakfast buffet over at Disney's Animal Kingdom Lodge. It's got pog juice, African pastries, bavuti quiche that I can pile my plates with. Topolino's Terrace at Riviera and Ohana at Polynesian Village Resort are also a couple of solid options if you're wanting good breakfast food alongside character meet and greets. And hey, now the Cake Bake Shop's open at Boardwalk Inn, that's a solid new breakfast option too. Just be ready to spend a bunch of money and consume a lot of glitter. Disney's really been leaning hard into sleek, modern hotel designs as of late, and while I don't hate that by any means, it's definitely been a hot minute since Disney's designed some bold and colorful Disney-rific rooms that'll make you feel like your childhood just threw up all over the walls. So if you're tired of the chic downtown hotel vibe and want your kids going, wow, we're really in Disney World, when they step through your hotel room doors for the first time, that whimsy you crave is actually hiding out across Disney's value resorts like Pop Century and Art of Animation, and each of the All-Star hotels too. So wait, does that mean you're forfeiting whimsy if you choose to pay more for a Disney hotel room? Not necessarily. When it comes to moderate level resorts, the royal guest rooms are heavily themed around Disney's royal posse, with magic carpet flooring, beautiful wall art of fan favorite Disney princesses, a personalized letter from Tiana welcoming you as her distinguished guest, sinks shaped like magic lanterns, and even headboards that burst to life with LED fireworks. And when it comes to Disney's deluxe level resorts, I'd say there's a good mixture of classiness and whimsy when you stay at Animal Kingdom Lodge, thanks to the African-inspired decor and variety of animals walking right past your balcony, if you book a Savannah View room. The Contemporary Resort also has Incredibles-themed rooms for your own family of supers to stay in if you're looking for that smash-up of modern meets whimsy vibes for your upcoming hotel stay. Let's really change up your future trip and ditch the hotel altogether. This past summer, more than 350 refreshed Disney Vacation Club cabins replaced the existing cabins at Fort Wilderness Resort and Campground. Literally replaced them. Now, the new cabins sleep up to 6 adults and feature a bedroom, bathroom, living room, full kitchen, and private patio. And a select number of cabins are dog-friendly too. Depending on when you visit, one of these new DVC cabins will run you about $500 to $600 per night. But if you're still looking for a more affordable way to stay at Fort Wilderness, just trade your glamping for camping and park your camper over at Fort Wilderness Campgrounds for hundreds of dollars less. Or you can always just pop a tent there too. Okay, let's talk for a second about Caribbean Beach Resort. However big you think it is right now, just double that in your head, because this moderate resort is huge. And I'm not saying huge as in skyscraper. It's so expansive that it takes forever and a day to walk anywhere. Even the main area of this resort, where you're going to find the feature pool and the gift shop and bell services and restaurants, is still a very good distance away from the Caribbean Beach's Skyliner hub. In fact, that main area winds up being closer to the Riviera Resort Skyliner hub than the Caribbean Beach one. All this to say, when you're picking a preferred room here, decide what you really want to be closest to. Do you want to be closer to the Skyliner, or do you want to be closer to the other resort amenities? If you want to be right up there near the actual Caribbean Beach Skyliner station, the Jamaica building is going to be your best bet. But if you want to be near to the Fuentes del Moro pool and the Banana Cabana pool bar, you're better off in the Barbados building. Now, some of the Martinique rooms will also put you closer to the main area, but if you do get placed in that building, then using the Riviera Skyliner to get over to the parks will be more convenient for you than using the one at your own resort. Since Stormalong Bay at Yacht and Beach Club is going to be undergoing refurbishments up until June of this year, you may have noticed I mentioned it in a couple of videos. You might need a backup pool plan. Lucky for you, though, Disney's resorts have a ton of epic pools you could potentially experience depending on where you choose to stay. So let's go over a few of them. If you're planning on staying at a value resort, then Art of Animation has the Big Blue Pool, which is the largest pool in all of Disney World. Surrounding the pool, you're going to find lots of larger-than-life set pieces featuring characters straight out of Finding Nemo, like Mr. Ray and Crush, and the little fish with the lucky fin himself. The two smaller pools at the resort also go hard when it comes to theming. First, you've got the Cozy Cone Pool in the Cars section, which is surrounded by orange cone cabanas that you don't even have to pay for. It's all first come, first served over here. And then there's the Flippin' Fins Pool, which allows guests to make a splash under the sea in the Little Mermaid section, although Ursula's really scary in this one. Now, if you're planning on staying at a moderate resort, then you've honestly hit the feature pool jackpot. Caribbean Beach's feature pool is basically a whole pirate's lair called Fuentes del Moro, and this colonial Spanish fortress-themed pool has water spraying cannons and a shipwreck play area for the little ones, as well as 2 slides and super close proximity to the beloved Banana Cabana pool bar. Meanwhile, Coronado Springs doesn't just have a pool, it's got a whole lost city for you to explore. The Lost City of Cibola pool features a 50-foot pyramid setting amongst Mayan ruins, complete with a 123-foot-long water slide and the largest hot tub in all of Disney World. And at Port Orleans French Quarter, you're going to find Doubloon Lagoon, a Mardi Gras-themed winding pool with a 51-foot-long serpent slide ruled over by King Neptune himself. Like, has a more epic pool description ever been uttered ever? And if you're planning on staying at a deluxe resort, Grand Floridian offers guests both the beach pool and the courtyard pool. The beach pool gets extra style points for its cascading waterfall that you can walk behind and channel your inner Ariel. But the really cool part about Grand Floridian's pool offerings isn't necessarily the pools themselves, but rather the Alice in Wonderland themed splash pad. Just one tip of Mad Hatter's signature cap and you're going to find yourself totally drenched. Polynesian Village's pool does give Grand Floridians a run for its money though, since the lava pool over here also happens to have a 142-foot long water slide. If you want a brand new pool experience though, you might want to stay at Polynesian's new Island Tower, which not only has a large additional pool for the resort, but also a nearby Moana Voyage splash pad for the littles in your group. Pool hopping between the Disney resorts is typically a big no-no, except if you're staying at one of the Port Orleans hotels or one of the All-Star hotels. Port Orleans Riverside and Port Orleans French Quarter both have different pool options that their guests are allowed to jump between. Meanwhile, over at All-Star Music, Movies, and Sports, it doesn't matter which All-Star resort you stay at, you can visit any of the All-Star pools as long as you're a guest at one of them. At All-Star Music, you can hang out at the Calypso and Piano pools. At All-Star Movies, you can splash around in the Fantasia and Duck Pond pools. And at All-Star Sports, you can lounge the day away by Surfboard Bay and Grand Slam pools. See, the value resorts have pretty awesome perks too. One of the biggest reasons to book a Disney World hotel in the first place is to gain access to those super sweet transportation perks and super close proximity to the parks. But even at the hotels that promise you these transportation perks and close proximity, you might find yourself placed in a room that still requires you to trek a long way before you can actually use said perks. So we've done the extra research, sent our reporters out across all the different hotels, and found the most convenient rooms specifically at these hotels. Now, our reporters didn't have to do this, but they literally figured out the closest Disney hotel rooms in steps. Like, they tracked down these rooms and counted out loud how many steps it'd take you to actually reach the hotel's best perks. That's why our team is the absolute best, and I appreciate them so much. So let's start with what the DFB squad found out about the Skyliner resorts. Those include Art of Animation, Pop Century, Riviera, and Caribbean Beach. At Art of Animation, your closest rooms are going to be in the Nemo buildings, specifically speaking, rooms 5514, 5513, 4540, and 4539, which are about 127 steps from the Skyliner. At Pop Century, the 60s buildings are going to be your go-to for extra Skyliner convenience, and the closest rooms will be rooms 5111, 5112, 4161 and 4162, which are 130 steps from the Skyliner. At Caribbean Beach, rooms 4104 and 4102 in the Jamaica buildings are 194 steps from the Skyliner when you take the pathway. Rooms 4130 and 4131, still in Jamaica, are 130 steps away when you cut through the grass. And rooms 5509 and 5510 in Aruba are 164 steps away from the Epcot side of the Riviera Skyliner station. Now, speaking of Riviera, rooms 5509 and 5510 at the Riviera are just a measly 94 steps away from the entrance to the Disney Hollywood Studios side of the Skyliner station. If you're planning on spending a lot of time at Epcot during your next trip, the resort that's the absolute closest to the International Gateway, the backside entrance of the park, is Disney's Beach Club Resort. No Skyliner trip necessary. And according to our very scientific counting out loud experiment, the closest room to Epcot from the Beach Club is of course 1501. You've heard me talk about that one before, and it's 245 steps away. Meanwhile, over at the monorail resorts, Polynesian Village, the Contemporary, Grand Flow, the closest building to the Magic Kingdom park, yes, the actual park gates, not just the transportation and ticket center, is over at Bay Lake Tower, which is part of the Contemporary Resort. You want to stay in rooms 7111, 7109, 7132, or 7134 to be the closest to the park gates, since these rooms are about 1,006 steps from Magic Kingdom's gate. Reminder that our reporters literally counted out loud for this little experiment of theirs and definitely got all the stairs. That being said, we'd probably personally recommend rooms 7132 or 7134 since they're not just closer to the Magic Kingdom gates, but they're also closer to the main Contemporary building and the elevators. Plus, they have an exterior exit door nearby that can give you access to the bus station walking path. I know you're crunching the numbers and getting some sticker shock about just how much your Disney vacation is going to cost. But don't worry, we're about to dish some of our top major money-saving tips and tricks. We're not talking about saving 25 cents here, people. We are saving hundreds and sometimes thousands. Sometimes Disney offers limited time park ticket discounts on their special offers, deals, and discounts page, but since these deals aren't available for guests all the time, how can you still save on your park tickets all year round? Well, by using a sneaky discount, that's how. When looking at multi-day tickets on the Disney website, you'll be asked to select a start date. Let's say we decide to buy a 4-day park ticket. Here, I'll put a visual example on the screen now so we can walk through this. Notice that the start date isn't restricting us to just the date we selected. Instead, the calendar shows us that we can use each park ticket on non-consecutive days that range past the 4 days, branching off from our starting point. Why is that important? Well, if you play around with the start date, you could stumble upon some extra secret savings. For example, let's say that the days you actually want to go to the parks fall on April 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. If you selected the 5th as your start date and pick a ticket that gives you access to 1 park per day, the total price starts at $566.15. But look at what happens when you choose April 2nd as your start date instead. The time you can use those tickets still encompasses your desired dates, the 5th to the 8th, but the price suddenly drops to $551.47. So you've just saved almost $15 for doing absolutely nothing, really. You just clicked on a new date and whammo, the price changed. And who knows, you may be able to find even better savings during different times of the year by using this exact same method. The good news is Disney shows you what the ticket prices are going to look like every single day, so you can pick whatever start date on the calendar you want that'll wind up saving you the most money in the end and still letting you go to the parks on the dates you want to. Now, even with that $15 example, if you have 4 people in your family, you're saving $60, and if you're booking for a whole group of folks, or if you're booking during a more popular time frame where the ticket prices are higher, you can potentially save hundreds. You can now stay at 2 new Disney Vacation Club locations during your 2025 vacation: the Island Tower at Polynesian Village Resort and the Fort Wilderness Cabins. And while both of these spots have spacious and scenic rooms that'll make for a super memorable Disney World stay, there's no hiding the fact that you're going to have to pay a pretty penny each night to stay at either of them. But that doesn't mean you have to pay full price for a Disney Vacation Club room if you don't want to. If you purchase a Disney Vacation Club rental through a reliable third-party website like David's DVC Rentals, you can potentially save hundreds of dollars on your upcoming stay. David's DVC Rentals makes sure the rental you're wanting to book from a DVC member isn't going to fall through on you for whatever reason and scam you out of a bunch of money. But on the flip side, they're also going to protect the person on the other end of the deal who's renting out their DVC points to make sure that person receives their promised payment. When you rent DVC points through David's DVC Rentals, you could potentially rent a room for 30 to 50% less than it would cost you to book the room directly through Disney, especially when it comes to those studios. But with that being said, this does mean you'll be dealing with a final sale policy, so it's best to fully read up on those DVC rental terms and conditions before committing one way or another. If you're traveling with a bigger group that's over a 4-person limit for Disney's cheaper standard rooms, see if it'll be more affordable for you to book 2 standard rooms right next to each other instead of a Disney villa with more beds. Quick example. On average, a family suite at Art of Animation Resort, which can sleep up to 6 guests, will run you anywhere from $550 to $650 per night or more. But a standard room at Pop Century starts at around $200 per night and sleeps 4 adults. By paying for 2 side-by-side standard rooms at Pop Century, you're not only bumping up your total guest capacity to 8, but you may only end up paying around $400 per night instead of $600 or more. Of course, this plan may not work for parents traveling with younger kids, but if you're visiting with friends or older family members and everyone just needs a little more space, this could be a solid solution. So it's hard to picture a $300 to $400 per person ride line bypassing service saving you money on anything. But let's consider the facts here. Premier Pass is a brand new inclusive option that grants one-time entry into every Lightning Lane in a given park for one price, eliminating the need to monitor Lightning Lane availability and make new Lightning Lane reservations throughout the day. So that means you can simply show up at an attraction and enter the Lightning Lane whenever you want to, as opposed to booking a specific time. So let's think about this in terms of where we think Premier Pass would be most useful. That would be during your Magic Kingdom day. Magic Kingdom might have the priciest Premier Pass across all 4 parks, but with that purchase, you'll receive direct Lightning Lane access to 20 Magic Kingdom park rides and attractions. If you don't go to the parks very often, and this is going to be one of those once-in-a-lifetime trips for you, then splurging on a Premier Pass could save you money simply because you're not going to have to invest in a second Magic Kingdom day to get everything done that you want to get done. And that means you won't have to book an extra park ticket, you won't have to save for an extra day of food, and you won't have to spend money on another hotel night stay. So that's Disney math for you. The only kind of math I'm good at. Ready to start booking flights at a guaranteed low price from here on out? I know, it sounds like an ad. It's not. A new program was introduced by Google Flights last year called the Google Price Guarantee. So with this feature, Google Flights will alert you when the price of a current flight you're looking at won't get any cheaper before takeoff. And they'll do this by adding a badge that looks like a colorful shield next to the flight's price. So what happens if Google's wrong? What happens if you book the flight and it still manages to drop in price? Then they'll pay up. If the flight drops more than $5 after you book, Google will pay you the difference. Prices are tracked from the time of booking until your flight departs. However, there are some rules you need to be aware of, aren't there always? First, you'll have to book the flight through the Book on Google function to get paid instead of booking through the airline's website. Secondly, if your flight price drops, Google will pay you the difference within 48 hours through Google Pay. The company will pay each customer a maximum of $500 per year, which, hey, I'll take it. All right, I sound like a broken record in these videos sometimes, y'all, but do not pay full price for a Disney World hotel. I repeat, don't pay full price. Disney regularly releases hotel and ticket discounts throughout the year, often in late winter and early spring, sometimes into the summer and early fall too. And for heaven's sake, there are discounts for Christmas this year. So what happens when you book a room early and then a discount releases that would have applied to your trip perfectly? Don't sweat it. You're still going to be able to apply that discount from the My Disney Experience app. Go to the My Plans, Reservations, and Tickets section and look for the option to change or modify a reservation. From there, find the exact date and times of your vacation, scroll down, select your room, and check out those top options listed. One will be for room only, but if there's a discount that you can still apply to your room, there should be another option listed as special offers. Select that one if you're able, follow the rest of the prompts per usual, and get your trip rebooked with the special offer applied. Now, if for some reason you're not able to apply this discount to your pre-existing reservation or you're not seeing that special offers option, you can always call Disney for a little helping hand at 407-939-1936 and they should be able to handle it for you. Or if you're working with a travel agent like our friends over at Small World Vacations, they can do all those discount changes for you and they probably already did it before you even thought about it. So yay. Now, that said, if something's different about your particular version of the My Disney Experience app, if something's not updated, or I don't even know, but you can still do this on the website as well. That's usually the version I'm most comfortable with, but just a heads up, Disney says you can do it on your app as well. But if you're having problems or you're technologically disinclined like I am, then go ahead and do it on the website. Oh, and don't forget to check your email for discounts too. There are times when Disney's discounts are way more on the DL, where only people in the know are going to know. But how will you know? By checking your email. Select guests, specifically guests who've recently traveled to Disney World, may be chosen to receive a unique offer code in their email, which you can apply to upcoming trips for a significant discount. This is kind of like back in the days of message boards for all of you people who are as old as I am. You remember when you used to get those PIN codes in your email? Yeah, it's like that. So don't go thinking that Disney's gonna up and forget about you once your trip ends. They always want you back. Now let's take on a little challenge, you and me. Can we book a moderate hotel room next year, even with a value hotel room budget? First, let's look and see what the average standard value hotel room costs without any applied discounts. For Pop Century, a standard room is going to put us back around $230 to $310 per night. For Art of Animation, a standard room in the Little Mermaid section is going to be about $240 to $340 per night. For the All-Star Resorts, I'm looking at standard rooms ranging from $170 to $255 per night. So that means our goal is to find a moderate resort stay, a moderate hotel, that falls within $170 to $340 range in 2025. Now, that might be easier to pull off than you might think. Typically, Coronado Springs standard rooms are going to cost you $315 to $400 per night. This is not for rooms in the Grand Destino Tower, mind you. The standard Grand Destino rooms will start at $330 and go to $600. Port Orleans Riverside standard rooms cost about $345 to $430 per night, while the French Quarter rooms are between $340 and $405. And over at Caribbean Beach, standard rooms tend to cost $330 to $395 per night. Easy peasy. So already we can win this challenge by booking our moderate hotel stay during the Disney Resort's value seasons. Value seasons for Disney's hotels happen right after New Year's and until the first week of February, and from the middle of August throughout September, except when it comes for Labor Day weekend, which is also going to kick those prices upwards. But even if you aren't planning a vacation around those value times, the special offers, deals, and discounts page on the Disney World website can also help you bring down your moderate hotel room price to a more value hotel room level. For example, there's currently a deal on the website, per the release of this video, where you can save up to 20 to 25% on rooms at select Disney resorts during your early 2025 stay. That's between January 1 to April 30th. Just make sure you read the fine print first, please, because some of those moderate hotels might only be able to save you around 10 to 15%, which is something, but might not get us down to those value resort levels. If you don't want to constantly worry about tracking down these types of discounts yourself, please sign up for our newsletter. We are going to let you know when all of these discounts come out, and we're also going to give you a heads up when they're about to expire. So when you're going to get to the point where you're not going to be able to book those discounts anymore. Also, you could turn to a travel agent who's going to do all that discount searching for you. Small World Vacations is our recommendation. They're a team of super reliable, super friendly, super knowledgeable travel agents who do this full time. These are not part-time travel agents. This is what they do all day, every day. And they're going to help you through every step of your Disney World vacation schedule. And they'll do it for free. That's right. We're keeping with the theme of today's video. Want to reach out to them for a quote? I'll go ahead and drop their link down in the description. And we're back at the Swan and Dolphin because I've got even more ways you can save on your future stay here. Numerous ways to be exact. So let's rapid fire through them. AAA and CAA members can save up to 25% on the best available rate at the time of booking. And the same discount rate is also available for law enforcement, military personnel, government employees, teachers, school support staff, and senior citizens, 62 years and older. Nurses, doctors, firefighters, paramedics, and medical personnel get a special appreciation rate that tends to change depending on what time of year you're visiting. Florida residents and Disney World annual pass holders can save up to 30% off regular rates, and anyone can get up to 20% off when booking a prepaid non-refundable room in 2024. Not to mention, if you're traveling with a bigger group and you're going to need more than one hotel room to fit everybody, then you can book one room at regular rate but reserve a second guest room for up to 25% off a regular rate. Keep in mind that Disney's resorts also regularly promote special offers, deals, and discounts on their website, so never ever book a room at full price before trying to track down a savings opportunity first. Why is everyone standing around a box made of tape on the ground? Why are those rocks shaped so weird? Where's the best place to watch every fireworks show in Disney World? Only the Disney pros know the answer, and you're about to become one. Now, this is one of my favorite tips. So if you're still here watching this video, definitely listen to this one. If you see a taped off box on the ground while you're strolling around the parks, step in it. Trust me on this. These are cast member applause boxes, which tend to appear when an attraction in the area is down, or if the parks just aren't as busy that particular day, or maybe if they're too busy. When you step inside one, nearby cast members will burst into a round of unearned applause. And then when you step out of it, the applause will cease. See, not much to it, but it is a fun way for guests and cast members to interact with one another. Plus, who doesn't love a good round of spontaneous applause just for being there? It really does make you feel good. I don't know what to tell you about that. Disney World is a place where storytelling runs rampant no matter where you are on property. So when you go to a restaurant that's surrounded by lots of decor and knickknacks, it's best you pay attention to what's on the walls and the shelves. Let me just shoot a few examples so you can see what I mean here. Over at Roundup Rodeo Barbecue inside Hollywood Studios, you're shrunk down to the size of a toy and placed into a realm that Andy has created for Woody, Buzz, and the gang. And to really drive that immersiveness on home, you'll be surrounded by oversized games and toys, lots of arts and crafts projects that cover the walls, the ceiling, even the floor. These details give the restaurant a colorful, cluttered, and creative vibe that suspends your disbelief while you're there to dine and makes you think that, yeah, you are stepping on birthday wrapping paper, or you are literally the same size as Little Bo Peep and her sheep, or that you really do need to freeze when you hear Sarge yell out that Andy's coming because you so don't want to blow anyone's cover. Meanwhile, over at Skipper Canteen and Magic Kingdom, you'll be transported into a whole different storytelling realm, a Jungle Cruise inspired one. According to Imagineering lore, Alberta Falls is the granddaughter of Dr. Albert Falls, the founder of Schweitzer Falls, of course, and the Jungle Navigation Company, which was originally a cargo shipping venture. When cargo business took a downturn, Alberta decided to open up cruises to passengers, thanks to the suggestion of one of her skippers. So no matter where you're seated in this restaurant, you'll want to get up and walk around to admire the details. Because what you'll start to learn through all the trinkets and notes and once hidden secret meeting room was that Dr. Albert Falls was actually a member of the Society of Explorers and Adventurers, or SEA, and he used to host fellow members in the back of the restaurant. Even Disney's unassuming bars and lounges might have a story for you to unravel. Abracadabar over in the Boardwalk Inn might look like just another vintage-inspired watering hole, but upon further inspection of the bar's newspaper clippings and memorabilia and posters lining the walls, you'll start to learn that the backstory of this place is actually pretty dark. You see, one mysterious night in the year 1940, a group of boardwalk illusionists and entertainers vanished into thin air from their secret magician's hideout, never to be heard from again. So what happened to these magical souls? The mystery still abounds, but don't forget to keep an ear out too. You may be able to hear what sounds like a magician's show, complete with applause, by the stage door. So before you dine anywhere around Disney, see what the restaurant's backstory revolves around, because you'll want to make sure you soak in the atmosphere to its fullest instead of missing out on a restaurant's main plot. Because these dining experiences are so much more than just the sum of their parts. Now, another option for your ginormous lightsaber that you don't want to carry around all day, consider shipping it home. If you buy something large and don't want to carry it around all day, or you brought a few too many Stitch plushies and can't fit them in your suitcase, look, Bria's innocent until she's proven guilty. Just send them on back to your home. When you go to check out, ask a cast member to ship these items home for you. They'll take down your information, your payment, and voila. The merchandise will arrive at your house later on, and your suitcase will have freed up space to buy more stuff, I guess. Let's go to Gideon's Bakehouse. Now, Gideon's has those rare occasions when the wait times aren't all that bad, but more often than not, you're gonna have to wait in a lengthy virtual queue before you can pick up a cookie or cake slice at this particular sweets shop. If you got the extra time in your schedule and you were planning on visiting other parts of the Orlando area anyway, it might be worth the trip to visit the other Gideon's Bakehouse storefront instead over at East End Market. That's the OG Gideon's. The East End Market location is much quieter and usually has much shorter lines, if any line at all, than what you'll experience over at Disney Springs. The East End Market location also has mobile pickup, so you can pre-order your cookies ahead of time and grab them on the go when you swing by the shop. Just keep in mind that some of the Gideon's Bakehouse options are exclusive to the Disney Springs area, like the peanut butter cold brew and the coffee cake cookies. So if those are the options you've really been looking forward to, then sticking with the Springs storefront may be your best bet. Okay, so FYI, PhotoPass cast members are awesome. Now, that's not a secret. Of course, y'all know that PhotoPass cast members are thebomb.com, but what makes them extra awesome is the fact that you can ask any of them to take a picture of your group using your own phone, and they will be happy to oblige. Not just oblige, they do a fantastic job of it. Some of the best pictures from my past trips were all thanks to PhotoPass cast members. If you have these cast members use your phone instead of their professional cameras, you don't have to worry about them charging you for them afterwards. But if you do want a professional pic to purchase during or after your trip, with maybe an extra magic shot added into the mix, then make sure to get one of those memory maker pictures taken too. Either way, don't be afraid to ask a PhotoPass photographer to snapshot you with your fam. That way, one family member doesn't have to become the designated photo taker and be left out of all the group pictures. Okay, did you stock up on those Disney gift cards ahead of your trip? That's great. Hopefully you bought them someplace where you could get them for a discount. Now, Disney gift cards aren't just good to use in physical Disney shops and restaurants. You can use them through your My Disney Experience app too, to pay for items using the mobile checkout feature or to tack on Disney Genie Plus to your day. So when you go to pay for something through the My Disney Experience app, make sure to choose the Select Different Payment Method option that you'll see listed down below. From there, the My Disney Experience app will walk you through the steps of applying your gift card to your virtual purchase. So you know when I talk about Disney's lockers that you can stow your stuff in for a $10 to $15 fee, I'm usually talking about the ones you can find at the front of the parks. But when you're inside Disney's Animal Kingdom, there's another locker rental location you can find deep within the park too, and it's right outside the Kali River Rapids ride over in the Asia section. How convenient is this? While many guests who choose to pay for lockers here are just trying to keep their stuff dry instead of taking it on the family raft ride with them and hoping a big wave doesn't make all their valuables soggy, anyone can pay for a Kali River locker and have access to it all day long without having to backtrack to the front of the park each time you need to retrieve something. Super useful, and it's like nobody knows about them. Don't miss the morning show. Okay, what better way to kick off your Magic Kingdom day than with a celebration alongside your favorite Disney characters? Let the Magic Begin features a Mickey-led musical number in front of Cinderella Castle. You'll only be able to catch this show once per day, 5 minutes before the park officially opens, which is most often 9 a.m., but occasionally 8, so be sure to know the day's park hours before you go. You are allowed to be on Main Street USA prior to the official opening time of the park, so use that opportunity to head towards Cinderella Castle and get a good spot for the start of the day celebration. This next Magic Kingdom trick isn't exactly going to make your day easier, but it will make your day more unique. Did you know that you can get your hair cut on Main Street USA over at the Harmony Barbershop? They do child's haircuts, first haircuts, adult haircuts, and beard trims. Bizarre? Sure. But also, how many other people can say they had their hair cut inside the most magical place on earth? While you'll sometimes find walk-up availability for this, you can guarantee your seat in the barber's chair by booking an advance reservation on the Disney World website. Okay, all aboard the Snail Mail Express. If you're wanting to send someone back home a postcard, or maybe even send yourself a letter to remind future you of how much fun your past self had now that you're stuck back at work, then you can use Magic Kingdom's very own mailbox to do so. You'll find this mailbox over on Main Street USA, right outside the fire station and toward the entrance of the park. Of course, your envelopes will need to have stamps and addresses, but you can bring your own stamps from home. And you can also purchase stamps in Magic Kingdom over at the Main Street Chamber of Commerce or at the newsstand, both of which reside along Main Street USA, so not too terribly far away. Hey, look everybody, Tomato Baby's back! Hey there, young friend. How's that tomato tasting today? If you don't know what on earth I'm talking about, that's fair. That means you're probably new here, and if that's the case, welcome. Sorry if I sound unhinged. Let me explain myself. Over in Magic Kingdom, inside Liberty Square, there's a family-style restaurant called Liberty Tree Tavern that serves all you care to enjoy Thanksgiving-styled food all year round, which is worth the visit alone. I love this place. But while you're here, take the time to also appreciate all that 18th century detail. Each room is themed after an important figure in American history, like Betsy Ross or George and Martha Washington, Benjamin Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, John Paul Jones, Paul Revere. But inside the Betsy Ross themed room, there's a little painting where the main focus isn't supposed to be the wee babe chowing down on bright red produce. But the last time our reporters ate here, they just couldn't stop wondering why this baby was so infatuated with such a random savory fruit. And ever since we brought up Tomato Baby the first time, many of our longtime DFB viewers have been putting your Tomato Baby theories down in the comments, which we've all appreciated because we do read every single one of them and take them into consideration. So if you've got a Tomato Baby theory, add it to the comments because maybe we'll write a whole Tomato Baby essay one day. I think we should. Now this one is truly amazing. I love this tip. You're going to want to find the most hidden Mickey and Minnie of all time. There's a hidden Mickey and Minnie that you can only see once a year in Magic Kingdom. I know, it's wild, right? But it's true. This is the genius of Imagineers. It only appears once every year on November 18th, which just so happens to be Mickey and Minnie's birthday. So you'll have to be in the right place at the right time if you want to see it. And strangely enough, this hidden gem can be discovered inside the queue of Under the Sea Journey of the Little Mermaid. Once you get past the fully outdoor portion of the queue, you'll need to get underneath the rocky ceiling and be on the lookout for a shape up above that kind of looks like Mickey's head. More than likely, there'll be lots of other people hovering around this area on that day waiting for the big reveal, so it probably won't be as hard to track down as you may think. The image comes and goes pretty quickly, but around 12 p.m. Eastern, it should be in full force if it's sunny out. You can watch as the lighting begins to line up with the amazing Imagineering design of the queue to create those silhouette heads of Mickey and Minnie across the wall. It's amazing as long as the weather cooperates. Throughout the year, Disney World has limited time after-hours events that you can purchase instead or on top of your regular theme park ticket price. You've heard us talk about these before, a lot, because we love them. But let's focus on Magic Kingdom's after-hours for this epic point, because an after-hours purchase here means double the nighttime spectaculars. After Hours at Magic Kingdom will take place in 2025 on select nights from January 6th to May 19th. And during this event, the capacity will be limited so that guests have easy access to Magic Kingdom's 20-plus attractions without having to worry about those major ride lines. You'll also get complimentary ice cream and popcorn and drinks throughout the night. But here's the real kicker. Magic Kingdom's After Hours guests will get an exclusive fireworks show during the event, Disney Enchantment. If that show sounds familiar to you, it's because Enchantment was the castle tinsel show that played each night during Disney World's 50th anniversary celebration. But then the nighttime spectacular, Happily Ever After, tagged back in shortly after the celebration concluded in April 2023. While After Hours at Magic Kingdom technically begins at 10 p.m. and lasts for 3 hours, ending at 1 a.m., guests with tickets for the event can enter the park as early as 7 p.m. for that pre-party mix-in. And that means you'd have the chance to see both of Magic Kingdom's nighttime spectacular fireworks shows in one evening. Happily Ever After first and Enchantment during party time. You might not be a little green alien in a Pizza Planet claw machine, but that doesn't mean becoming the chosen one in Disney World is going to be out of the question for you. In fact, there are a lot of ways you or your kids can potentially become the chosen one around property. For example, you might be chosen to throw out the first pitch at Casey's Corner in Magic Kingdom if you decide to rope drop the restaurant. You could make the first liege waffle of the day at Connections Eatery in Epcot, again, if you decide to rope drop the restaurant and if they're doing it that day. At Star Tours and Hollywood Studios, you might become the Rebel Spy, who's literally like the star of the whole ride after that. And Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor in Magic Kingdom, you could become that guy, aka the coolest person in the theater who keeps getting called out throughout the show. You might also get voluntold to do something else during Monsters Inc. Laugh Floor, or the joke that you text in before the show could be chosen to be read out loud during the grand finale. You could be picked to ask Crush from Finding Nemo a question during Turtle Talk with Crush at Epcot. And boy, when the kids are called in, those can be some seriously funny questions. A classic chosen one moment in Magic Kingdom is being worthy enough to pull the sword from the stone, which is next to Prince Charming Regal Carousel. Magic Kingdom also has a Director's Hat of the Day opportunity, where one of the first people in the Main Street Cinema Shop will get the chance to choose a hat to be put on display, and your name will be on display with it. Each day, Magic Kingdom guests are chosen at random, usually early in the morning before the park even opens, to become the Festival of Fantasy Parade Grand Marshal. And just because Magic Kingdom is chock full of opportunities to become one of the lucky few during Enchanted Tales with Belle in Fantasyland, you might become one of the few who gets to go up on stage with Belle to help her retell her story. Now, there are so many other interactive opportunities in Walt Disney World. Always keep your eyes open for opportunities to kind of join in to the fun. Now, in a pinch and need a diaper for your baby ASAP, you can actually get a whole diaper changing kit for your kiddo from one of the Animal Kingdom's vending machines over at Conservation Station. Each diaper changing kit costs $3.50 and comes with 2 diapers plus wipes. But if you happen to need more wipes, because blowouts happen even to good babies, then you can find a pack of 16 available for purchase in the same machine as well. This might be your savior, so stick that in your quiver of arrows or your back pocket or anywhere you stick stuff that you want to remember. Now, this next one I haven't talked about on this channel in probably years, but it's one of my favorite secrets in Animal Kingdom, the fake waterfall. So this is one that no matter how hard you look, you still might not be able to see it. Challenge accepted. Over in Pandora, the world of Avatar, there are 3 waterfalls toward the top of the mountain that creates the Flight of Passage entrance. But would you believe me if I told you that those waterfalls aren't actually the real deal? While these waterfalls appear to be real, they're actually an optical illusion made from a rotating wheel that looks like whitewater, but falls much slower than a real waterfall would, forcing it to appear further from you than it really is. Disney even added fabric at the bottom to make it look like mist coming from the water. Mind blown yet? Yeah, me too. Some ride queue lines are a pain to wait in, but other queues are a part of the entire ride package. Expedition Everest's queue is definitely the latter of the 2 options and has one of the most detailed queues, not just in Animal Kingdom, but in Disney World, period. Let's set the scene. Expedition Everest's queue takes place in the quiet mountain village of Shirkazong, where natives honor and respect the legendary guardian of the mountain. Of course, that's the Yeti. Throughout the queue, you'll notice colorful and slightly tattered prayer flags waving overhead, as well as shrines and carvings honoring the infamous beast. Despite all the red flags, and no, I'm not talking about the prayer ones here, it seems the proprietors of the Himalayan Escapes Tour Company are offering excursions through the mountains, which is why you'll pass through a booking office first before you're off to Tashi's General Store and Bar. You know, pick up some supplies. One does not simply hike the Himalayas without the essentials. After the general store, you'll weave through an old tea warehouse that features a Yeti museum run by professional Pumbaa Dorje, a conservation biologist who believes in the Yeti's existence, as should you. Here, you'll see artifacts reflecting Nepalese culture, a history of the Himalayas, photos of those who have hiked to the summit, and tales of the Yeti himself. And then what happens? Well, then it's time for you to board the ride. Island Mercantile is more than just a popular gift shop. You'll just have to be willing to dive into the decorative details and see beyond the merch lining the shelves. This is what we do when we go into Animal Kingdom every single day. We find all of these incredible details and we can't wait to tell you about them. Each section of this store has a specific theme. There's an elephant-themed room where you'll find fun, abstract images of the animal near the ceiling and painted on the posts. There's a room full of insects like bees and ants, but I'm gonna just skip over that because it's tough to be a bug has fueled my bug trauma to the extreme. The beavers take the stage in the room with the registers. Notice the posts around the merch in this area look like logs chewed down, a nice beaver-inspired touch. But probably our favorite room is the camel room, just for all the hidden camel details in the lamps alone. Along with all the wildlife, Animal Kingdom is also home to a couple of beers that you're not going to find outside Disney World property. Over at Satuli Canteen or Pongu Pongu in Pandora, you can grab a green beer called the Green Hawk's Grog Ale. This is the only place you'll be able to get your green beer fix outside of St. Patrick's Day, and it's probably better than any other beer that's dyed green for the sole sake of the St. Patty's aesthetic anyway. You'll also find the exclusive Kungaloosh Spiced Excursion Ale at Nomad Lounge and the neighboring Tiffin's Restaurant. Bonus, this Kungaloosh Ale is also served over at Skipper Canteen in Magic Kingdom, so I guess Animal Kingdom was a-okay with sharing its exclusivity with the Jungle Cruise themed restaurant. Hidden Mickeys are everywhere, and I mean everywhere in Disney World, but some hidden Mickeys you're never gonna actually see, like the big Expedition Everest hidden Mickey, for instance. You're never gonna see that hidden Mickey because the ride itself is shaped to look like one big hidden Mickey. Track, mountains, and all, which you can only fully appreciate from a bird's eye view, but at least you can impress your friends and family with that tidbit of info. Harambe isn't just an area of Animal Kingdom that you walk through to get to Kilimanjaro Safaris or Festival of the Lion King. I believe this vehemently. It completely transports you into an authentic African village. But in order to really get that, you're going to have to take the time to stop and look around at all the details surrounding you, starting with the rooftops. Yep, the rooftops. Imagineers actually brought over African craftsmen to create authentically thatched roofs in Harambe. To thatch the roofs in the traditional way, as done in Africa, the craftsmen navigated the roofs barefoot to feel out for weak spots and make sure the thatching was secure. This barefoot approach caused some concerns for OSHA, the U.S. Occupational Safety and Health Administration, meaning Disney had to complete a lengthy process of petitions and appeals to help the craftsmen create the thatched roofs authentically. So don't take those roofs for granted, because Disney had to jump through a lot of hoops to get them done while still keeping true to the culture. So many secrets lurk inside Pandora alone, but we're going to wrap up the Pandorian Easter eggs today with one last final and extremely cool detail that you're not going to want to miss, but you might have to. After you're done taking the ride of your life on the back of a Banshee, you might find some rather human-looking handprints on your way out of Flight of Passage. Not everybody gets to see this, only people that exit through this particular exit hallway. So who are these people who put their hands and initials on one of the most popular rides in Disney World? The creators, of course. These prints belong to James Cameron, Avatar's director, Joe Rohde, Pandora's lead designer, and John Landau, Avatar's executive producer. So the great thing about Epcot's new fireworks spectacular, Luminous, is that getting a good spot to see the show is not difficult. But there are still better spots than others around World Showcase that'll give you a solid vantage point of the whole show. To get the best angle of Luminous, meaning you'll get a good view of all the different effects going on both in the air and out across the water, here are the World Showcase pavilions where you should prioritize getting a viewing spot. First, the Mexico Pavilion, close to the bridge. Second, the UK Pavilion near the Rose and Crown pub. 3, the Germany Pavilion, where you might be able to snag a bench or table if you track down a spot early enough. By the way, there's a whole seating area near the Rose and Crown pub too. And 4th, the World Showcase Plaza between Disney Traders and Port of Entry. Try to get a straight-on view of the entire performance. Now, this is usually the area that Disney puts the VIPs in when they have it sort of rented out for a big VIP event. So that one's going to be less available the majority of the time, but if you can get in there, that's great. Oh, and speaking of Epcot, they have been up to a whole lot of new stuff lately, from new restaurants to new rides to shows to entirely new areas. One of those new areas is called the World Celebration Gardens, which is directly behind Spaceship Earth and features a new bronze statue of Walt Disney called Dreamer's Point, a new planter that forms the Epcot logo, lots of bench seating, and even charging ports in case you need to juice up your devices during the day or in the evening. Now, one of the coolest parts about this new area is something you can't experience until the sun sets. At night, the World Celebration Gardens light up from their new pillars and from the walkways too. That's right, glowing sidewalks are back in Epcot. Check out this illuminated area during one of the Spaceship Earth light shows, which happen every 15 minutes throughout the night. And not only will Spaceship Earth ignite with lots of pretty sparkling colors, but the garden's lights will also sync up with the show, giving you a whole new view of an already goosebump-worthy spectacle. So, although it's great to see the Spaceship Earth show from the front, it's also incredible to see it from the back. This particular restaurant has a lot of tips and it's brand new. So Shiki Sai is innovative in a lot of ways, but one of those is its new rewards program, which encourages guests to come back and see this ever-evolving restaurant changing its style through the season. It basically celebrates Japanese festivals, and so it's going to change its menu and its decor every festival season, so that's awesome. Now, Shiki Sai's membership program is free. It's going to hook you up with a stamp card, and you'll get a stamp after each visit during a new season. Once your card is fully stamped, you'll earn a secret prize. Now, we haven't earned that prize yet, but we're planning to. We just got to fill up our card first, and the suspense is killing us. We'll let you know what it is when we get it. You will use your phone a lot on your next Disney World trip, but it doesn't need to be stressful. We've combined a few of our top tips to make the most of Disney's new tech. You know how sometimes your phone's going to prompt you to make an update and you'll press the update later option because you want to scroll through TikTok before bed and you really don't want to wait around for your phone to do whatever it needs to do to become its best self? Yeah, don't wait around to update your My Disney Experience app in the same way, especially if you're going to Disney World super soon. If you open up your My Disney Experience app and you see the little pop-up message saying you need to update your app in order to take advantage of its new features, go ahead and do it. These updates tend to fix glitches, improve the app's performance, and provide you with more convenient ways to organize your trip. A lot of times when Disney does this, it's because they're releasing a brand new change that you're going to want to take advantage of. So go ahead and do the update. Okay, the My Disney Experience app is updating all the time to make your future visits easier to navigate. That being said, if you don't know about said updates, then these might become more confusing than they are helpful. So here's a quick recap of the My Disney Experience app's most recent dining reservation updates, just in case you need to catch up before your next visit. First off, whenever you book advanced dining reservations, you can now choose a range of dates. Before, you could only search for one day at a time and would have to go back and adjust your search as needed. Now, with this update, you can see what's available multiple days out, making it much easier to plan when you want to dine at a certain restaurant. Secondly, not only can you search for multiple days at a time, but you can also choose what reservations you want to be shown. Reservations are divided into 3 categories now. Morning or breakfast time is any reservation before noon, afternoon and lunch is any reservation between noon and 4, and evening and dinner is any reservation after 4 p.m. You can also search for all-day reservations as well, which really makes it so much easier to find the time you want to dine without feeling like you're being sent on a scavenger hunt to earn it. Now, this is for all you folks out there who are a lot like me and search Yelp for pictures of food before you order something. Before, if you wanted to see what a menu item looked like at a certain Disney quick service, you would need to start a mobile order to see a picture of the dish. While you didn't have to complete the mobile order if you didn't want to, you'd still have to act like you were starting one to view it. And you can still do this. However, Disney recently added a new feature on the app, making it easier to see some restaurant photos. When you're looking at a mobile order location via the My Disney Experience app, you'll see a picture in a circle next to the restaurant's name. Around the circle, there will be a blue outline, similar to what you'd find on social media for a story you haven't gotten the chance to view yet. Simply tap on the picture and voila! You can now go through the mobile order gallery. This is incredible, y'all, because back when I started Disney Food Blog 15 years ago, Disney didn't even have their menus on their website. They didn't have an app. They didn't have any menus on their website. They certainly didn't have any pictures of the food, which is why we started the blog in the first place. And so it's awesome that they're actually giving us at least a few pictures of what they have produced. If you want to purchase a Magic Band to use throughout your Disney World vacation, you've got two options. You got the standard Magic Band, which will hold all your reservations and park tickets and hotel keys, etc. These typically cost about $20 each. Or you've got Magic Band Plus, which will do the same thing, plus give you some magical park surprises. A Magic Band Plus's starting price is around $36, but can cost $46 or more depending on the design you choose. And while your Magic Band Plus comes with a free charger, replacement chargers will cost you around $8 more. For the most part, you don't really need to pay extra for a Magic Band Plus if you're just wanting this accessory to hold on to your vacation information and nothing else. But if you do buy Magic Band Plus, make sure to use it to the best of its interactive ability so you can get your money's worth. So where can you use your Magic Band Plus to toggle more immersive experiences? Each Disney park has gold character statues left over from Disney's 50th anniversary celebration in 2021. You can walk up to any of these statues and wave your Magic Band Plus arm to make them talk or sing a song. Interaction might even change up depending on the season. In Galaxy's Edge, you can join the Batu Bounty Hunters Guild with your Magic Band Plus. In order to play this game of hot and cold, you'll also need to have the most recent version of the Play Disney Parks app downloaded to your phone. Ready for your first mission? Track down the bounty board located near Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run and tap your Magic Band Plus to the board to get your job assignment. Magic Band Plus also lights up in sync with the evening fireworks spectaculars and productions, including Happily Ever After at Magic Kingdom, Fantasmic at Hollywood Studios, Luminous Symphony of Us at Epcot, and the nighttime spaceship Earth lightings also at Epcot, along with a few rides and shows. Now, don't forget to peek down at your Magic Band Plus if you feel a vibration when exiting select attractions. You may be in for a colorful surprise. Sounds like fun? Just don't forget to charge your Magic Band Plus each night if you want to use these interactive features during your park day, because if it runs out of juice, it'll just transform back into a normal old Magic Band, minus the lights and sounds and vibrations. So you don't have to buy a Magic Band to get your Disney World park tickets. You don't even need a physical card to keep track of them. All you need is your phone. The My Disney Experience app has a Magic Mobile feature which holds onto your Disney World park tickets for you, but there is a little bit of a catch here. Our experience has been that in order to use your Magic Mobile tickets, you need to download them from your My Disney Experience app and put them into your Apple Wallet or your Google Pay. To do this, use the menu button in the lower right-hand corner of the home screen, select the Disney Magic Mobile option, and follow the steps to create your pass and save it to your Apple Wallet or Google Pay. Then you'll just repeat this process for any other family members in your group that you manage through the same My Disney Experience account. Even if there are ways around this, it's probably best just to do it if you've got a smartphone. So I can tell you right now that having your whole travel group under the same My Disney Experience account is going to make your vacation way less stressful. That means you're all going to be able to book dining reservations together, get virtual queues together, snag lightning lanes together, and not have to worry about the reservations syncing up across several different accounts. Because how sad would it be if half of your group got a virtual queue for the newest Tiana's Bayou Adventure ride when it opens, and the other half didn't? Like, that'd be so awkward, right? So how exactly do you connect those already existing friends and family accounts to one single My Disney Experience account? Okay, when you want to add friends and family, which you can access through the My Family and Friends feature on the website, you can search for someone by their name, phone number, and email address, just as long as they've chosen to make themselves searchable. This is brand new this year. They did not have this as an option a while back. So if you had trouble linking everybody up before and having to get those approval emails and blah, 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 it's gotten much, much easier, y'all, I promise. All you got to do is click the allow option when asked if you'd like to allow others to find you. And get this, there's even a guests you may know feature that has a list of those who shared their family and friends list with other mutual Disney friends of yours. So it's gotten so much easier, and I'm so happy. Now, this next tip is one that I use regularly when I'm in Disney World all the time. You can find literally anything on that Disney World app, but you have to know where to look. So the wait time map featured in the My Disney Experience app is a glorious thing, but it does way more than just show you how long the Seven Dwarfs Mine Train line is, or remind you that It's Tough to Be a Bug is literally a walk-on because nobody likes it. I'm just kidding. Don't come at me, Flick and Hopper fans. I know you're already pre-mourning the loss, and I'm not here to pour salt on an open wound. I'm sorry. Now, the Wait Times app can also tell you about other important park things, like where you can take a PhotoPass picture, or where you can find an ATM, or where you can track down the nearest bathroom in the case of a bathroom emergency, which I have personally had in Disney World. That's especially important when there's construction going on and a certain bathroom you thought you could rely on is down for the count. Now, when you're on the My Disney Experience app and looking at the wait times map, tap on the drop-down arrow next to the wait times title. Then you'll be able to view a variety of options like characters, dining, entertainment, restrooms, PhotoPass, guest services, and more, all right there on the map. It's all going to be there for you, and you can change to different categories and see those things reflected on the maps. Super, super useful. I've been to Disney World more times than I can count at this point, so I'm here to bestow some hard-won wisdom so that you won't make the same mistakes I've made. All right, I hate to sound like a Debbie Downer here, but there is really no way for you to do everything in the parks and hotels in one trip. In fact, you may go on 100 Disney trips and not be able to see and do it all. There are specialty tours, tons of rides, shows, experiences, so many restaurants, gazillions of snacks. No matter how hard you push yourself, you won't be able to be a completionist, especially all in one trip. So take a deep breath and accept that there will always be more to do and see, and relax a little. Pick out the main things that are on your must-do list for your trip, and if you get in a few extra things, great. If not, also great. We've seen way too many families at the parks go non-stop from open to close without stopping for a break, which tends to lead to a good number of parents having a meltdown right alongside their kids. We've been there, we've done it. So this is my friendly reminder. Slow down, take time to enjoy the memories you're creating, and don't push yourself and your family to the limit. All right, this, as you know, is one of my favorite tips. Stay hydrated, but we're not talking about reusable water bottles this time, though they are important, or the free quick service water cups, also important. We're talking about the places where you can get free ice water out of a self-serve dispenser to avoid long lines and potentially get some of the best tasting water property-wide. So where are these glorious self-serve water stations hiding? And yes, this is what we do in the parks. We find the best tasting water. In Magic Kingdom, Casey's Corner often has self-serve water dispensers out next to the piano during operating hours. We've also seen dispensers out and about in other parts of the park during the hotter season, though they aren't guaranteed. But in this park, you might want to avoid the really busy quick service restaurants if you're interested in just getting water and going to a snack stand instead, because any stand with a drink machine will be able to make you a cup of water, and the line will likely be shorter. At Epcot, some of the best stops to grab a refreshing cup of H2O are at Spice Road Table, where there's a self-serve dispenser, and at Sunshine Seasons, where the drink machine is open access. At Sunshine Seasons, you'll need to show the people at the register that you just got a cup of water, but it's much quicker than waiting in line for someone to serve you. Hollywood Studios is an absolute treasure trove of self-serve water dispensers. One of our favorites is located inside Baseline Tap House, which is almost always filled with delicious, cold, refreshing water. You can also get your fill at Ronto Roasters during its operating hours, and we've also seen water stations pop up at some other quick service spots on occasion. Hollywood Studios is also home to 2 Joffrey's locations, and if their lines aren't too long, they're a great option for a hydration fix. Last but not least, at Animal Kingdom, the self-serve water options are a bit more limited, but the park is littered with small snack stands that make the perfect quick stop. No excuse to avoid hydrating. This next one is a mistake that is near and dear to my heart because I make it all the time. It's not just Disney transportation that hits the hay at the end of the night. It's Disney dining too. Disney World doesn't have any restaurants that stay open 24 hours a day. At least not anymore. They used to pre-COVID, but that time is gone. If the late night hunger pangs hit you, there are some options on property that may still be able to hook you up with a nighttime meal. If you're staying at a Disney World hotel, for instance, you got several convenient options to grab a bite late at night. Many of the Disney resorts have food courts that stay open until 11 p.m. These spots typically offer a variety of quick service meals and snacks when you're in a pinch. And if you're looking for a more relaxed atmosphere, check out your hotel's lounges where you can enjoy light bites and beverages. And while these aren't open 24 hours, they usually stay open until 11 p.m., which makes them a great option for a late night snack or a nightcap. If you'd like something a bit faster than a lounge, don't sleep on the grab-and-go counters since they tend to stay open until 11 as well, and they're stocked with snacks and beverages and pre-packaged meals. These are perfect for grabbing something for a meal in your room. Now, if you're looking for a wider variety beyond what your hotel offers, Disney Springs has a ton of restaurants and shops that typically stay open until 11 p.m. And while reservations might not be available super late, you can usually snag a table or grab something to go around 10:45. Then there's always the option of ordering something outside the Disney bubble. Food delivery services like DoorDash, Uber Eats are 24-hour that bring food over to your hotel lobby no matter what time of night you're looking to grab some grub. Just remember that these delivery services won't be able to deliver fast food from a location that's already closed for the night, obviously, so you'll want to check on those restaurant hours outside the Disney bubble too. And after I made this mistake multiple times and had to end up eating a very, very sad saran wrap sandwich from the gas station, I started to bring my own kind of little lunchbox with me when I go to Disney World and stay in a hotel. So I kind of make some wraps that I just put in Ziploc bags. And as soon as I get to my hotel, I put them in the refrigerator. So if I get home really, really late and nothing is open, I can just grab one of those and my stomach isn't yelling at me all night long. Next tip is to start a walking regimen before you go to Disney World. So the DFB team and I are in Magic Kingdom a lot. So when I say that Magic Kingdom is exhausting, I mean it. You can get enough sleep, get enough food, have enough mini breaks throughout the day, and your feet might still hate you by the end of the night. Let me hit you with some numbers real quick, just so you know why your feet might cry. Let's say you stay in Magic Kingdom from rope drop to park close. If that's the case, then you're probably going to be taking around 20,000 to 25,000 steps per day. Sometimes our park reporters even clock in with 30,000 steps. If you're not used to that kind of physical activity, Magic Kingdom or any of the parks could be difficult, especially in the summer when it's just overwhelmingly hot and humid. So start practicing ahead of time. I'm about to take my mom to Disney World for a couple of days. She's 80 years old, and I'm telling her already, Mom, you got to start walking around the block at least once a day. Start small and make sure to get in those recommended 10,000 steps daily if you can. Take walks on your lunch break, stroll on your gym's treadmill, use the stairs when you can, make the rounds at your local mall. However you can get in those daily steps, get them in. That way your body will be more prepared for the physical exertion that's going to happen when that Disney trip commences. Now, we've had the best of times and the worst of times with Disney World restaurants, especially recently. A lot of people don't realize that Disney World restaurants are never the same. You know what I always say, the only thing that's consistent about Disney World restaurants is that they're inconsistent. And so they can change for better or for worse. At the moment, we're kind of salty about some of the major restaurant changes that have taken place and left us going, why are you doing this to us? Like, it's going to be a while before I'll be able to accept that Sleepy Hollow refreshments replace the waffle sandwiches with just regular loaded Mickey waffles, or that the blueberry waffles that used to be available during breakfast at Hollywood Scoops just disappeared without a trace. So many of our favorite Disney snacks are dropping like flies lately, which is why we recently had to update our free 2024 Best Snacks of Disney World guide to feature all the snacks that are still available around the parks and still tasty, to help heal our hearts. You can pick up that updated complimentary guide by scanning the QR code you see on the screen now, or heading to disneyfoodblog.com/bestsnacks after this. Again, totally free, Best Snacks of Disney World. But instead of stewing over the bad changes, let's gaslight ourselves and talk about the positive changes we've seen from select Disney World restaurants lately, especially the restaurants that we'd almost given up on. Starting with the once infamous Tony's Town Square in Magic Kingdom. Previously, we thought that poor Tony's just had basic, plain, and super heavy food, which they did. However, since they updated their menu back in 2022, we started to actually crave this place. Specifically, we love their foot-long, yes, I'm not kidding, mozzarella sticks and their garlic bread that comes with this gorgeous, pourable, garlicky, fondue-y kind of sauce. And while Tony's isn't fancy dining by any means, it's a much more solid restaurant option than it used to be. Another Magic Kingdom restaurant that started to grow on us is the quick service Pinocchio Village House. Now, these flatbreads aren't reinventing the pizza wheel or anything, but they are a much better option in our opinion than those personal puffy pizzas that you used to find here, and that you can still find over at Pizza Fari in Animal Kingdom or Pizza Rizzo in Hollywood Studios. So if you're looking for a decent, cheap, quick service pizza inside the parks, Pinocchio's could be your shot. Then there's ABC Commissary over in Hollywood Studios, which has actually been on our good list for a while now, but I still like to give it a pat on the back every now and then to thank it for its major menu overhaul that it did a few years back. Instead of serving just your basic theme park staples like it used to, you can now order items like the buffalo chicken grilled cheese, the shrimp tacos, and the Mediterranean salad. So the moral here, Disney World restaurants are constantly changing, but change isn't always synonymous with bad. Unless you're taking away my hush puppies, then we got beef. So before you completely count out a Disney restaurant because of the reputation it's built for itself over the years, check out our updated reviews via the DFB website to see our current feelings about the menus, service, and overall quality for each dining experience. You know that we don't necessarily say that anything's good or bad. Our job is to show you what you're going to get and show you basically what the food actually looks like, how much it costs, and what our thoughts were about it while we were eating it as people who eat in Disney World all the time. So that's our job, and hopefully that can guide you into finding restaurants that are going to fit the bill for you on your next trip. Okay, this is a really important one. Don't skip an experience because of someone else's opinion. This mistake has threatened to trip me up a few times because it really does take a mental toll. If you're told over and over and over again that a certain Disney experience is not worth your time, you might wind up believing that and end up skipping out on something you could have really loved. I think the new Luminous Nighttime Spectacular at Epcot is a good example of this. People are pretty split down the middle when it comes to this show. Some think it's meh because there are no character projections like Harmonious used to have. Some think it's beautiful because it relies on music and fireworks to solely tell the story. But if you're only listening to the people who think it's meh, you may skip out on a show that could have very well become your new favorite. Rely on your heart, read the reviews for these shows and restaurants, but take it all with a grain of salt. You are the only deciding factor for you in the end because you know what you like. And don't forget it. I've said it before and I'll say it again, think very carefully about the shoes you bring to Disney World. You'll want something comfortable, already broken in, and able to handle a lot of walking on pavement because Disney World is not the place to break in a new pair of shoes. Please don't do that. And bring a spare pair of shoes if you can. It can be really nice to have a spare pair of super dry shoes if your sneakers get soggy during the day, so you don't have to walk around in moist feet wear for multiple days on end. It's awful. Aside from water concerns, changing your shoes can also give your feet a bit of a change up to help them not feel too worn out after the thousands of steps you're going to be taking each and every day of your trip. Oh, and don't forget the socks. Socks can ruin your trip if they're too tight, too small. They can lead to blisters or get soggy from rain. So if you do socks, if you're not one of those people that does exclusively like hiking sandals, bring more socks than you think you'll need, just in case. Also underpants. Now, this is a classic DFB tip, and we're putting it in here again because you can't say it enough. There are hundreds upon thousands of things to do in Disney World, and I can tell you without a doubt that there hasn't been a single time in all my years of visiting those parks when I was able to do every single thing within a week-long time frame. It's just not possible. You can get a lot done, but you can't get everything done. So you gotta change your way of thinking if your mindset is breaking your back to conquer it all. The best thing you can do is make a 5 to 10 point list of your priorities for each park before you visit and make those your main focus. Everything else you can accomplish on top of that will be bonus points. Come on, all you gamers. I know how much you love bonus points. Now, most importantly, don't allow this once-in-a-lifetime vacation to pass you by without moments of pause. So often, mega trips become a whirlwind, never giving you the chance to slow down and appreciate where you are. So along with your must-dos, find the moments to just sit on the hub grass and admire Cinderella Castle, or sip on a flute of champagne side by side with your honey in front of the World Showcase Lagoon, or even relax in a beachside hammock back at your Disney resort. Honestly, depending on the type of trip planner you are, you might even have to schedule these break times into your itinerary too, just as a gentle reminder to stop and smell the Mickey waffles whenever you get the chance. I know, I'm one of these planners too. It's been a hard row of learning. Listen, I know you don't want to leave out any of the 4 Disney World parks from your itinerary, but it is okay if you have to. I've talked to all of them. They understand. In fact, that major change alone might actually improve your trip more than you realize. When it comes to those shorter Disney World trips, choosing to focus on just a few parks instead of forcing yourself to squeeze them all into your brief vacation timeline will not only help you cut the cost of tickets and, these days, lightning lanes, but will give you more time to spend in the parks, the ones that you really want to prioritize. But the question is, which parks should you prioritize and which ones should you leave out? If you want the quintessential Disney experience, or you're traveling with younger kids that you want to make sure can ride as many rides as possible, then make sure Magic Kingdom is a big priority. If you want a Disney experience that goes beyond just the rides and delves into cultures from around the world with lots of edutainment aspects, choose Epcot. If you want more rides that'll appeal to the older kids in your group, or if you're looking for back-to-back live entertainment opportunities, choose Hollywood Studios. And finally, if you want an easygoing Zen park day that surrounds you with lots of animals, choose Animal Kingdom. Now remember, I've talked to all the parks and they understand that sometimes you have to pass on one of them. It's okay, they're all right. Also, choose Animal Kingdom if you want to experience my favorite Disney World park. It might shock you, but between the food, the animals, and chill atmosphere, I'm head over heels for this place. Okay, it's true. Every park I'm in is my favorite park, but I just love Animal Kingdom. Okay, it's always a great idea to tell the cast members in Disney World that they are doing an incredible job. Because if it weren't for them, an epic vacation just wouldn't exist. Ideally, you can just tell them how awesome they are to their face, but you can also give these folks a cast compliment through the My Disney Experience app. To leave a mobile cast compliment, visit the My Disney Experience app and search Cast Compliment. From there, you can enter the reason for your compliment compliment, the location of your cast member, their name and hometown, and the date of your interaction. It only takes a few extra seconds to show some extra kindness, and these cast members deserve that extra kindness from all of us. Plus, their boss is going to see this, and they're going to get a commendation for this. So please, just take the time and give that cast member a compliment. They are making our lives so much better and so much more joyful when they're there. Over the years, our team has learned that what you pack can have a huge impact on your trip. We've combined a list of our favorite pre-park purchases plus some major hacks for avoiding airport headaches. So there's a right way to pack for Disney and a wrong way to pack, but we're going to nip the wrong way in the bud right now for you. For starters, try to avoid packing way more outfits than you're gonna need. Not talking about underpants, always more underpants than you need, but not necessarily outfits. At most, we suggest packing one extra shirt or top and one extra pair of bottoms, but other than that, one outfit for each day is probably perfect. Along with your pajamas, a light jacket just in case it's chilly, a rain poncho or jacket unless you're bringing an umbrella, or bring both, I don't know, it gets really rainy. All those underpants, I always bring like twice the amount of underpants I need. And sometimes I go through all of them, and socks, and you'll have plenty to fill up your suitcase with. But what kind of shirts are the right kind of shirts to bring? Oh, you know, something light, something comfortable, something totally cute and unique. Something like one of our many shirt styles featured on dfvstore.com right now. Yeah, did you know we sold more than just guidebooks? Because we totally do. We got styles and sizes, colors and designs for all types of Disney folk, even for the kids in your group too. So make sure to check out our wares when you get the chance. Thanks in advance for supporting the channel. Okay, now that we've packed our outfits, let's move on to other important packing matters at hand. A water bottle is an absolute necessity for a Disney park day, but it has to be a good water bottle. Some can end up fighting against you in the end, like the ones that don't keep your cold drinks cold for very long, or the ones that end up sweating or leaking all over your bag. Few of our DFB reporters have been carrying around those Owala water bottles from Amazon lately, and they've been really digging those. They're lightweight, stainless steel, and come in a lot of different colors too. And while it's a-okay to bring your own snacks into the parks, and we recommend it because you save some cash that way, don't attempt to bring in snacks that will melt or go bad if they're not refrigerated. And if you're afraid you're gonna crush your little snacks before you have the chance to eat them, reusable snack bags and bento boxes are great tools to help you preserve them so you can dip into them between rides. The more we use these, the more we love them. These waterproof shoe covers have become a must-pack item for us. They solve the problem of having to walk around with wet shoes after an Orlando downpour or a good soaking after Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Now, we are in the parks every single day. We have been in the parks during hurricanes. We have been in the parks during flooding. Believe me, these are game changers. They slip over your shoes, easy peasy, and yeah, they might kind of clash with your Disney bounding outfit, but I find that way better than having to endure the wrath of moist socks. Plus, these covers have grooved bottoms to help keep you from slipping and sliding when you step into a typically slick area, which is more than we can say for those Crocs. Okay, here's a very interesting new tip. Not every hotel room in Disney has a bathtub anymore. In fact, many of the recently remodeled rooms are mostly walk-in showers. For those without babies, this may be your preferred way of getting cleaned off these days, but the no bathtub thing can be tricky for parents of little ones who are used to taking baths back home, or who can't really take showers yet because they're just too itsy bitsy. If you use the mobile check-in feature on the My Disney Experience app, you'll find an option that lets you make basic room requests, like picking what floor you want to be on, or your room view, or how close you are to certain resort amenities, like the lobby or transportation. But if you have a more specific request, like a room with a bathtub, be sure to call your resort directly and speak to a cast member. You're not always going to be guaranteed said request, but a cast member will make a note of it in your file, and the resort will do their best to make it happen for you. But it's not a bad idea if you have little ones to invest in a collapsible portable tub to take with you, just in case you aren't placed in a room with a tub. You can find some of these on Amazon that just flatten out when you're done using them, making them super easy to pack into your suitcase. I get why you'd want to escape to Disney World during the fall and winter to escape bad weather you've got back home. I'm not a fan of driving down icy roads either, but that doesn't mean it's always 75, 80, 85 plus degrees and sunny in Central Florida all year round. While warm weather still happens during those fall and winter months, it can also get pretty chilly at night once the sun goes down, so you're going to want to leave some space in your suitcase to pack some layering items you normally wouldn't even think about bringing with you to the Sunshine State, like a jacket or hot hands or gloves or hats or ear warmers, leggings. I always bring a scarf. I find that if I have a scarf, I can get away without having a jacket. For some reason, it makes me warmer. Now, best case scenario, you won't need them at all. Worst case scenario, you need them and you have to pay double for them once you're inside the parks. Now, you're definitely going to want to pack the items that are going to help you survive the heat. We've already talked about some of the places you can escape inside Hollywood studios for a good old AC, but what about when you have to be standing in direct sunlight while waiting for a ride or just walking between lands? That's when you're going to need some other handy-dandy ways to help keep you standing upright, even during Orlando's hottest temperatures. If you want to fight back against the blazing Florida sun, make sure to pack these items in your park bag ahead of time. First of all, hydration packets. Getting enough water intake can be difficult while being on the go, so we recommend those electrolyte packets to get the job done. We like to mix these into our free water cups while eating lunch or dinner because they're usually a nice fruity flavor and help to ensure that we're hydrated. Next is that sunscreen. This might be a no-brainer for you, but I'm gonna up the ante here because you don't just want any old sunscreen. You want one that's gonna last. Choose that sunscreen that's not only good on sensitive skin, but also water resistant for up to 80 minutes. Even if you're not planning on swimming, we recommend choosing a water resistant one that'll hold up longer than traditional sunscreen through both sweat and rain. And those stroller fans. If you're hot, then your baby's hot too, especially all snuggled up in their stroller. Clip-on stroller fans can help keep your little ones cool for around $15 to $20. Just make sure to either pack extra batteries or get a rechargeable fan you can plug in at the end of each day, because you'll be using that bad boy pretty much all day long. Now, cooling towels are my favorite way to chase away the heat. To use these, you just soak them in water, wring them out, you give them a little flap in the air, then put the towel around your neck to draw out all the grody sweat away from your skin. It's like the anti-scarf, keeping your neck nice and cool instead of toasty. Now, these are so easy to just re-cool. Just go get a cup of ice water and pour it over. I love these. I don't have to worry about those neck fans losing their battery. You can just use the cooling towel over and over and over again. I love them. I don't know what to tell you. They're the best. A lot of folks have been turning to TSA PreCheck recently to help skip over the massive security lines for many airports, which really comes in handy when you're dealing with lines at MCO at the end of your Disney World vacation. I really have never seen lines that get longer than they do at MCO. With the purchase of TSA PreCheck, instead of having to wait in forever long lines to take off your shoes, get all the technology out of your carry-ons and into those conveyor belt bins, remove your jackets and your belts and your jewelry, all those basic TSA procedures, TSA PreCheck allows you to skip all those extra steps and breeze on through security with a much shorter line. But here are a few things you need to keep in mind if you pay for TSA PreCheck that might take you off guard if you're not expecting them. First, there's still the chance that you might get randomly flagged and have to go through the bigger machines sometimes. Don't let this throw you off or make you feel like you've been ripped off. TSA is just doing their job and keeping everyone safe. 2, airports do eventually close their TSA PreCheck for the day. So even if you have TSA PreCheck, but your flight is later and the TSA PreCheck line is closed, you're just going to have to go through the regular standby line. At Orlando, the TSA PreCheck line is available from 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily, though hours are subject to change. And 3, certain credit cards will reimburse you for your TSA PreCheck purchase. Nifty, right? So double check and see what your credit card might help you cover before your purchase. Whether your goal is to relax or grab some drinks or be productive or just get away from the throngs of travelers and their luggage, airport lounges can provide you with a brief retreat during your journey. For most airport lounges, you're going to need to be a part of an airline's premium membership program, much like how the Centurion Lounge that's found in several domestic airports, including JFK and Charlotte and Dallas, requires you to have a Platinum, Business Platinum, or Centurion, aka Black Card, and present a same-day boarding pass in order to step inside. But some airport lounges might give you the option to purchase a day pass or a one-time use pass, and I've been seeing this a lot more often lately. Lounge Buddy is a solid service that allows you to preview which lounges in any given airport around the world offer travelers the ability to purchase one-time access. If you find a lounge that looks appealing to you, you can purchase your one-time access directly through their app. All right, this next tip I love, and we do not talk about it enough. You know what can be even more intimidating than the monorail lines at Magic Kingdom? The security check lines at the Orlando International Airport. But the new MCO Reserve could be just the cheat code you need to skip over all the airport frenzy. MCO Reserve is a free reservation system separate from TSA PreCheck that allows you to scan in and go through security at your selected time. This is a faster, more exclusive line than the regular security check, so you won't be spending potentially hours in line at the airport, especially if you're traveling during busy travel times. Previously, this exclusive line was only available between 5 a.m. and 11 a.m., but at the beginning of the year, hours were extended for reservations between 6:30 a.m. and 8:30 p.m. You can reserve your spot at least 72 hours prior to your flight at reserve.clearme.com. Just make sure that when you do get in line for MCO Reserve, you have your boarding ticket, ID, and MCO Reserve receipt ready to go. MCO Reserve is located between the TSA pre-check and standard security screening lanes at the checkpoint to gates 1 to 59. Now, surprise, the airport shuttle, that bus that takes you from Disney to the airport and the airport to Disney, it's not just a Disney thing. When I talk about the Mears Connect Driven by Sunshine shuttles, which can take you from the Orlando airport to your hotel and back to the airport again at around $34 per person round trip style, I usually strictly talk about how it can take you to your Disney hotel, but it's not just the Disney resorts that Mears goes to. These shuttles can also drop guests off at several of the Good Neighbor hotels too, including, but not limited to, Be Resort and Spa, Hilton Orlando Buena Vista, Holiday Inn, Walt Disney World Swan, and Dolphin. For a full list of hotels that Mears Connect partners with, check with the Mears Connect website and click on the Hotels Service tab to see all the different options available. Want to meet Mickey without a big line? How about learning the secret places where you can meet some super rare characters? We're about to spill some big secrets. When Lightning Lanes were updated from Genie Plus to MultiPass, a lot of good changes came along with it, like being able to schedule up to 3 Lightning Lanes ahead of your trip. But some not so good changes also came with it, like losing our ability to use Lightning Lanes to skip over popular character meet and greet lines. If meeting characters is a priority for your group, make sure to head to those experiences first thing when the characters start meeting and greeting for the day. That way you can avoid waiting in a very long line for them, since most folks will be making a beeline to those popular rides early on in the day, giving you the chance to shoot the breeze with one of your favorite Disney pals. Your My Disney Experience app will show you updated times for the characters that day and let you know when exactly you can rope drop their meet and greet location. There's also the chance that character lines will drop down toward the end of a meet and greet time frame, but don't try to hop in line at the last minute in the hopes for shorter lines. Unlike the rides, certain popular character meet and greet queues can start closing down 30 minutes to an hour before the meet and greet itself wraps up, just to make sure the character can go back home at a decent time. So again, check those meet and greet times on your My Disney Experience app at the start of your day and get a good idea for when you should be fitting them into your park schedule, minus the wildly busy midday waits. We were all so excited when 1900 Park Fair reopened at the Grand Floridian Resort just this past April after it had been closed for years post-2020. But now it seems the hype has already died down around this dining experience, and getting reservations here at the last minute isn't unheard of. You can often join a walk-up waitlist for it too. While yes, 1900 Park Fair is a pretty pricey endeavor, it's also a good alternative if you're having trouble booking reservations for Cinderella's Royal Table in Magic Kingdom. Not only is this buffet steps away from the Magic Kingdom, but you'll also be able to meet a unique array of favorite characters here, like Aladdin in his Prince Ali look, Cinderella herself, Mirabelle from Encanto, and Princess Tiana in her new look from Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Plus, you'll be able to take part in a wishmaker ceremony and admire a lot of gorgeous paintings around the dining room, each depicting a variety of different Disney characters at the very moment they make their big life-changing wish. Some Disney meet and greets are more expected than others. You can safely assume that you're going to see princesses in Princess Fairy Tale Hall in Magic Kingdom. Anna and Elsa are always hanging out at Royal Summer House in Epcot. Mickey and Minnie starring in Red Carpet Dreams at Hollywood Studios. You know, your usual morning lineup. But then there are the Disney characters that tend to come and go as they please. Sometimes even rare characters that you'll stumble upon once in a blue moon. If you want a better idea of who might be wandering the parks on the day of your visit, check out your My Disney Experience map for the real-time updates. For example, let's say I'm in Magic Kingdom. When I'm on the Magic Kingdom map, I can just tap on that down arrow toggle next to the default wait time selection on the top of the screen and choose a new category to follow. One of those categories is characters, which will show me a bunch of characters stationed around the park or just freely wandering about. Well, not every wandering character will be listed as an option on the map. Many of them will be, and those who aren't listed, well, they'll be quite the surprise when you run into them. This is not a drill. Bluey is coming to Disney World. Where? When? Well, we're still fuzzy on the details right now, but Disney has said they'll provide more information in the months ahead. So we're going to be waiting semi-patiently until we learn more and crossing our fingers that this means Blue & Co. will be paying a visit to Orlando sooner rather than later. The announcement comes as a part of a major expansion of Disney's relationship with BBC Studios for Bluey. The new deal includes the rights for the recently announced Bluey film set to premiere in 2027, which will eventually stream on Disney Plus shortly after its theatrical release. Attention all meet and greet fans! Epcot has tons of different areas where you can meet some of your favorite Disney characters of all time. Here are a few of the lesser known locations that you need to keep on your radar. The International Gateway in World Showcase isn't just a cool back entrance into the park, it can also be a hotspot for unexpected character meet and greets. In the past, we've seen characters here like Princess Tiana, Chip and Dale, Minnie Mouse, Daisy, even Pinocchio, so have your autograph books out and ready. Another unexpected meet and greet location where we've actually seen 8 characters out and about all at once is off to the left of the American Adventure Pavilion. One day, our DFB reporters were out and about just minding their own business when a cluster of super rare characters came wandering past, including Pooh and Tigger and King Louie and Smee and Wendell from the Country Bears, Pinocchio, Geppetto, and Gideon, also from the Pinocchio movie. Honestly, you never know who you might have the privilege of running into during your Epcot day, but you can always check out the My Disney Experience app on the day of your visit and learn which characters will for sure be in the park. Any other characters you just so happen to see in passing will be the cherry on top. So what sounds better to you? Waiting in a long line to meet characters in the parks, paying a lot of money for a Disney character dining experience, or literally having the characters come to you for free while you're meandering around your hotel and maybe joining them for a game of Giant Connect 4 on the lawn? I know my answer. It's the one where I absolutely destroy Daisy Duck on a game of Connect 4 and she's forced to applaud me for a job well done. Sorry, getting sidetracked by my delusions of grandeur, but it's true. Characters can and do make appearances around the different Disney resorts every now and then, but it hasn't always been like this. The Disney hotels started these pop-up character interactions at their hotels after the 2020 closures, when Disney World wanted to make sure guests still saw characters even if they couldn't meet them face to face. That's when the Caravan and Around the World character caravans were born. If you saw one of these colorful caravans parked outside your hotel, then you knew Mickey and the gang were about to pop in to say hi. Although we don't really see the colorful caravans out and about like we used to, it seems characters are still continuing to show up and hang out with resort guests at a whim. And that's the big downside to all this. Characters won't always show up at your resort, and whenever they do, it's usually at random, making it hard to plan around. Definitely talk to cast members and the front desk to see if and when Mickey and his buds tend to show up at your hotel. However, there is a free character meet and greet opportunity at one particular hotel that you can rely on every single day, and that's the Chip and Dale Campfire Sing-Along over at Disney's Fort Wilderness. During this nightly event, you'll be able to roast marshmallows, sing songs, and meet the dynamic duo themselves, guaranteed. The experience as a whole is generally free, though you will have to pay for your s'mores supplies, which you can find for sale over at the Chuck Wagon snack bar. Now, if you just want marshmallows, those you can get for free. After everyone's done singing their hearts out, an animated Disney film will play on the outdoor projector. Now, even though Chip and Dale don't come and join the sing-alongs at other resorts in the evenings, all Disney-owned resorts also have campfires where you can roast marshmallows for free. Plus, all the resorts have movies under the stars, which will play full-length Disney films either by the feature pool or out on the lawn close to the resort's lobby. You can always check with a front desk cast member or your hotel room's resort TV channel to learn more about resort activities going on during your visit and when they're scheduled to happen. Now, any wake-up call is kind of a bummer, but at Disney World, you can get a wake-up call that is at least 1,000% better than the others. You can get a Mickey wake-up call at your Disney hotel. It's super easy to set up a character wake-up call at your Disney resort for each morning of your trip that you want one. Just pick up the phone from your bedside table and press the wake-up call button. When prompted, you'll just enter the time you want to receive a Rise and Shine message from your bestest Disney pal, and he'll call you and let you know it's time to get going because there's big doings going on in the parks. I get a little flutter in my heart when I even think about that wake-up call. It's so fun. Now, some of our favorite character moments of all time have happened over in Hollywood studios, out on the grassy area near the Hollywood Brown Derby restaurant. You can often find characters chilling over here. Most of the time it's either Chip and Dale or Donald and Daisy, but they're not just going to be standing around. They're usually up to something. Donald might be trimming the bushes or trying to win Daisy's heart, and Chip and Dale love themselves a good picnic, though picnics usually don't go quite according to plan with these chipmunks, and the plaid blanket usually winds up as a superhero cape or a matador bullfighting blanket or something. We even saw them carrying around pumpkins with carvings of themselves at the end of July because Chip and Dale have already switched over into Halloween mode prematurely, which is a mood. We love watching these lawn interactions happen pretty much every day at select times throughout the day, so if you're a fan of Disney characters but don't want to wait in a super long line to see them, this is a good way to see them and watch their shenanigans unfold. I'm going to talk about after-hours events a few different times during today's video because I love them. I love them a lot. And I know they're not for everyone, but I like having the option to go to the parks later on when everyone else is left, and I can get on the rides without waiting forever or having to deal with all the crowds or the Genie Plus hassle or the sun beating down on me. I think after-hours events are the best thing ever. So I'm glad that after-hours events are coming back to the parks in 2024 too. After hours are only available at select parks on certain dates throughout the year, which you can find over at the Disney World website. Just search for after hours. Typically, you'll be able to enter the park with just an after hours ticket a couple of hours before the event actually kicks off, so you get some bonus hours in there. And then once the festivities commence, you'll be able to hang out in the park for an extra 3 hours after that. Times will vary depending on which parks you're going to and what night you're planning on visiting. But anyway, there's more to do during the after-hours events than just skipping over giant ride lines. You can also meet rare characters at some of the events. When we went to the Hollywood Studios after-hours event at the beginning of January, we were able to meet characters we hardly ever see nowadays, and the lines were non-existent. Duffy, Pocahontas and Meeko, the White Rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. You could just walk up to them and hang out. So if you're big on character meet and greets, an after-hours ticket might be even more worth it for you and your family. You've been on all the rides, you've seen the shows, you've gotten your fill of Disney snacks. I think it's time for some totally hidden, little-known experiences that most people are going to walk right past, but not you. You are a major Disney pro now. There are tons of unique souvenirs hiding around Disney World. You just gotta create them yourself. One of the latest DIY souvenirs we've recently made is over at Main Street USA's Crystal Arts shop in Magic Kingdom. That's where we had the privilege of designing our very own authentic tiara. Listen, those pre-made tiaras from Crystal Arts are already gorgeous as is, so the fact that we're now able to create our very own by choosing our base and the crystal color combo makes the whole thing even more special. Tiara customization is going to cost you around $89 and no reservations are necessary. You just walk up to the counter and ask to make a tiara. So where else can you create your own souvenir in Disney? Tons of places. Just to give you a quick overview of a few of our personal favorites, select mini ears and ornaments can also be customized with fancy schmancy paint pen writing, including names and dates and or other fun and festive designs at the Christmas shops like Ye Olde Christmas Shop in Magic Kingdom and Disney's Days of Christmas in Disney Springs. At the Plume et Palette Fragrance Shop in Epcot, you can step up your perfume game by upgrading your bottle with a free Disney engraving of your choice. If you're a soda goblin like me, then creating your very own personalized Coca-Cola can over at Disney Springs Coca-Cola store might be a must-do for you. I personally love creating my own spin art in Disney Springs too over at Art Corner. You'll pedal a stationary bike to make that artistic magic happen, and honestly, there are so many customizable souvenir opportunities hiding out in Disney Springs that you can learn about through our Ultimate Guide to Disney Springs 2025 video, which includes us talking about the newest Create Your Own Character headbands over at Disney Ever After. I love this point. I make it as much as I can in these videos. If you're visiting a Disney hotel that has a marina, like one of the monorail area hotels, for instance, you can rent a pontoon boat and drive it around Seven Seas Lagoon and Bay Lake. So here's the wildest thing about all of that, aside from the fact that Disney actually trusts me enough to apparently drive a boat across their lake. Not only are boat rentals only $50 per half hour and can fit up to 10 guests at a time, boat rentals are all first come, first serve, so there are no reservations necessary. necessary. They'll also be one of the few ways you can go check out the construction on Disney's newest hotel, Lakeshore Lodge. Disney's Lakeshore Lodge is slated to open sometime in 2027, and it'll be inspired by the majesty of nature and its enduring influence on Disney artists. Sounds like the younger sibling of Wilderness Lodge, if you ask me. I think this resort's gonna fit in pretty well. Or you could do a totally different sort of activity at a Disney World hotel. This is one of my favorite things to do at Disney World. It's free, it's relaxing, it's peaceful, no reservations are necessary, and you can sip a tropical drink while you're doing it. At certain Disney resorts that have little beach sides like Caribbean Beach or Polynesian Village, Old Key West, Yacht and Beach, you can find first come, first served hammocks. You don't have to reserve them, you don't have to pay for them, you just gotta keep your eye out for an open one and claim it. There's nothing like kicking back in one of these bad boys after a long day in the parks, especially during sunset, just take in those evening vibes. You might even catch yourself saying something super cliche like, "This is the life," because it really is. If you're planning a Disney World trip because you're celebrating a big event, I'm laughing, by the way, because Bria wanted me to start by singing Bella Notte in this one, but I'm not going to do it. And she wrote in the script, "AJ, I know you're not going to sing this to the tune of Bella Notte, but in my heart you did." Those are the little things that Bria writes to me in these scripts. Anyway, she's such a joy. I'm so glad she's like in these videos with me sometimes. Anyway, if you're planning a Disney World trip because you're celebrating a big event, like an anniversary or a job promotion or a honeymoon, or you just want a nice date night with your honey, Disney has several fine dining experiences that you can make reservations for. Now, the quintessential one, Vic and Al's, Victoria and Albert's over at Grand Floridian Resort and Spa, is the really famous one, known for its AAA 5-diamond status, prix-fixe 13-course meals, Michelin starred this year, specifically catered by the Victoria and Albert chefs to fit your palate. Prices here are going to vary depending on what you book, but prices typically start at $295 per guest. Safe to say, this is an experience for the people out there who really do believe that food is a key part of the whole Disney World experience, especially since this is a dinner that'll take up to 3 hours to enjoy. So you'll want to really study up on this place before you commit to it. A more underrated fine dining experience inside Grand Floridian is the sommelier room at Citrico's. While you can always book a regular table at Citrico's or even dining inside their lounge on a first-come, first-served basis, the sommelier room has been created for those looking for an even more elevated food and wine experience. Here, sommelier Israel Perez, who is a frigging superstar and is also the maitre d' over at Victoria and Albert's, sources boutique wines that pair with the special creations designed by Chef Andres Mendoza. Each of the 8 courses featured in the tasting menu are paired with 2.5 ounces of wine. The prix-fixe menu here is priced at $250 per guest. This 3 to 4 hour experience is only available on select evenings at 6 p.m. Seating is limited, gotta pre-book it. So be sure to make your reservation as far in advance as possible, which is currently 60 days, but always subject to change. And let's not forget about the fine dining hiding out in Epcot. Takumite over in the Japan Pavilion currently features a prix-fixe menu consisting of 2 omakase multi-course meal options. Omakase means you're going to leave your dining experience up to the chef to let them curate your entire meal. The first menu is an omnivorous kiku meal for $250 per person, with plates that includes sushimi, soups, a wagyu beef roll, selection of desserts, and more. And the second menu is a plant-based hasu menu for the same price, $250 per person. Finally, we've got Monsieur Paul over in the France Pavilion, which serves a high-end French-inspired menu that progresses through 5 courses with the gastronomic meal of the French. The prices for this one start at $195 per guest, but if you're feeling exceptionally fancy, you can always add on a caviar tasting for $110 more. The early bird gets the worm is a motto you're going to need to take to heart when you're at Disney World. Not only can early risers potentially cut down on their waits for popular rides, but you might also be able to participate in a restaurant or store's opening ceremony too. For example, at Casey's Corner in Magic Kingdom, one lucky guest will be able to throw out the quick service's first pitch and maybe even get a free brownie to further sweeten the celebration. At Main Street Cinema, also in Magic Kingdom, if you're one of the first guests after opening, you might get the opportunity to choose the director's hat shot of the day to be put on display along with your name for everyone to see. Another potential morning opportunity at Magic Kingdom is getting to ride the magic carpets of Aladdin with the Aladdin and Jasmine. This isn't always a guarantee, but we've seen it happen a few times for guests who choose to rope drop the ride instead of any others. At Connections Eatery and Cafe in Epcot, a kiddo in the morning crowd might have the opportunity to help the kitchen create the first liege waffle of the day. And at World of Disney and Disney Springs, the first round of shoppers for the day will be able to walk the red carpet, lined with lots of cast members whooping and hollering and shaking noisemakers. More morning ceremonies might be hiding out at Disney property during your next visit, so make sure to keep your eyes and ears open so you can take part in those sunrise festivities too. Does anybody remember when you used to be able to wake up Tinkerbell in Fantasyland? Oh, that was fun. Can't do that anymore, sadly. Trader Sam's Grog Grotto over at Disney's Polynesian Village Resort is usually a very hip happening place that can be hard to get into because it doesn't take any advanced dining reservations, nor can you put your name on a virtual wait list via the My Disney Experience app. Instead, you'll have to stand in a physical queue where a cast member will take your name and phone number and contact you as soon as the table becomes available for your group, which could be over an hour depending on the day. Getting in line for this queue can be even more tricky since the bar doesn't open until 3 p.m. and guests can start lining up as early as 90 minutes before that. So would it absolutely shock you if I said the quietest that Trader Sam's gets during the year can sometimes be during some of Disney's peak season times? There are a few nights in the year that you can find Trader Sam's relatively empty, and those nights happen right before Run Disney races. Yep, most of the Disney World runners on these nights are snug as a bug in a rug in their hotel rooms, ready to rest up well for that early wake-up call and the long-distance run that'll take place the next morning. While partying it up at Trader Sam's might be an awesome way to celebrate post-marathon, most runners probably aren't going to pre-game that 5 to 10K race with an alcoholic tiki treat. So if you just so happen to be in Disney World during a Run Disney weekend, but you're not going to be in these races yourself, enjoy a drink for our runner friends out there and take in all the chill Trader Sam's vibes while you're at it on the night before the race. Each of the Disney resorts is all about the extra experiences that'll add a little more oomph to your hotel visit. You can learn about these extra activities from the recreation boards posted near the main pools and lobbies. Activities vary between the resorts, but some hotels have specific wellness activities featured to help you get some extra steps in each day. You know, in case you're somehow not getting enough of them inside the parks, I guess. In all seriousness though, these activities can be a great way to get all your kids' wiggles out while also keeping them entertained. These activities could include things like a Skyliner Rally scavenger hunt where you'll have to ride the Skyliner between resorts to complete tasks and riddles, or even a morning family dance class with fun Disney tunes to rock out to get yourself awake and stretched out and ready to conquer the day. To find out more information about these wellness activities, talk to one of the recreational cast members at the hotel for more info. These are also fun options for those non-park days, right? If you're ready to take your Disney World visit to the next level, it might be time for you to start looking into booking one of Disney's various behind-the-scenes tours. Disney offers a variety of add-on tour experiences that are going to let you take a peek past the theme park veil and see how Disney operations are handled, while also giving you the opportunity to do some fun extra activities that you wouldn't have had the chance to do with just a general admission ticket. All of these tours can be found on the Disney website, featured on their Enchanting Extras page. Each tour varies in price, but if a tour takes place inside one of the parks, keep in mind that you will have to pay for the tour and your park ticket. However, if a tour takes place at one of the Disney hotels, like you'll find at Animal Kingdom Lodge with their Starlight Safari, or Fort Wilderness Resort with their Wilderness Back Trail Segway Adventure, then you'll just need to worry about paying for the price of the tour and the price of the tour only. So this isn't just some sort of silly Mad Hatter tea party. This is a tea party that's all about the presentation and the sophistication. No offense, Mad Hatter. Actually, some offense because you are kind of scary. Now, during the Roses of Gold afternoon tea experience at the Cake Bake Shop in Boardwalk Inn, you'll get a dedicated server that will show you the list of teas you can choose from, and you can try as many as you'd like. You'll also get a selection of homemade scones and the Roses of Gold tray, which is decked out with various desserts and finger sandwiches. The entire experience is $95 per adult and $65 per child, and you need to call to book in advance. Can't book it through the website. If you are a connoisseur of beef, Morimoto Asia in Disney Springs has got the treat for you. You can order certified A5 Japanese Wagyu beef. Seriously, they bring the certificate out in everything and have it seared tableside. It's not a cheap meal by any means, and prices per ounce do vary depending on when you visit. But I will say in confidence that this will be some of the best, most buttery, thinly sliced steak you're going to have on property during your trip and maybe ever in your life. Listen, I live in Texas. I eat a lot of steak, and this is really good. If you're looking for an unforgettable Disney memory, then you might want to consider booking a fireworks cruise for your trip. These private boat tours give you VIP views of either Happily Ever After at Magic Kingdom or Luminous The Symphony of Us at Epcot. You'll set sail on a chartered boat complete with snacks and drinks and enjoy a serene ride before stopping in the perfect spot to watch the show. The best part, you get to avoid the massive crowds that gather in the park for these shows, and instead, you can kick back and relax and soak up all that magic from afar. Even better, if you're one of those people that really likes when people come up to you and say, "Where did you get that?" when you're eating something cool or wearing something awesome, this will be your dream come true because everybody else is just going to be staring at you down there in that special VIP location watching the fireworks and wondering, how did they book that? It is awesome that you've stuck with us all the way to the end of this video. I have incredible news for you too. You are officially a Disney World Pro. You're prepped and ready to take on anything the Disney parks can throw your way. Plus, you'll definitely impress the fam with your majorly high score on Toy Story Mania and all those hidden Mickeys you'll be able to find now, not to mention saving the group a ton of money in the process. Thanks for joining us on this epic tips adventure. If you enjoyed it, we've got even more in-depth info in our guidebooks. I'm talking about the best value snacks, food crawls, everything you need to know about every single Epcot festival, tons of happy hours and restaurant deals, Halloween at Disney World and the holidays at Disney World. And you'll find all of these guidebooks, including one massive money-saving bundle, at dfbstore.com. Our viewers can score an extra discount too by using code YouTube at checkout. Thanks for listening and thanks for watching. As always, this is AJ for Disney Food Blog, and we'll see you real soon.